Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Following this, Xiaofu rode on the Greystone Beast and passed through a small valley when 10 evil-looking bandits holding large sabers suddenly jumped out and stopped him. 185 historical figure. Seeing this, Xiaofu was actually pleasantly surprised. He had been looking for a village, and these people had delivered themselves to him. Boy, if you get down here and hand over all of your valuables, your granddaddy will spare your life, one of the bandits said as he pointed his saber at Xiaofu and laughed arrogantly. The other bandits savagely looked at Xiaofu and also laughed. Putting aside whether the boy had any valuables on him, just the Greystone Beast alone was enough for a big feast of meat for them. Ha ha ha. Hearing these bandits' words and seeing how much they underestimated him, Xiaofu couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Xiaofu's laugh, the bandits were enraged, and the leader yelled, "Brothers, kill him." Following this, the bandits rushed up, brandishing their large sabers. Xiaofu continued to sit on the Greystone Beast, not showing any intent to act. However, an unremarkable small figure shot out from behind him. When they saw that the one rushing at them was an 8-year-old boy, the bandits couldn't help but laugh. Charging at them like this was simply seeking death. They weren't merciful people, and they swung their sabers at Little Shaw. Suddenly, a bloody light flashed in Little Shaw's hand as a blood-colored dagger appeared within it. He bent forwards and avoided a saber before going forwards and slashing out with his dagger, leaving a bloody light through the air. Kai. Little Shaw passed by a bandit, and his incredibly sharp dagger slashed across a bandit's abdomen. Even upon death, the bandit couldn't believe that he had been killed by such a little boy. Soon, Little Shaw arrived before another bandit. He jumped and slashed with his dagger, chopping off the bandit's head. The dagger that Little Shaw was currently holding was one of the pieces of the kill equipment set. The kill equipment set had originally been a ring, a cloak, and a hidden blade. However, Xiaofu found that assassins could use any type of weapon, and the 12 equipment sets could change their forms based on what their masters wanted. This was what Little Shaw had done by making his hidden blade a dagger. From this, Xiaofu realized that perhaps the previous equipment sets hadn't fully acknowledged their masters, which was why they hadn't obtained the full legacy and full control over the equipment sets. Because the kill equipment set had chosen Little Shaw and they had an extremely high affinity, Little Shaw was able to display the full might of the equipment set. There seemed to be countless skills and techniques within Little Shaw's mind, and his body gave off a boundless killing intent. Every motion he executed was like that of a seasoned assassin's. In just a few minutes, the battle had ended. The bandits had all died quite pitifully, as most of their bodies had been dismembered. After all of this had concluded, Little Shaw walked back to Xiaofu's side and went back to his toddler walking mode. "Lord, please spare me." Xiaofu smiled as he looked at the bandit kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. This was the one who had initially yelled at Xiaofu, and he was only alive because Xiaofu had told Little Shaw to keep one person alive. "Get up, I won't kill you. Take me to your village," Xiaofu said as he lightly smiled. When he heard this and remembered how powerful the tiny child was, the bandit felt that Xiaofu was incredibly unfathomable. If he brought such a powerful person back, the rest of the village would definitely be met with disaster. However, the bandit simply wanted to preserve his own life and disregarded the safety of everyone else. Of course, I'll take you there," the bandit agreed very quickly and barely even hesitated. He stood up with a smile and started to flatter Xiaofu. Xiaofu ignored him and used the lasso he had used to capture the Greystone Beasts to bound the bandit, and he had him lead the way. The bandit could only awkwardly nod and lead the way with Xiaofu holding onto the rope binding him. Behind them, the boy walked along, seeming to not know how to walk properly. "How many people are in your village?" Xiaofu wanted some information. If the enemy had thousands of people, they would be able to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. If he went to attack them, it would be too shameful to turn tail and run when he saw their numbers. "Lord, we have 400 brothers, and our leader is Knight Li," the bandit said without holding anything back. He told Xiaofu everything to preserve his life. Xiaofu nodded and asked, "Does your village have a teleportation channel or any scholars who can build teleportation channels?" No, those aren't very useful to us," the bandit answered honestly, but he didn't understand why Xiaofu would ask such a thing. Xiaofu inwardly sighed. Finding villages with teleportation channels was indeed quite difficult, and Xiaofu didn't quite feel like going to the bandit village anymore. After all, going there might be useless, and even if he killed all of the bandits, all he would get was a city creation stone for his efforts. By now, city creation stones weren't very tempting to Xiaofu. System announcement. The Great Qin town has leveled up into an intermediate town. System announcement. A historical figure sleeping within Great Qin's legacy has awakened. The sudden system announcements surprised Xiaofu. He hadn't expected the Great Qin town to level up in such a short amount of time. It seemed that he had gained a lot of experience point in his battle at Heavenstone City, and adding on Great Qin's rapid attacks on the surrounding villages, the Great Qin town had been able to level up quickly. Xiaofu also wondered who that new historical figure would be. He couldn't check here, so he could only wait until he returned to Great Qin. Hurry and chase. Don't let them escape. Just as Xiaofu was about to release this bandit and give up on going to the bandit village, a shout sounded from ahead. There were 10 or so cavalrymen chasing a horse-drawn carriage. The person driving the horse-drawn carriage seemed to be incredibly frantic, and he vigorously whipped the horses, trying to escape the cavalrymen. However, the 10 or so cavalrymen remained right behind them. Finally, the cavalrymen caught up to the horse-drawn carriage and surrounded it. The cavalryman at the lead coldly laughed and said, "Big missile you won't be able to escape this time. I suggest that you surrender, or don't blame us for being rude." A beautiful woman in white walked out from within the carriage and said angrily, "We've already handed Mountain Willow Town to you, why won't you spare our family? This is the order of the new mayor. Bring them all back." The cavalryman at the lead said loudly with a cold expression. Following this, a few of the cavalrymen dismounted and walked towards the carriage. The woman in white tried to resist, but she was quickly subdued. The men also brought out an elderly woman and a 5 or 6-year-old boy from within the carriage. Not too far away, Xiaofu watched all of this happen and asked the bandit, "Mountain Willow Town?" The bandit immediately did his best to curry favor with Xiaofu and replied, "Lord, Mountain Willow Town is the largest faction in the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area. It should have teleportation channels." 186 evil power. When he heard this, Xiaofu was delighted. Since Mountain Willow Town was a town, it definitely had a teleportation channel. By now, the beautiful woman in white had been caught by 2 of the cavalrymen and was desperately struggling, but she was unable to free herself at all. Even if she could escape, because her little brother and elderly grandma had also been caught, she would only be able to leave by herself. However, she knew the consequences of being caught. She would be locked up by Zhang Hong until he had studied his position. After that, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only her, but her little brother and grandma would both die. Suddenly, the woman in white saw a strange group of 3 people in the distance, and she yelled with a trace of hope, "Save us. Please save us." The bandit smirked and thought, "Who the hell would save you?" Xiaofu didn't do anything for now and started thinking about the costs and benefits. If it was a normal robbery or something like that, Xiaofu might have intervened. Even though he wouldn't obtain anything, he wouldn't lose anything. However, this matter was related to whether or not he could quickly return to Great Qin. If he acted and defended the town, it would be impossible for him to use its teleportation channel. What's more, he would be dragged into a big mess. On the other hand, the only benefit was some words of thanks. At this moment, the captain of the cavalrymen also noticed Xiaofu and his party and coldly harumphed as he said, "Humphrey, piss off if you don't want to die. This is Mountain Willow Town's matters, so it's best you don't stick your nose in." Xiaofu frowned. When he saw that Xiaofu wasn't moving and seemed to be ignoring him, the captain became enraged. He nodded at 5 of the cavalrymen, signaling them to kill Xiaofu and his party. To him, these outsiders were just 3 ruffians, while they were part of the largest faction in the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area. It was only natural that they acted in such an unbridled manner. The 5 cavalrymen mounted their war horses and drew their swords as they charged at Xiaofu. Seeing this, the bandit hid behind Xiaofu. He didn't have much to fear because these cavalrymen's cultivation level was only slightly higher than his, and they didn't have anything special about them. His group of bandits had been completely wiped out by the little monster behind Xiaofu alone, and they hadn't even been able to retaliate. As such, the bandit wasn't too worried, as the outcome was set. It was just that he was afraid of getting a lot of blood on him, so he had retreated behind Xiaofu. Very soon, the 5 cavalrymen and their war horses reached Xiaofu. The bandit turned and looked at Little Shah and gulped, expecting him to start massacring again. However, when the 5 cavalrymen arrived, Little Shah only revealed a ferocious expression but didn't attack, surprising the bandit. Shing! The sound of a sword's hum rang out as a 5 or 6 meter long black arc of light flashed out, instantly cutting the necks of the 5 cavalrymen. A large amount of blood spurted out, and they were instantly covered with an evil power. In the next second, The 5 cavalrymen were quickly reduced to dry corpses. Even their war horses neighed as their fleshly essence was also devoured. The bandit was given a big fright and retreated a few steps away from Zhao Fu. He now knew that he had guessed correctly. Zhao Fu was indeed the more terrifying one. Seeing this, the woman in white felt was delighted and yelled, "Young sir, if you're willing to save us, I will gift Mountain Willow Town to you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned and calmly glanced at her. When he saw his subordinates being killed, the captain became incredibly furious and rushed at Zhao Fu with his remaining cavalrymen. However, in just another few attacks, their blood flew as they were also killed. The captain, who had the highest cultivation, was only at tier 0 level 8. How could he be a match for Zhao Fu? After killing all of the cavalrymen, Zhao Fu rode his greystone beast towards the woman in white. The boy by the woman's side was quite afraid when he saw the black-cloaked man, Zhao Fu, coming towards them. The elderly woman put her arm around the boy and was quite wary towards Zhao Fu after seeing him kill those people without hesitating. She could feel that the person coming over was quite terrifying, and the servant who had driven the horse carriage stood beside the woman in white to protect her. "Do you remember what you said before?" Zhao Fu came before the woman in white and looked at her as he spoke calmly. The woman recovered from her shock and fixed up her attire, regaining the airs of a lady from an aristocratic household. She performed a slight curtsy to Zhao Fu before saying, "Thank you, young sir, for saving us. I was speaking the truth, but young sir needs to first kill Zhang Hong before I can give Mountain Willow Town to you." Now that the situation had become like this, there was no going back. Zhao Fu thought about the requirements to upgrade to a city, which was that he needed to control 3 towns. Raising his own villages to towns would clearly take more time and effort than directly conquering one. This was why Zhao Fu was so interested. "Let's go. We'll leave this place for now." Following this, Zhao Fu led the party away from that place and went to a large tree to rest. Zhao Fu said to the woman in white, "Tell me everything you know and don't hide anything from me." The woman in white told Zhao Fu everything that he wanted to hear. The woman was named Liu Sabai, and she was the daughter of the original mayor of Mountain Willow Town, Liu Ming. A month ago, Liu Ming suddenly died, and Liu Sabai should have succeeded her father as the mayor. However, the position was taken by Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong was the strongest person in Mountain Willow Town, and he controlled a large portion of Mountain Willow Town's military forces. He held great authority within Mountain Willow Town. Liu Ming had always been quite wary of Zhang Hong, but she had never gotten rid of him. In fact, Liu Sabai even suspected that Liu Ming's sudden death was related to Zhang Hong. Even though Zhang Hong took over Mountain Willow Town and became the mayor, his position wasn't very steady, as most of the residents supported the Liu family. Even though Zhang Hong controlled a large part of the military, he didn't dare to clash against most of the residents and the other portion of the military. As such, he wanted to become Liu Bei's husband to solidify his position and officially take over, making Mountain Willow Town his. Liu Sabai had found an opportunity to escape, but she had been discovered and chased after. This was how she had met Zhao Fu. She also told Zhao Fu the specifics about the town itself. Mountain Willow Town was a fine gold-rank town and had around 23,000 residents. They had roughly 4,000 soldiers, however, most of their equipment was still bronze rank, while only some elites had secret silver rank equipment. Most of the soldiers' cultivation was also around tier 0 level 4 to tier 0 level 6. As for Zhang Hong, his cultivation was at stage 2, and he used a sword that was most likely dark gold rank. At the same time, he had multiple pieces of fine gold rank equipment as well. After listening to the woman, Zhao Fu started to think. This information was very detailed and useful. Luckily, Mountain Willow Town wasn't an impenetrable iron board, and it was possible to use Liu Sabai to kill Zhang Hong. 187 Today you will die. Liu Sabai spoke in great detail, and the emotions she revealed on her face weren't fake either. However, despite this, Zhao Fu was still unwilling to completely trust her. After all, who could completely trust a person he or she had just met? "Do you want to take revenge? I can help you, but you have to pay a small price." After saying this, Zhao Fu took out 4 life and death contracts. Unless he held all of their lives in his hand, it would be impossible for him to fully trust them. Liu Sabai and the others' expressions became grim when they saw the 4 life and death contracts. After all, who would be happy putting his or her life into someone else's hands? Liu Sabai thought for a moment before resolving herself and saying, "I can agree to forming the contract with you, but please spare my grandma, little brother, and servant. I don't want them to be threatened and controlled." Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that controlling her was enough, so he nodded and agreed. When the contract turned into countless motes of light and entered Liu Sabai's body, Zhao Fu decided to start his plan. He first needed soldiers and the residents who supported the Liu family in order to contend with Zhang Hong. Zhao Fu looked towards the bound bandit and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. A few hours later, Zhao Fu rode on his greystone beast with the bandit leading the way and little Sha, who was still learning how to walk, walking behind. They finally reached a fairly chaotic village. Everything was strewn everywhere without any sense of order, and everyone went about his or her own matters. When the bandit appeared at the entrance bound by a rope, the other bandits inside all came over. Some were quite shocked and some hoped to see a good show, but all of them brought their weapons to the entrance of the village and looked at the three strange people in front of them. Dank. Didn't you take 10 or so brothers out to do some robbing? Why've you returned like this? One of the bandits who knew Zhao Fu's captive asked as he laughed. Dank, the bandit who had led Zhao Fu here, looked quite awkward. However, he thought about it and also laughed as he replied, I brought an esteemed lord here to Soul Wolf Village. This lord needs people to work for him, so I urge you all to submit to him. Dank knew how powerful Zhao Fu was, and he was certain that he would take down this village. If he didn't curry favor now, when would he have the opportunity? Not only would he be able to keep his life, but he might also be given a minor official role in the future. Dank's words surprised the rest of the bandits, and they immediately became serious. They weren't stupid, and they all looked at Zhao Fu riding on the greystone beast. What? You traitorous thing, your elder's going to slaughter you. A ferocious-looking big man walked to the entrance of the village. He was the chief of Soul Wolf Village, and he yelled furiously when he heard Dank's words. When he saw how frightening the bandit chief looked, Dank was quite fearful. Normally, he would always give in and retreat, but with Zhao Fu's support, he no longer had to fear him. Just as he was about to retort, Zhao Fu said calmly, I am here to take over Soul Wolf Village. It's not too late for you to surrender, I don't want to commit a massacre. Ha 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 ha. The bandit chief laughed uproariously when he heard Zhao Fu. There were only 3 of them, yet he dared to say such a thing. Following this, he ordered, fire the arrows. Kill these people for me. Swish, swish, swish. 60 bandit archers obeyed and released their arrows. Facing these arrows, Zhao Fu raised his right hand, and just as the countless arrows were about to hit him, a black shield with dragon inscriptions expanded out, covering the 2 meters around Zhao Fu and knocking away all of the arrows. Following this, an aura that was stronger than even that of a stage 2 experts erupted out from Zhao Fu, covering everyone nearby. Immediately, everyone was given a big fright. They had never witnessed stage 2 power before, as the strongest one among them, the bandit chief, was only at stage 1. You will die today. Anyone else who wants to die can also continue attacking. Zhao Fu drew the sky demon sword and pointed it at the bandit chief. All of the others bandits started to hesitate, they were bandits and didn't have very high loyalty. When they saw how powerful Zhao Fu was, they knew that they couldn't defeat him, so they didn't want to just throw their lives away. The bandit chief was completely infuriated and he roared, anyone who doesn't obey my orders will be drawn and quartered. There are only 3 of them and 400 of us, what are you all afraid of? The bandits couldn't help but agree, and just as they were about to start attacking Zhao Fu, a small and unremarkable figure darted into the crowd of bandits. A chain of pained cries sounded out as a bloody light swept around, causing blood to fly in the air. In just an instant, 20 or so people had died. This instantly shocked all of the bandits. The figure returned to Zhao Fu's side, and they realized that it was that unremarkable-looking boy. Dank, who was hiding behind Zhao Fu, laughed in a pleased manner as he thought to himself, now you all know how terrifying that little monster is. I said that anyone who wants to die can continue attacking. Do you really think that I don't have the power to slaughter your entire village? Zhao Fu's cold gaze swept around, his words carrying a dense killing intent, causing all of the bandits' hearts to feel a chill. Hurry and attack. Archers, fire. The bandit chief started panicking and yelled a chain of orders. However, under Zhao Fu's cold gaze, not a single bandit dared to move. They already knew how this would end, so they no longer followed the bandit chief's orders. Seeing this, the band chief was filled with rage. He had no other choice but to rush at Zhao Fu with his spear. The bandit chief's actions were incredibly quick and violent, and he reached Zhao Fu in an instant. He gripped his spear and thrust forwards, sending the spear tearing through the air at Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu casually waved the sword in his hand, knocking the spear away. This left the confident bandit chief completely dumbfounded. Following this, Zhao Fu immediately slashed out the other way, and a black sword light flashed as the bandit chief's head flew off his neck, killing him instantly. This bandit chief's cultivation was only at stage 1, so how could he hope to defeat Zhao Fu? As soon as the bandit chief died, the other bandits immediately threw their weapons to the ground and kneeled as they pleaded for their lives, apologizing for offending Zhao Fu before. Dank walked out with a big smile. This was exactly what he had expected. Following this, Zhao Fu took over Soul Wolf Village. Liu Sabai and her party, who were waiting a distance away from the village under Zhao Fu's orders, were brought in, After finding out that Zhao Fu had taken over this village so quickly, they were completely flabbergasted. 188 Who in the world? After conquering the bandit village, Zhao Fu gave out 400 sets of fine gold rank equipment. These were all from Gufeng's spatial ring. All of the bandits and Liu Sabai were shocked as they watched Zhao Fu pass out the fine gold rank equipment. Even Mountain Willow Town didn't have so many sets of fine gold rank equipment. In fact, even those in the upper levels of Mountain Willow Town only had one piece of fine gold rank equipment, and the bandit chief of this village only had one fine gold rank piece of equipment, which was the spear. Who in the world is this person? Zhao Fu started to seem more and more mysterious to those around him. None of them could guess just what sort of status he had, though no one dared to directly ask because that would simply be seeking death. All of them completely and utterly feared Zhao Fu now. Zhao Fu had many reasons for giving these bandits fine gold rank equipment. He had far fewer people than Mountain Willow Town, and because the bandits had lower cultivation as well, they were at a great disadvantage. Giving them fine gold rank equipment not only increased their battle power but also increased their battle spirit. However, when he saw how undisciplined and idle these bandits seemed, Zhao Fu decided to give them proper battle training. Within Mountain Willow Town, a hawk-nosed man frowned and asked one of his subordinates, "What's going on? Where are the Yu family's people?" The subordinate respectfully lowered his head as he replied, "When we went, we only found the dry corpses of 10 of our people. They seem to have been attacked by some demonic creature. However, we didn't find the Yu family's people. Humphrey. They must have escaped." Zhang Han coldly harumphed as he said angrily. The subordinate nodded as he replied, "It's possible that they escaped, but it's also possible that they were attacked by the demonic creature, though we didn't find their corpses. Nevertheless, because they have an elderly woman and a young boy, it's impossible for them to survive for long in the wilderness. They'll either be killed by bandits or eaten by wild beasts. Right now, we should be focusing on how to placate the townspeople." Zhang Hong thought for a moment before saying, "I know. You can go." Following this, the subordinate respectfully retreated. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu started to teach the bandits how to work together in battle. After a few days of intense training, the bandits started to seem a bit like soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 400 bandits, as well as Liu Sabai, and started carrying out the plan. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his soldiers arrived at a hill and looked at Mountain Willow Town in the distance. The town was quite big, and it occupied 10 or so square kilometers. It also had 6-meter-tall walls. If Zhao Fu attacked this town directly with his 400 bandits, it would be impossible to conquer this town. Because Liu Sabai had told Zhao Fu a lot of information about Mountain Willow Town, he decided to lie in wait here to wait for someone. Even though most of the soldiers had already surrendered to Zhang Hong, there was still a small faction that was unwilling. They continued to support the Yu family, and Zhang Hong treated these people quite poorly. He would give them the most tiring and difficult jobs to them, such as patrolling the outermost boundaries of Mountain Willow Town. The patrolling region was quite large, so those on patrol had to check the surrounding 5-kilometer radius area of Mountain Willow Town. There were also many soldiers stationed on the town walls and below the walls. Mountain Willow Town's strict defenses comprised of 3 lines. The first was the soldiers patrolling the outermost region, the second was the area around the town walls, and the final one was the soldiers on the town walls. Perhaps it was because Zhang Hong didn't trust the soldiers he put on the first line of defense, but the second and third lines of defense were comprised of mainly elites and his most trusted troops. He absolutely wouldn't let anything happen to shake his rule. Soon, a group of roughly 200 soldiers started to walk towards where Zhao Fu and his soldiers were. At that moment, one of the soldiers said in displeasure, "Zhang Hong's too much, he even made us patrol the outer region. Before, we were merely Yu's trusted aides and the elites among elites. Who would have thought we would fall into such a situation? All of our good equipment was taken as well, and we have to work tirelessly every day and suffer harsh conditions." Another soldier also said angrily, "That's right. Zhang Hong doesn't treat us as soldiers of Mountain Willow Town, he just wants us to die as soon as possible without him doing anything himself. Whenever I see how arrogant Zhang Hong's people are, I feel goddamn angry. Sometimes I even wonder if Mayor Liu's death had to do with Zhang Hong. Alright, enough. Now that Zhang Hong is the new mayor and it's said that he's going to marry Big Miss Liu, Mountain Willow Town will soon belong to Zhang Hong. Let's not complain, even though we're tired, we're still protecting Mountain Willow Town," a middle-aged man, the captain of this team, said as he sighed. The other soldiers couldn't accept this, but after thinking about it, all they could do was sigh. "Careful. There are people ahead," the middle-aged captain suddenly shouted, surprising the soldiers. Following this, people started to walk out and surrounded the 200 soldiers. Seeing the people around them and the sparkling fine gold rank equipment on them, the soldiers' pupils contracted as they nervously looked about them. They were in grave danger. "Who are you? Do you know that we're Mountain Willow townspeople?" The middle-aged captain shouted as he looked around seriously, feeling quite confused. Where had such a powerful group of people come from? "Uncle Sun." A familiar voice filled with joy said. Sun Xiaoai was that middle-aged captain, and he turned and saw that it was Liu Sabai. He asked in surprise, "Big Miss Liu, shouldn't you be at home? Why are you here? Who are they?" Sun Xiaoai looked at the enemies around them, and he found that Liu Sabai had come together with them. "It's like this, Uncle Sun. We were kept under house arrest by Zhang Hong and escaped with great difficulty. I suspect that my father's death was caused by Zhang Hong, and this sir here is going to help me take back Mountain Willow Town." After seeing someone she knew, Liu Sabai was quite excited and started explaining everything to him before introducing Zhao Fu to him. After hearing Liu Sabai say these things, everyone looked over at the mysterious black-cloaked figure. Sun Xiaoai could tell with a glance that this person wasn't ordinary, and he was quite wary towards him. He then looked back at Liu Sabai and asked, "Big Miss Liu, is what you said really the truth?" Liu Sabai nodded earnestly and told him everything that had happened. After hearing what Liu Sabai had to say, the soldiers who were still loyal to the Liu family became completely infuriated, and they were more or less certain that it was Zhang Hong who had caused Mayor Liu's death. Adding on how Zhang Hong had treated them, they quickly decided to join Zhao Fu's party. 189 Darker and darker after accepting these 200 new soldiers, Zhao Fu's force expanded to 600 soldiers. At first, Sun Xiaoai didn't believe that Zhao Fu and his people could help Liu Sabai take back Mountain Willow Town. However, there was no other choice. Zhao Fu was their only hope, and if they didn't struggle, Mountain Willow Town would definitely fall into Zhang Hong's hands. Not much time had yet passed, so most of the residents were still loyal to the Liu family. However, once enough time passed and most of the residents became loyal to Zhang Hong, it would be impossible to take back Mountain Willow Town. At the same time, Zhao Fu explained his plan to them, which increased the confidence in him, and they all agreed with his plan. Apart from this team, there were 2 other patrol teams. However, there were people who Zhang Hong had planted within those teams, so they needed to be weeded out first. The 3 teams patrolled different regions, and because Zhao Fu saw that it was getting late, Sun Xiaoai suggested splitting into 2 groups to gather the other teams. Sun Xiaoai would lead one group to bring in the other team and kill Zhang Hong's spies, while Zhao Fu would take care of the other team. Zhao Fu approved, and they split up to find the other 2 teams. Over at Mountain Willow Town, 10 arrogant soldiers swaggered about at the front with a group of discouraged and sighing soldiers behind them. "Hurry it up. This captain wants to go back quickly to cuddle with my darling." The man at the lead turned and yelled in displeasure at the group behind him. A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the soldiers behind him because the 10 people in front relied on Zhang Hong's position to treat them extremely disrespectfully. They ordered the other soldiers about while they did nothing, and even though the other soldiers were quite angry, they held down their anger. Suddenly, figures rushed out from the side and surrounded them. The patrol team was quite surprised, and the man at the lead looked around in panic as he yelled, "We're from Mountain Willow Town, piss off if you know what's good for you." "Humphrey, of course we know you're from Mountain Willow Town," a female's voice said, and everyone looked over and saw Liu Sabai. The 10 or so people at the front stared in surprise, while those at the back said joyfully, "Big Miss Liu, why are you here?" Liu Sabai came out and said everything that she had said to Sun Xiaoai. The 10 soldiers at the front who were loyal to Zhang Hong yelled, "Big Miss Liu has been muddled by other people, Mayor Zhang wouldn't do such a thing. Hurry! You all stop these people, and we'll go back to report this matter to Mayor Zhang." These 10 people felt that the situation was getting worse, so they wanted the others to stop Zhao Fu's soldiers so that they could escape. However, no one was willing to follow their orders. "Alright. Big Miss, we're willing to help you retake Mountain Willow Town. We all received Mayor Liu's good graces back then." The soldiers only thought about it for a couple seconds before making a decision. Hearing their words, the 10 or so people at the front started to panic and immediately tried to escape. However, they were immediately surrounded by the bandits and killed in just a few moments. But, they kept one alive. After joining up with his team, Zhao Fu's team and Sun Xiaoai's team once again joined together. Because every patrol team had roughly 200 soldiers, Zhao Fu's force had now expanded to 1,000 soldiers. By now, the sky had darkened, and stars started to appear in the night sky. However, tonight was a moonless night. Following this, Zhao Fu started to discuss his strategy with the captains. The soldiers who had been killed before would be replaced by the bandits, and they would enter Mountain Willow Town in waves under the cover of night. This wouldn't be too difficult with the soldiers they had kept alive who were loyal to Zhang Hong. The captains followed Zhao Fu's plans and took their soldiers back to rest and recover. Right now, Mountain Willow Town was like how it had always been, but the gears of change had already started to turn. Outside Mountain Willow Town, Zhao Fu told his soldiers to rest and conserve their strength while they waited for a good opportunity. Time gradually passed, and it became darker and darker. Soon, it was midnight, and Mountain Willow Town completely fell silent as if the entire town had fallen asleep. The wind blew, bringing with it clouds that covered the faint stars, causing the lighting to become even dimmer. The time had come, and within Mountain Willow Town, Sun Xiaowai and the other soldiers started to move. They put on their equipment and went to one of the town walls. He told the rest of the soldiers to hide while he took a few soldiers and walked towards the town wall. The soldiers standing guard were quite surprised when they saw Sun Xiaowai and immediately stopped the group, saying, "Sun Xiaowai, why are you here at such a late hour?" Sun Xiaowai smiled, seeming to be currying favor as he said, "Brother Li, I've thought about it recently, and I can't take this sort of treatment anymore. I'd like to submit to Mayor Zhang, but because I was too stubborn before, I'm afraid that Mayor Zhang won't accept me. I know that Mayor Zhang values Brother Li greatly, so I was hoping that Brother Li could help me out." Following this, Sun Xiaowai took out a sack filled with gold coins and handed it to the soldier. Seeing this, the soldier became ecstatic. Sun Xiaowai was quite capable, but he was incredibly stubborn and refused to pay allegiance to Zhang Hong. If he helped Sun Xiaowai submit to Zhang Hong, he would be heavily rewarded. "No problem. I'll definitely say a few good words for you to Mayor Zhang," the soldiers said while smiling. However, in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart as his hairs stood on end. Kai. A sharp dagger pierced through his chest, and the soldier revealed an expression of shock, unable to work out why Sun Xiaowai would suddenly kill him. The soldiers behind Sun Xiaowai rushed up and caught the other soldiers standing guard by surprise and killed them. They dragged the corpses to a dark corner, and the hidden soldiers all rushed out, killing the rest of the soldiers standing guard. After taking control, Sun Xiaowai lit 3 torches on the town wall, signaling that he had succeeded, and he ordered for the town gates to be opened. Time was of the essence, and Zhao Fu immediately took the rest of his force to join with Sun Xiaowai. Then, Zhao Fu's 1,000 soldiers went to storm the mayor's residence. However, as the current mayor, Zhang Hong had already received word as to what had happened. Even though he was startled when he woke up, he immediately started yelling orders. Mountain Willow Town, which had previously been sleeping, suddenly came awake and burst into chaos as a large number of soldiers gathered at the mayor's residence. Zhao Fu noticed this and gave orders to Sun Xiaowai. Immediately, loud gongs and drums accompanied by yells sounded out. Zhang Hong killed Mayor Liu and wanted to kill Old Lady Liu and sully Big Miss Liu. He even wasn't willing to let young Master Liu off. "Big Miss Liu is leading people to take back Mountain Willow Town. Please help us get rid of that evil bandit, Zhang Hong." 190 malicious ghost souls healing since ancient times. He who held the support of the people held the world. Popular support could be said to be one of the most important things to a ruler. Zhang Hong's 3,500 soldiers were all quite experienced, and because Zhao Fu only had 1,000 soldiers, they would have to each face 3 enemies. Zhao Fu was at a clear disadvantage, so he hoped to use the residents to restrict Zhang Hong. At the same time, he had poured a bucket of dirty water over Zhang Hong. In actuality, Zhao Fu had no idea if Liu Ming's death really had to do with Zhang Hong, but he still did his best to paint Zhang Hong as despicable, unforgivable scum. Only that way could he incite the crowds against Zhang Hong and help his forces overthrow him. The clamoring in Mountain Willow Village woke up many people, and when they heard these yells, the residents came out. When they saw Liu Sabai crying and how devastated she was, they immediately became furious and joined Zhao Fu's forces. More and more people joined Zhao Fu's forces, and they rushed towards the mayor's residence, seeming completely unstoppable. Very soon, the two sides clashed. On one side, Zhang Han controlled most of the military and a small portion of the residents, while Zhao Fu's side had a smaller force of 1,000 soldiers and bandits. However, he had the majority of the residents supporting them. "Who are you?" Zhang Hong asked as he glared at the black-cloaked figure beside Liu Sabai. He knew that in the few days after Liu Sabai had escaped, it was impossible for her to gather so many people to attack Mountain Willow Town. All of this must have been done by the black-cloaked figure beside her, as everyone seemed to follow his orders. However, despite being at Mountain Willow Town for so long, Zhang Hong had never heard of this person before. "Who I am isn't important. I heard that a tyrant appeared in Mountain Willow Town, scum who tries to kill even the elderly and the young. My heart was filled with indignance, so I decided to help Big Miss Liu take back Mountain Willow Town and get rid of you, you villain." Zhao Fu did his best to seem as righteous as possible to gain the support of the residents, and he made Zhang Hong seem as wicked as possible. "Humphrey." Zhang Hong coldly harumphed. He didn't believe Zhao Fu at all. What idiot would waste so much time and effort without asking for any rewards? Zhang Hong realized that Zhao Fu's goal was most likely Mountain Willow Village as well. "Ah, Gsheng. Hurry and come over here. Stop helping Zhang Hong commit evil crimes. You won't have a good end following him." Just as Zhang Hong was about to say something, an elderly voice sounded out. Indeed, Zhao Fu's side was pulling out the emotional cards. When comparing residents and soldiers, soldiers would obviously be more powerful. After all, soldiers had professions, equipment, skills, battle experience, and buffs. As such, soldiers were normally much more powerful than residents. Because of this, Zhao Fu chose to play on a soldier's emotions. The people who Zhang Hong's soldiers were facing were the townspeople, who included their families and friends. It would be impossible for them to attack and kill those people. Many soldiers' hearts started to be shaken, and they seemed to want to join Zhao Fu's side. "That's right. Old Li's son, don't continue committing evils over there. Big brother, came to this side, don't continue following those sorts of people. Darling, come to this side." Zhao Fu's side used all sorts of tactics. Facing the shouts of so many family members and friends, many of the soldiers looked like they were going to join Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhang Hong became completely infuriated and exploded out with his stage 2 cultivator's aura, causing it to weigh down on everyone as he yelled, "I'll see who dares to go over." This massive aura caused many of the soldiers who had wanted to join Zhao Fu's side to freeze. Zhang Hong was indeed the strongest person in Mountain Willow Town to be able to suppress the scene with just his aura alone. Under Zhang Hong's immense aura, many people started to feel nervous, and they revealed expressions of terror. They felt that Zhang Hong was undefeatable, and Zhao Fu's side's morale started to plummet. At this moment, an aura that was no less weaker than Zhang Hong's, and even somewhat stronger, burst forth, colliding with Zhang Hong's aura. "Don't worry everyone, I will kill this Zhang Hong." Everyone's gaze fell on the black-cloaked figure, and a wave of cheers sounded out. It was as if they were looking at a majestic hero. Sun Xiaoai let out a breath of relief. He hadn't expected Zhao Fu to be so strong to the point that he could even contend with their strongest expert. Zhang Hong looked over at Zhao Fu and released an ominous killing intent. His body disappeared like a bolt of lightning and shot towards Zhao Fu. He knew that if he didn't get rid of Zhao Fu, it would be impossible to fully control the situation. Zhao Fu had realized the same thing, and he drew his sword to meet Zhang Hong. Following this, Zhang Hong and Zhao Fu engaged in a massive battle, and their forces also clashed together. Even though many of Zhang Hong's soldiers had joined Zhao Fu's side, there were still many who were loyal to Zhang Hong, resulting in an intense battle. Zhang Hong's sword shot out a dark and cold sword light towards Zhao Fu's throat, which Zhao Fu evaded by ducking to the side. Immediately following this, Zhang Hong swept his sword to the side, forcing Zhao Fu to block with his sword. Zhang Hong then suddenly spun and lashed out with a kick, sending his leg through the air with a whoosh. In response, Zhao Fu clenched his other fist and punched with all of his strength. Bang! The sound of the air exploding rang out as Zhao Fu and Zhang Hong each took 2 steps back. Zhao Fu hadn't expected Zhang Hong to be so powerful, nor had Zhang Hong expected Zhao Fu to be so strong. He was the strongest within the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area, and he hadn't expected someone who could rival him to suddenly appear. Both of their expressions started to become serious, and they soon started to clash again. Zhao Fu's sword fiercely slashed towards Zhang Hong, who dodged to the side and flicked his sword upwards. This sinister strike slashed upwards towards Zhao Fu's chin, and Zhao Fu quickly retreated, barely avoiding it. Suddenly, Zhang Hong stepped forwards, and his sword gave off a large amount of gray light as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's chest. In response, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and unleashed Sky Demon Slash. A sharp black sword chi slashed out and collided with Zhang Hong's sword, resulting in another explosion. Sword light scattered everywhere, releasing terrifying shockwaves and making it so that no one dared to step too close. Malicious ghost soul stealing. After exchanging many blows, Zhang Hong realized that he was at a disadvantage, and he could only explode out with his strongest attack. His body erupted with a sinister gray aura, and he slashed out as an ashen-faced, malicious-looking ghost appeared and shot towards Zhao Fu like a blur. Zhao Fu slowly raised the Sky Demon's sword and gathered its demonic chi, unleashing Sky Demon's feast. The image of a savage demon soon rushed out to meet the malicious ghost. Kai. The image of the demon slashed the malicious ghost into pieces with a single attack, and Zhang Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu caught this opportunity and ran forwards, turning into a blurry shadow as he stabbed his sword through Zhang Hong's chest. He then rotated it, destroying Zhang Hong's internal organs and finally killing him. As soon as Zhang Hong died, his subordinates lost their battle spirit, and the situation turned to Zhao Fu's side's favor, resulting in his victory. 191 Already a king after the battle, everyone rejoiced, and Liu Sabai walked over with a look of gratitude. She paid her respects to Zhao Fu as she said, "Thank you, young sir, for your kindness by helping me take revenge." Zhao Fu was also quite happy about obtaining a town so easily. When he heard Liu Sabai, he lightly laughed and replied, "It's nothing." Liu Sabai was quite surprised to hear Zhao Fu laugh. He had always given her a very dangerous aura, and this laugh made him seem much less scary. Following this, Liu Sabai also lightly laughed and turned around, announcing in a loud voice, "This young sir is not only the person who saved my life but also someone who has helped me take back Mountain Willow Town. He has helped me take revenge, and I am unable to pay back such a great favor. I'm willing to give up the position of mayor to this young sir." This officially transferred the rule of Mountain Willow Town to Zhao Fu. However, while some people were in support of this, others were against it. To them, Zhao Fu was a mere outsider. Even though he had done a favor for them, giving the entire town to him was simply overdoing it. Sun Xiaoai didn't know of the agreement between Liu Sabai and Zhao Fu. As such, he walked up and decided to try to persuade Liu Sabai. Even though Zhao Fu was quite powerful and capable, Sun Xiaoai was only loyal to the Liu family. In his heart, Zhao Fu was more suitable as a vice mayor. No need, Mountain Willow Town will still belong to the Liu family. The role of mayor will be taken up by the Liu family's eldest daughter, Liu Sabai. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's quiet voice sounded out clearly. Those words caused everyone to become incredibly confused, but Zhao Fu didn't explain. He entered the town hall and chose to conquer Mountain Willow Town and make it a subsidiary of the Great Ken Town. Immediately, a black dragon inscription light filled Mountain Willow Town, and Great Ken's information entered everyone's minds, making them feel completely stupefied. Only now did they find out that Zhao Fu's true status was that of a king. After conquering the town, Zhao Fu didn't obtain any achievement points. A system announcement told him that conquering a town a short while after it had just been conquered didn't give achievement points. After all, Zhang Hong had only recently conquered the town. Following this, Zhao Fu walked out and saw everyone staring at him in shock. Zhao Fu realized that they now knew his status, so he took off his black cloak and allowed them to see his true features. When they saw his well-proportioned body, black clothes, black hair that reached his waist, and his delicate and handsome face that was filled with majesty and dignity, they couldn't help but kneel and shout, "Your Majesty! You can all rise." Zhao Fu said and faintly smiled as he looked at the mass of people kneeling. Everyone got up, and the shocked expressions on Liu Sabai and Sun Xiaoai's faces didn't disappear. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on them as he said, "Liu Sabai, you're now the mayor, and Sun Xiaoai is now the commander of Mountain Willow Town. Don't let me down." When they heard the system announcement in their minds and what Zhao Fu said, the two of them came to their senses and paid their respects to Zhao Fu again. They now understood why Zhao Fu didn't want the position of mayor. He was already a king. No wonder he didn't want that position. Following this, Liu Sabai and Sun Xiaoai started to go through the numbers for the battle. Zhao Fu looked at Zhang Hong's corpse and found that it was SS grade, so he put the corpse into his king's ring. Zhang Hong also had a spatial ring, and Zhao Fu looked into it with great interest. However, he found that there were only some money and items, disappointing him. "Your Majesty, there's no need for you to tire yourself out, this lowly one will come and serve you." The bandit he had caught at the start, Denk, immediately ran over and started to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at him but didn't refuse. Majesty. Little Sha appeared beside Zhao Fu with blood all over him. He had only just learned how to speak, so he wasn't good at it yet. However, he could understand most words. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked down at Little Sha. His face was covered with blood, and adding on his ferocious appearance, he looked quite terrifying. Of course, this blood didn't belong to him. He had killed many people during that battle, and the blood belonged to all of the people he had killed. At the same time, the killing aura coming from his body had become stronger. The kill equipment set contained the power of killing and became stronger by killing. Zhao Fu patted his little head and smiled as he said, "Go and take a good bath, someone will bring you lots of yummy food and new clothes for you." Little Sha looked up at Zhao Fu, who was patting his head, and a trace of an unfamiliar emotion appeared in his heart, causing his ferocious gaze to somewhat soften. He stiffly squeezed out a smile. He was quite happy but didn't know how to smile. Zhao Fu turned to look at Denk and gave him a meaningful look. He wanted Denk to look after Little Sha. Denk could only squeeze out a smile that was as stiff as Little Sha's. Denk was incredibly terrified of Little Sha, and even though he was desperately unwilling, he still had to do it. As such, he nodded and took Little Sha away. Over at the other side, Sun Xiaoai had finished compiling the numbers from the battle. Before, Mountain Willow Town had 23,000 or so people, and there were now roughly 20,000 left. Out of the 4,000 soldiers, roughly 2,500 were left. Most of the deaths were from Zhang Hong's side, while Zhao Fu's side only had a few hundred casualties. They didn't bother counting the equipment and items because they all belonged to Mountain Willow Village anyway. This event inflicted some serious losses on Mountain Willow Town, and it would only recover after a period of time. Now that Soul Wolf village had been conquered and relocated by Xiaofu, the bandits also joined Mountain Willow Town and became a part of the town. Now, Xiaofu decided to return to Great Qin. He had left for more than half a month, and he missed the Great Qin town quite a lot. After a few hours, Xiaofu found Little Sha again. He was now wearing his own little clothes, and his face had been washed clean. The difference between him right now and the previous day was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Your Majesty, please come back and visit Mountain Willow Town often, Liu Sabai said as she smiled at Xiaofu. Even though she hadn't known Xiaofu for long, she was quite reluctant to see Xiaofu leave. Xiaofu nodded and used the teleportation channel, causing him and Little Sha to instantly disappear and reappear within a main city. He then teleported again, returning to the village he had established to reach here. Those who were in charge of looking after that village were delirious with joy when they saw Xiaofu, and they said that they were going to report to the upper officials. However, Xiaofu stopped them, as he was planning on returning to the Great Qin town immediately. 192 Return of the King. Xiaofu took a little shot and used the teleportation channel. Their bodies once again blurred, and after doing this a few times, and they finally appeared at the Great Qin town's teleportation channel. The soldiers standing guard were surprised to see that Xiaofu had returned and paid their respects as they cried out, "Your Majesty." Xiaofu nodded as he walked out of the teleportation channel. News of Xiaofu's return spread like the ripples from a boulder hitting the water of a still lake. Very soon, all of Great Qin became incredibly lively, and many of the upper-level figures hurried over. After walking out of the teleportation channel, Xiaofu felt that there was something strange about the atmosphere of the Great Qin town. It seemed to be quite oppressive and tense, causing Xiaofu to frown. Xiaofu lowered his head and patted his clothes, waking the 3 sleeping flower spirits. After waking up, the 3 flower spirits made their way out of Xiaofu's clothes and curiously looked around. They found that it was just as Xiaofu had described, with flowers all over the place. This place also had a strange attraction to them, so they quite liked Great Qin. They started to fly about and look around. Seeing this, Xiaofu smiled. "Your Majesty." At that moment, Beiqi and a group of people came to the teleportation channel. When they saw that Xiaofu had arrived, they all cried out with joy. Xiaofu looked at the group of people walking towards him, a few unfamiliar faces within the group. Following this, they went to the town hall, where Xiaofu sat in the main seat and listened to Beiqi and Li Xi's reports. After all, much had happened while he hadn't been in the Great Qin town. After listening to all of the reports, Xiaofu didn't say anything and just sat there, sinking into his own thoughts. The people below waited nervously, and the hall was incredibly quiet as no one dared to make a sound. Imperial rule? A militaristic state? From the current situation, this indeed quite suited Great Qin, and it could allow Great Qin to rapidly develop. While Xiaofu hadn't been present, Great Qin's growth had simply been shocking. The area of Great Qin's territory had greatly expanded, and the surrounding 400-kilometer radius area was now within Great Qin's control. Moreover, Great Qin's population had reached 100,000 with 20,000 soldiers, and its strength had greatly increased. This made it so that Xiaofu couldn't oppose the imperial rule of Great Qin. Moreover, this was bound to happen sooner or later, as Xiaofu's empire was Great Qin, not just any normal empire. However, Xiaofu was troubled as to whether he should indeed turn Great Qin into a fully militaristic state. The benefits were that it resulted in great growth and suited Great Qin's current state, and this was the most rational decision. However, Xiaofu's dream wasn't to turn Great Qin into a powerful, cold-killing machine. The oppressive and tense atmosphere in the Great Qin town had made him quite uncomfortable. Xiaofu wanted to turn Great Qin into a place filled with all sorts of emotions, a place that was filled with laughter. He wanted it to become a place where people could feel bliss and security. This was the ideal state for a nation, as opposed to being a cold-killing machine. Right now, Xiaofu's ideal vision for Great Qin stood in opposition to the rational choice. The rational choice was often the most realistic choice, and it allowed one to do what was possible in one's circumstances. The ideal state was more like a dream, and even though it was quite beautiful, it wouldn't always be achievable. Both choices had their advantages and disadvantages. After thinking for a long time, Xiaofu could only decide to take a step back and try to reconcile the two as best as he could. He decided to support the expansion of Great Qin through warfare, but he decided to reduce the amount of fighting and killing. Even though this would reduce the speed at which Great Qin developed, Xiaofu thought that it was worth it. After all, these people were all his subjects, and they were giving their all to Great Qin. Xiaofu decided to give them all some time to relax their tense nerves and allow them to experience some joy. Balancing tension and relaxation was the best way to develop. Xiaofu came back to his senses and looked at Beiqi seriously. Beiqi suddenly felt a sense of suppression, and a wave of nervousness washed over him. Droplets of sweat gathered at his forehead as he cupped his fists, humbly apologizing, "Your Majesty, I overstepped my bounds this time. Please punish me." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The time for judgment had come. Even though Beichi had done everything for the sake of Great Kin, he had indeed gone too far in a sense. He had acted far beyond his authority without asking for Zhao Fu's permission, and he had even gone all out in warfare and established a new regime. If this was in the ancient times, Beichi would have been immediately sentenced to death. Everyone present didn't want to see such a thing happen, so they all stepped forward and pleaded for leniency on Beichi's behalf. Seeing this, Zhao Fu laughed and said, "When did I ever say that I was going to punish Commander Bei? Even though Commander Bei acted beyond his bounds, it was because I was stuck in East Green, and his methods were quite effective. Great Kin has indeed developed greatly." Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu continued, "However, I feel that some things need to be changed. Great Kin needs to continue to develop, but the commoners are also important." Zhao Fu told his subordinates everything that he had just been thinking about, delighting them. Following this, they started to discuss how to implement this. Following this, orders were continuously sent out, causing the dark haze hanging above Great Kin to quickly disappear. Everyone felt as if he or she had finally seen the blue sky after a long time, and many people were finally able to relax and smile. They deeply felt that it was much better now that His Majesty had returned. After concluding the discussions, Zhao Fu looked at the unfamiliar faces. Some of them had been promoted because of their outstanding performance on the battlefield, and they had become generals. One of them was a young man in gray. Even though his looks were quite ordinary, his aura was quite calm and steady. He gave off an impressive atmosphere but seemed quite reserved. He seemed like the type who acted behind the scenes. When he saw him, Zhao Fu remembered the historical figure who had awakened when Great Kin had leveled up into an intermediate town. Back then, Zhao Fu didn't know who it was, but he realized it was this person in front of him. Name, Wei Liao. Grade, SSS. Title, Non-Profession, Commander. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, Race, Human. Age, 26, 100, Loyalty, 100. Stats, Strength, 10, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Cultivation, Stage 0. Cultivation Technique, Great Kin Mantra. Skills, None. Equipment, Grey Robe. Wei Liao. When he saw his name, Zhao Fu thought back to the information he knew about this person. Wei Liao was someone who had made heroic contributions to Great Kin's unification of China. His abilities were extraordinary, and the first emperor of Qin had valued him greatly. He was even permitted to live close to the emperor and eat with the emperor. Compared to Wang Jian and Meng Tian, Wei Liao's contributions weren't in leading troops into battle but in controlling the situation in each battle. He was one who specialized in control and strategy, so he wasn't as famous as Wang Jian and Meng Tian. However, that didn't mean that his capabilities were lacking. Even though Great Kin's generals were as common as clouds and Great Kin had many excellent commanders, Great Kin was able to unify the 6 states mostly because of his leadership in military talks and his control over the state of the war. At the same talk, Wei Liao was one of the representatives of the school of the military. 193 Natural disasters. Zhao Fu was overjoyed that Great Kin had obtained yet another famous commander. After discussing some more matters, they concluded their talks. Zhao Fu went to Great Kin's city heart and took a look at Great Kin's stats now that it had become an intermediate town. Village name, Great Kin Town, Epic rank, level, intermediate, 4,890 out of 450,000, village area, 100 square kilometers. Village territory, 2,180 square kilometers. Residents, 62,950 out of 120,000. Military, 9,640 out of 34,000. Popular support, 85. Village special stats, territory crop output plus 80%, territory crop growing time minus 80%, population limit plus 60%, residence stats can randomly plus 5, soldiers stats plus 6%, population attraction plus 70%, chances of attracting higher grade population plus 70%. Subsidiary village limit, 142. Subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jin Village, Drun Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. The Great Kin town stats had increased by the normal amounts, and he could now have an additional 5 generals. The overall resistance to natural disasters was 70%, and 60% of that was because of the Heaven Prayer platform stats after it had leveled up. The Earth Temple had also developed well, and many residents had made sacrifices of incense, helping it level up into a level 1 Earth Temple. Level 1 Earth Temple contains a trace of divine power and can protect a piece of land. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the Earth Temple will become. Current stats, crop production time minus 20%, crop output plus 20%, Resistance to natural disasters plus 10% system announcement. Your town's overall crop production time has reached the limit of minus 100%. Normal crops growing time will be their base growth values. Stage 1 and above spirit plants will have diminished buffs depending on their stage. This was because the Great Ken Town's base stats and the Earth Temple's stats combined to 100% reduction to crop production time. Theoretically, this meant that when Zhaofu's people planted crops, they would mature nearly instantaneously. However, this wasn't necessarily the case. Every crop had its own base growth value, which special stats couldn't affect. For example, the food crops that Zhaofu's people grew had a base growth value of 12 days, so the minimum time it took them to mature was 12 days. In the future, even if the Great Ken Town leveled up and its stats increased, it wouldn't be able to reduce the growing time for those food crops. 12 days would still be the absolute minimum. However, this didn't mean that the stats were completely useless. Even though they couldn't reduce the growing time for food crops, they were still useful for reducing the growing times for spirit plants above stage 1. After all, spirit plants had different growth rates. Now that the 3 flower spirits had joined the Great Ken Town, with their special skills that reduced growing times by a further 50%, Great Ken's spirit plants would grow much faster. Soon, the 100 origin grass matured, and they started to mass-produce pills out of it. After taking care of many matters, Zhaofu started to walk around the Great Ken Town, looking at the changes in the Great Ken Town that had happened while he was gone. Some things greatly shocked Zhaofu. Finally, he went to the den and found Little Black, Little Gray, and Little White. They had been playing about, but when they saw Zhaofu, who they had not seen in a long time, they rushed up and affectionately rubbed against him. Zhaofu smiled as he patted their heads and played with them for a while. After checking up on them, Zhaofu called Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao, Great Ken's 3 most important commanders, and headed towards North Nam. North Nam was the name of the region, and after so long, Great Ken had finally opened up a path to Vietnam. North Nam was the boundary between China's domain and Vietnam's domain. There were both Chinese people and Vietnamese people in that region, and because of the location, the indigenous residents there knew both Chinese and Vietnamese and practiced the cultures of both countries. It was just like a border from the real world. Zhaofu had called the 3 of them together to plan out how they were going to take over the entirety of Vietnam. From the very beginning, Zhaofu had planned to leave the chaotic region of China, and he was going to use Vietnam as a stepping stone to take over all of China. Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao were all famous historical military leaders, so they were most likely more far-sighted than he was. Zhaofu brought them along because he wanted them to personally take a look and see if they had any suggestions. The 4 of them all put on black cloaks and repeatedly used teleportation channels until they reached North Nam. North Nam had 4 main cities, Cowtooth City, Paleorium City, Freelight City, and Saber City, and they first went to the Freelight City. The first of those 2 main cities were controlled by Vietnamese-speaking indigenous residents, while the latter 2 were controlled by Chinese-speaking indigenous residents. This region wasn't very peaceful. Differences in language, culture, and traditions often resulted in conflict, making this border region quite chaotic. Moreover, most of the nations around China were quite antagonistic towards China. After all, many of them had been subjugated by China in the past, and none of them were willing to accept this. As such, they often mocked and provoked China. However, ever since Zhaofu had gathered China's fate and released that domineering dragon's roar, the massive shock caused the surrounding nations to temporarily settle down. But, there were still countless small clashes. Zhaofu and his party first observed the situation in Chinese-controlled Freelight City before going to the Vietnamese-controlled cities. They found that the cities were like 2 nations at war with each other. What surprised Zhaofu was that while North Nam's 4 governmental factions didn't directly participate, they also set up camps for battle. Vietnamese players who killed Chinese players, or vice versa, would receive 1 camp point, which operated like the merit points of other cities. They could be used to exchange for equipment and items, but they would only be gained for killing players and not indigenous residents. 1 camp point was worth 10 silver coins, which was 1,000 copper coins. That was $10,000 in the real world, which was quite a hefty sum of money. This made all of the players in North Nam quite bloodthirsty. At the same time, the main cities didn't restrict the usage of teleportation channels. Vietnamese people and Chinese people could go wherever they wanted, but the governmental factions didn't care at all about the fights between them. Back then, when Zhaofu and his party had visited the Vietnamese-controlled cities, 10 or so people set their eyes on them with ill intentions and openly attacked them. They were easily killed by Beiqi, and their corpses lay there peacefully. Everyone who passed by didn't even bother to look at those corpses as if this was completely normal. No one bothered to do anything about those 10 or so corpses, shocking Zhaofu. 194 Deathly or Zhaofu had long since read on the forum that border regions were extremely chaotic and cruel, and only after seeing it for himself did he realize the extent of these rumors. When he saw that the two sides were like fire and water and always at war with each other, an idea surfaced in Zhaofu's mind. After all, where there was war, there was always a great opportunity for profits. Zhaofu took out his map and found that out of the 10 border regions between Vietnam and China, 7 regions, including North Nam, formed a line. North Nam and the 6 other regions in the line had the greatest contact with China, so Zhaofu decided to develop his businesses in those regions. Zhaofu not only wanted to make massive profits here, but he also used a large amount of money to hire servants. Now, as they unlocked more and more regions, they earned incredible sums of money. Sometimes, they even worried about not being able to spend all of their money. That concluded the matters for the day. Zhaofu told Beiqi and the others to return to the Great Ken town to summarize their plans and ideas, while he stayed there to purchase properties and open restaurants. However, Zhaofu could only open restaurants on the Chinese side, as the restaurants would most likely be smashed on the Vietnamese side. Because of this, he didn't go there for now. After doing these things, Zhaofu started to consider creating a player faction. He had wanted to create one for some time, and it seemed like the time had come. As a Chinese person, he wouldn't be able to develop on the Vietnamese side, but if he wanted to conquer Vietnam, he would have to send people in to gather intelligence. However, after walking around, apart from finding a few people who wanted to kill him, he couldn't find anyone useful. Zhaofu soon realized the difficulties of establishing a player faction. One had to find people who were loyal and capable, and they also had to be able to keep their identities a secret. Once a person's identity was exposed, no matter how powerful he or she was in the Heaven Awakened world, if he or she wasn't protected in the real world, he or she could be easily killed. Because of this, Zhaofu decided to give up on forming a pure player faction. He instead decided to form the core of his faction from indigenous residents and the periphery from players. That way, establishing his player faction would be much easier. There were many benefits to establishing a player faction. It would allow one to gather intelligence easily, there were many players, and the players wouldn't truly die. Those were the biggest advantages of a player faction. Zhaofu thought about it and set his eyes on a Vietnamese indigenous resident who had decent looks. While she had her guard lowered, he swept her into an alleyway in an instant. This indigenous resident had been walking along in a good mood when a dark figure had suddenly grabbed her and forced her into an alley. She was immediately scared witless and thought that Zhaofu wanted to do something to her, so she desperately struggled. She tried to scream for help, but just as she opened her mouth, it was covered, and she was taken over to a secluded corner without being able to resist. Tears fell from her eyes. She knew what was going to happen next. She had never thought that the chastity she had protected for 20 years would be taken in such a way. When she thought about that, even more tears flowed out. At that moment, she heard the man speak in a language that she didn't understand, but she knew that it was Chinese. She realized that Zhaofu was a Chinese player and saw him hand over a life and death contract. When she saw the contract, her heart became cold. She thought that it wasn't enough for this man to just sully her, he wanted to control her life and death as well. If that was the case, she would be better off dead. I won't agree. Kill me if you dare. The young woman said in Vietnamese as she looked at Zhaofu resolutely. She decided that she wanted to keep her chastity and stop this pervert from getting his way. However, just as she finished speaking, a hand gripped her neck and raised her up. Immediately, a suffocating feeling came over her, and she desperately struggled. Feeling a cold gaze on her, she started to feel terrified, and her entire body trembled. A deathly aura slowly crept into her mind, and she could feel that she could no longer breathe. Her consciousness became hazy, and she wondered if she really was going to die. In the last moment, her fear overwhelmed her, and she chose to give in. The person immediately released her and put her back on the ground, where she desperately gulped in air. Only after a while did she recover. At that moment, the man handed the contract over, and she could only weep with grief as she accepted. The contract turned into motes of light and entered her body. Suddenly, the man's voice sounded out, "What's your name?" Even though she couldn't understand the words, she could now understand the man's intent. She lowered her head as she sobbed and said, "I'm like Inkian." Zhaofu saw how pitiful and wrong she looked, and he felt that he had gone too far. He felt quite sorry and comforted her by saying, "Don't worry, now that you've submitted to me, I'll definitely treat you well in the future." When she heard Zhaofu, she was able to slightly relax because, under the contract, she now belonged to him. "Alright, I'll take you back now," Zhaofu said as he stretched out his hand. Like Inkian still thought that Zhaofu wanted her body. She looked around and found that this place wasn't very suitable for that sort of thing, so she nodded and held Zhaofu's hand as she got up. Following this, she went with him and used many teleportation channels before arriving at a very beautiful place. There were flowers everywhere, and a faint flowery fragrance filled the air. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." The people around Xiaofu respectfully said to him when he arrived. Lai Qingqian couldn't understand Chinese, but she could feel that this man had an important and esteemed position. Xiaofu slowly took off his cloak, allowing her to see his appearance. His delicate and handsome face gave off an aura of majesty and authority, and it made Lai Qingqian feel that she couldn't look at him directly. She lowered her head, not daring to look up, and wondered why he would do such a thing to her if he had such an esteemed status. She followed behind him until they came to an empty plot of land. "Right here?" Lai Qingqian looked around. Even though there was no one else around, it was still out in the open. Her face became red, and she said with an embarrassed expression, "Sir, can't we find a small forest to do it in?" Xiaofu looked at her with a confused look and replied, "It won't be convenient to do it in a forest. I think this place is quite good." Lai Qingqian's face became completely red and felt that this person was quite perverted. However, since she now belonged to him, she would do whatever he asked her to. Just as she was about to start taking off her clothes, Xiaofu stretched out his hand. "This is for you." Xiaofu handed over a city creation stone that he had bought earlier. Since he had set his eyes on Vietnam, he would need many Vietnamese people to achieve his goals. If any Chinese people went over, they would likely be ineffective and would be mistreated. As such, Xiaofu gave Lai Qingqian a city creation stone to create a village that would spawn indigenous Vietnamese residents who were loyal to him. 195 Blood God. When she saw the city creation stone in Xiaofu's hands, Lai Qingqian looked quite surprised. She knew the value of city creation stones, each one of them could be sold for an incredibly high price. What's more, the one in Xiaofu's hand was a secret silver rank one. He had said that he would treat her well, but she had never thought that he would give her something so valuable so quickly. Lai Qingqian's hatred towards Xiaofu greatly decreased, and because she hoped that he would continue to treat her well, she started to take off her clothes. "What are you doing? Hurry up and use it," Xiaofu said to Lai Qingqian with a confused expression on his face. Hearing this, Lai Qingqian also looked quite confused, not understanding Xiaofu's intentions. Xiaofu was quite frustrated and said, "Use the city creation stone now." Lai Qingqian finally realized why they had come here, and she squatted down and pressed the city creation stone against the ground. It fused into the ground, and after a blue wave of light rippled out, a few buildings materialized. "This village is yours from now on. If you want to manage it, you can manage it yourself. If not, you can give it to someone else to manage," Xiaofu said before turning and leaving. Lai Qingqian stood there, flabbergasted. She hadn't expected things to just end like that. Xiaofu hadn't tried to do anything to her, and after almost taking off her clothes a few times, she felt as if she had misunderstood something. Xiaofu returned to the Great Ken town and called Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao over because he wanted to listen to their plans for Vietnam. As for Lai Qingqian's village, he would be able to start putting it to use once it had spawned some villagers. Half a day passed, and Xiaofu and the three others finally finished their discussion. They had finished making plans for the early stages, and Xiaofu's assets would slowly move into North Nam in preparation for his servant plan. Suddenly, Xiaofu remembered something he had forgotten. He had two corpses that he hadn't refined yet. One was Gu Feng's SS grade corpse, and the other was Zhang Hong's SS grade corpse. If he refined them, he would obtain an SSS grade orb and an SS grade orb. Most of Xiaofu's current generals were S grade. He wasn't sure who to promote, so he had some difficulty deciding on who to give these two grade orbs to. However, after thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to give the SSS grade orb to Zhao Jian. His performance while Xiaofu hadn't been around had been excellent, just his team alone had brought back 20,000 people. Bai Qi had said many favorable things about him when reporting to Xiaofu. Xiaofu didn't have anyone in mind for the SS grade orb, so he decided to put it in the military rewards to encourage his soldiers. Xiaofu took these two corpses to the region of bones. There wasn't much change here, and it still looked the same. There was still an eerie atmosphere about the place, and Xiaofu placed Gu Feng's corpse within the formation. 30 or so energy crystals immediately disintegrated as a formless energy covered Gu Feng's body, and his fleshly essence slowly dissolved, revealing his bones. Finally, Gu Feng's fleshly essence was completely refined, and the formless energy disappeared. Gu Feng's corpse turned into a pile of useless bones and fell to the ground. What surprised Xiaofu was that apart from a grade orb, there was also a blood red pill that gave off a bloody light. "What is this?" Xiaofu walked over and picked up the blood pill. This blood pill was about as big as a longan fruit, and it gave off a faint bloody light. It seemed like it was completely formed of blood and even gave off a striking gory smell. Blood God Palette, Street Age, Stage 3, Description: a medicinal pill refined from a Stage 3 corpse that contains massive cultivation power. After using it, it can greatly increase one's cultivation, but it is limited to those at Stage 2. This pill can only be used once. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would obtain this blood god pill from refining a corpse. What was significant about it was that it could greatly increase one's cultivation. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. He then suddenly thought of something, and he quickly placed Zhang Hong's corpse onto the formation. Following this, the formation activated. 20 or so of the energy crystals disintegrated, and a formless energy covered the corpse. Zhang Hong's corpse was refined, and apart from the A-grade orb, there was another blood god pill. Blood god pill, street age, stage 2, description, a medicinal pill refined from a stage 2 corpse that contains massive cultivation power. After using it, it can greatly increase one's cultivation, but it is limited to those at stage 1. This pill can only be used once. This blood god pill was stage 2, as it had been refined from a stage 2 corpse. Its description was more or less the same as the stage 3 blood god pill, though its restrictions were different. The stage 3 blood god pill could only be used by someone at stage 2, while the stage 2 blood god pill could only be used by someone at stage 1. A person could only use a medicinal pill of each stage once. Zhao Fu found that he had guessed correctly. Refining corpses with a high cultivation level would yield blood god pills. In that case, what about stage 1 corpses? Zhao Fu excitedly traveled to Battle City and collected a few stage 1 corpses to test his theory. Because of how many battles happened at Battle City, it was easy to find and take corpses. Zhao Fu threw the corpses onto the formation and obtained stage 1 blood god pills. These blood god pills could only be used by someone at stage 0, and it could also only be used once. Now that he had confirmed it, Zhao Fu was so excited that he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had greatly underestimated the heaven and earth refining formation, no less than expected from the heaven-defying magic formation. Now that he had these blood god pills, Zhao Fu didn't have to worry about not having high-stage soldiers. He could easily create an army filled with high-stage soldiers and sweep across the world. Who would be able to stop him? Ha ha ha. Zhao Fu simply couldn't express the joy he felt, so he could only laugh loudly. At the same time, he felt silly for discovering such a heaven-defying effect so late. However, he had to first test the effectiveness of these blood god pills. Zhao Fu excitedly returned to the surface and called over a few soldiers of different cultivations. These soldiers were at stage 0, tier 0 level 5, and tier 0 level 8. Zhao Fu gave each of them a stage 1 blood god pill and told them to consume it. After consuming the pills, they sat down and started to cultivate as blood-colored doors started to rise from their bodies. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu waited beside them. Soon, he felt their auras becoming stronger and stronger. The first soldier opened his eyes. He was the stage 0 soldier, and his cultivation immediately leaped to tier 0 level 4. The second was the tier 0 level 5 soldier, and his cultivation immediately progressed to tier 0 level 8. Finally, the tier 0 level 8 soldier opened his eyes. His cultivation had risen to stage 1. This was enough to demonstrate the blood god pill's incredible effects, and Zhao Fu was relieved. It was a pity that one could only use the blood god pill for one's current stage only once. Otherwise, he would be able to produce stage 1 soldiers with just a few blood god pills. Nevertheless, the blood god pills would be able to greatly shorten the amount of time it took to increase his soldiers' cultivations. 196 King's Guard profession right now. Great Ken had less than 10 stage 1 soldiers, and most of them were around tier 0 level 7 to tier 0 level 8. With the blood god pills, Zhao Fu would be able to develop a whole team of stage 1 soldiers incredibly quickly. Right now, the most important thing to do was to obtain a large amount of stage 1 corpses because the blood god pills were refined from corpses. At the same time, refining corpses consumed energy stones, and a large figure at that. Refining a stage 1 corpse required 10 energy stones, which was 100 gold coins. Refining 10 stage 1 corpses would cost Zhao Fu 1,000 gold coins. Zhao Fu now faced a big problem. Only main cities had that many stage 1 corpses, and it wouldn't be so easy to obtain a large number of them. He could kill many city guards, but he would no longer be able to stay at such a place. In fact, another devastating battle might erupt. Moreover, Zhao Fu didn't dare to use his nation armaments for the time being. After the previous battle, Great Gen's fate still hadn't fully recovered. It was only at cities like Battle City that he would be able to easily obtain stage 1 corpses, but even still, he wouldn't be able to obtain the numbers that he wanted. Furthermore, regarding energy stones, at 100 gold per corpse, refining 100 corpses would cost him 10,000 gold coins. Even though Zhao Fu was now quite rich, spending such a large amount of money still made Zhao Fu's heart ache. Right now, he could only wait for a good opportunity. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Battle City and went to see Jnaya, who was becoming more and more famous. By now, Jnaya's cultivation had reached tier 0 level 8, and this was because he had been suppressing his cultivation. This was because he was already able to fight with those at stage 1, and if he broke through to stage 1, he would only be a match for those at stage 2. Even within Battle City, there weren't many of them. As such, Jnaya suppressed his cultivation and kept it from rising too quickly so that he could continue to hone his skills here. However, his time here would come to an end. Once Jnaya broke through to stage 1, he would be done here. Afterward, he would become Zhao Fu's personal bodyguard. By now, Jnaya had already become one of the most famous people in Battle City. Zhao Fu went to find the big man, Zheng Li, and gave him a large sum of money in exchange for keeping any stage 1 corpses for him. Corpses were quite useless, and they would normally be dragged away to be casually buried. Zheng Li had never expected to receive so much money for such a thing, and even though he didn't know what Zhao Fu was going to do with the corpses, he knew not to ask. Instead, he cheerfully agreed to keep all the stage 1 corpses from the arena for him. There would usually be around 20 stage 1 corpses per day in Battle City, and Zhao Fu would have to make do with this figure for now. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Ken town. Zhao Fu suddenly felt that his cultivation was quite close to breaking through to stage 1, so he looked at the last stage 1 blood god pill. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed before consuming a blood god pill. He felt a massive wave of energy emanate from his danshan, and that massive cultivation power caused Zhao Fu's cultivation to quickly rise. Bloody traces rose up from his body as his aura became more and more powerful. At that moment, he felt a formless barrier around him, and he gathered his strength. He then released it and broke through that barrier. Following this, his body trembled, and Zhao Fu realized he had broken through to stage 1. At the same time, a few system announcements sounded out within his mind. He ignored them for now and studied his new cultivation. This took quite some time, and it was only at midnight that Zhao Fu opened his eyes and breathed out a breath of impure air. Zhao Fu could feel great changes in his body after breaking through to stage 1. He felt much stronger than before, and this wasn't just because of the stats but because of the power within himself growing stronger. Zhao Fu stood up and familiarized himself with his new strength before looking at his stats. They had all risen due to his new cultivation, and his lifespan had also increased by 10 years. Finally, Zhao Fu checked the system announcements that he had ignored earlier. System announcement. Congratulations, you have broken through to stage 1. System announcement. Because your cultivation has reached stage 1, your king profession has unlocked the King's Guard profession. Zhao Fu ignored that first announcement, but he was surprised and curious when he saw the second one. What was the King's Guard profession? Following this, Zhao Fu started to read through the information given to him by the system. The King's Guard profession came from the king profession. It also wasn't a type of military profession. Instead, it was a master-servant relationship. The more powerful the master was, the more powerful the servant would become as well. This was because the King's Guards also possessed king's power. However, it wasn't from themselves but from the person with the king profession. The King's Guard profession was similar to the role of imperial bodyguards in ancient times. Right now, Zhao Fu could have 3 King's Guards, and he quickly decided who they would be. However, because it was midnight, he decided to do it tomorrow. From the information he received, he found out that he also had to condense a king seal. Every king had his own unique king seal that represented him. They were usually characters or a simple image. If a king also had a family, the family would be referred to as a royal clan. A king seal was the insignia for every royal clan, which meant that if Zhao Fu had descendants, they would belong to his royal clan, and his king seal would be passed on, representing his royal clan. This was quite important. Following this, Zhao Fu started to think about what he would use for his king seal. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu finally decided what it would look like. First, it needed to have a dragon in it. While dragons didn't represent absolute strength to Chinese people, they represented the sovereignty of an emperor. However, if his king's seal was just a dragon, it would be too simple. Furthermore, Zhao Fu wanted to keep his king's seal consistent with those used in ancient China, and he wanted it to be something that represented great kin. Zhao Fu decided to have 9 dragon inscriptions with the head of each connected to the tail of the next, forming a circle. There was a character at the center, Qin. However, it wasn't written in simplified Chinese but in Qin script. Qin script was the writing used after Great Qin united China. It looked more elegant than the other character systems and was filled with a fine and mysterious feeling. Finally, Zhao Fu chose the color of the king's seal to be black. After deciding what his king's seal would look like, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. He calmed his heart and used his king's power to draw a symbol within his mind. This king's seal was incredibly important, so Zhao Fu had to be incredibly careful. He drew the king's seal stroke by stroke using his king's power, and each stroke made him feel an immense pain as if his soul was being stabbed. Once the king's seal was formed, it would form Zhao Fu's origin seal, and it would be imprinted onto his soul. It would never be changed, and it would be passed down through his bloodline. 197 warding items. Early the next day, just as the sun rose, a few birds flew through the air and chirped. Another day had come. Within his room, Xiaofu was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, and his face was incredibly pale. His body was covered with cold sweat, and soon, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He had finally finished forming his king seal, and he was both mentally and physically drained. However, to be able to successfully form his king seal, it was worth it. After resting for a while and regaining his strength, Xiaofu asked Chnia, Chuoba King, and Little Sha to come see him. Very soon, those three people arrived at his room. They went to his side and were quite curious as to why Xiaofu had called them here. Xiaofu explained to them the king's guard profession, and after listening, their expressions were all quite different. Chnia's expression was quite serious and dignified. It was as if what Xiaofu had explained was what he had been preparing himself for all this time. Little Sha was only 8 years old, and he looked at Xiaofu in a confused manner. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he was happy with being able to stay by Xiaofu's side. The fear he felt towards Xiaofu had quickly become affection after spending time with him. Chuoba King's face became slightly red, and she looked embarrassed. She was only 17 years old, and becoming a king's guard meant that she would spend her life by Xiaofu's side. She was very willing to do this, as she greatly wanted to repay Xiaofu, but she couldn't understand why she felt so embarrassed about it. Do you all understand what I'm asking? If you're not willing, I won't force you, Xiaofu said to the three people in front of him. The three people nodded, and Little Sha and Chuoba King followed Chnia's lead, kneeling down and saying, I am willing to serve my king. Following this, they closed their eyes and slightly raised their heads towards Xiaofu. When they all accepted, Xiaofu took out a dagger and slashed open his palm, causing his blood to slowly flow from the cut. Xiaofu raised his palm and pointed it towards them, calling out softly, King's guards. The blood flowing from Xiaofu's palm turned into 3 orbs of blood about as big as a fingernail that shot into the three people's foreheads. After entering, a black symbol appeared on their foreheads. It was a circle formed of 9 dragons with the character Ken within it. It gave off a mysterious and domineering feeling and was filled with majesty. After this symbol appeared, it gave off a black light, and there trembled. Following this, the black light brought with it King's power as it entered their bodies. Their bodies started to go through unknown changes, and after a while, the black light gradually grew faint. The black symbol on their forehead slowly disappeared, and they once again opened their eyes, a black light flashing within them. At this moment, their bodies were all giving off extremely noble and mighty auras. This aura came from Xiaofu, and a link formed between them and Xiaofu. They were now King's guards and could use King's power. This King's power was weaker than the one Xiaofu possessed, but it was still incredibly powerful. After making the 3 of them King's guards, Xiaofu felt a wave of weariness. The fatigue from forming the King's seal the previous night hit him all at once, and he could only ask the 3 of them to leave before he started sleeping. By the time he woke up, it was already night time. After resting, his body felt much more relaxed. Now that he was at stage 1, he could use a stage 2 blood god pill, so Xiaofu consumed one. The next day, Xiaofu opened his eyes. By now, his cultivation had reached Tier 1 level 4. This speed was simply unimaginable, and he looked quite delighted as he left his room. He planned to go to Holy Light City and talk to Ru. He wanted to ask how he could get rid of the azure energy within his body and what the Phoenix Dragon Constitution that Wu King Nian had mentioned was. He felt that Ru knew much more about these matters than he did, so he planned to consult with her. However, after using the teleportation channel to go to Holy Light City, Xiaofu found that there seemed to be another festival. There were many people wearing monster masks, and there were also many people selling talismans, peachwood swords, bells, and black dog blood, all sorts of evil warding items. Xiaofu asked someone about this, and he found out that this festival was called the Ghost Festival. This festival was also called the Hungry Ghost Festival or the Alambana Festival, and it was similar to Halloween. Legends said that the doors of the lower realm would be opened during that time and that countless monsters and ghosts would come out, creating mayhem and havoc. However, they would drop ghost crystals when killed. Ghost crystals were the same type of item as flower tears, and they could be used to exchange for ghost crystal points at main cities. Similarly, they could be used to exchange for countless items. The Ghost Festival lasted for 12 days, and it started at midnight tomorrow. However, the Ghost Festival wasn't something that everyone could participate in like the 10,000 Flower Festival, as the ghosts would attack people. Some of the malicious ghosts were incredibly strong and ferocious. There wasn't much danger involved the 10,000 Flower Festival, as it was just collecting flower tears. However, if one wasn't careful, one could lose his or her life in the Ghost Festival, so some people wouldn't participate this time. However, even if one didn't participate, one would still have to be careful and remain within buildings. If one went out and was spotted by a ghost, one could still be attacked. As such, many people bought evil warding items. Zhao Fu looked at the time and decided that he had enough time to visit Hizayanru before going back to make preparations. He went to the Westfall restaurant, and despite not seeing her for a while, she looked just as beautiful, elegant, and mysterious. Hizayanru prepared some dishes, and they sat down together. Hizayanru got up and poured Zhao Fu a cup of wine as Zhao Fu started to ask her about the azure energy. Hizayanru thought for a moment before replying, that sort of suppression energy is quite difficult to get rid of, and it can only be slowly dispelled. Alternatively, you can get rid of it if you destroy the source. When he heard this, Zhao Fu was quite disappointed, so he asked his next question, what's a phoenix dragon constitution? Upon hearing this term, Hizayanru suddenly gave Zhao Fu a mysterious smile, confusing Zhao Fu. Following this, Hizayanru explained, since ancient times, dragons have represented emperors, and phoenixes have represented imperial concubines. There are those who are destined to become kings and emperors when they are born, sons of heaven, and there are also those who are destined to be imperial concubines, daughters of heaven. The phoenix dragon constitution is a noble constitution that destines the person to become an imperial concubine. However, this sort of constitution is quite special. Within the phoenix aura, there's a trace of dragon aura. If her husband Zora, the son of heaven Zora, can suppress her, she'll become an immense source of support and help. However, if the son of heaven's dragon aura is too weak and cannot suppress her, she'll devour the dragon aura and grow stronger, eventually suppressing the son of heaven or even replacing him. However, only a single family has the phoenix dragon constitution, and that is the Wu family. When he heard Hizayanru's final sentence, Zhao Fu felt a sense of shock within his heart. 198 Ghost Moon. Zhao Fu suspected that Hizayanru knew something. There seemed to be something hidden within that smile of hers. This caused Zhao Fu to slightly frown. In response, Hizayanru faintly smiled and elegantly put some food onto Zhao Fu's plate with her chopsticks. She looked at Zhao Fu as she said softly, Your Majesty, do you not trust me? When he heard this, Zhao Fu stopped frowning. After such a long period of time, Zhao Fu had long since stopped being guarded against Hizayanru, and he had started to view her as one of his own people. Zhao Fu apologetically laughed and raised his wine cup, draining it in one gulp. Hizayanru stood up and once again filled Zhao Fu's cup as she asked, What are your Majesty's thoughts on the Ghost Festival? Zhao Fu thought about it, but he didn't have any concrete plans yet. After all, he didn't know much about the Ghost Festival, so he could only go about it step by step. As such, he told Hizayanru about his very basic plans. Hizayanru's expression didn't change as she took out 12 small statues from her spatial ring. They were about 30 centimeters tall and made of peach wood. They were statues of divine generals, and they looked quite real and imposing. Zhao Fu took them and had a look. Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, a powerful formation strengthened by yin-yang techniques. When set up within a structure, it can reduce ghost strength by a certain amount. After seeing this information, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. He felt that Hizayanru wasn't from the school of gourmet but from the school of yin-yang. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to possess such a powerful yin-yang item. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Hizayanru lightly smiled as she reminded him, Your Majesty, your food's going to get cold. When he heard this, Zhao Fu decided to put these matters aside, and he turned his gaze to the food on the table. Hizayanru's culinary skills were simply exceptional, even the simplest dishes made by her tasted heavenly. After leaving the Westfall restaurant, Zhao Fu first went to the exchange stone deal and took a look to see what was being offered this time. He found that while the focus of the best rewards for the 10,000 Flower Festival was equipment, the best rewards for the Ghost Festival were 40 ghost-related military professions. These military professions were also ranked. 100 Ghost Illusionist, S+ grade military, description, a profession that can create illusions, effects, receive skill, ghost illusion. Profession change limit, 300. Ghost Whisperer, S grade military, description, a profession that uses ghost voices to attack, effect, receives skill, ghost voice. Profession change limit, 300. Ghost Summoner, S grade military, description, a profession that can summon ghosts, effect, receives skill, ghost summon. Profession change limit, 300. Ghost Guild Swordsman, A+ grade military, description, powerful swordsmen who have Ghost Guild's power, effect, receives, Ghost Guild's power. Profession change limit, 300. Berserk Ghost, A+ grade military, description, a ghost-type profession with explosive strength, effect, receives skill, Berserk Ghost. Profession change limit, 300. Evil Ghost Saberman, A+ grade military, description, powerful Sabermen who have Evil Ghost's power, effect, receives, Evil Ghost's power. Profession change limit, 300. Ghost Monster Cavalry, A+ grade military. Description: powerful cavalrymen who have ghost monsters power. Effect: receives ghost monsters power. Profession change limit: 300. Great Ghost Shield Bearer. A+ grade military. Description: a profession with powerful defensive abilities. Effect: receives skill Ghost Shield Bring. Profession change limit: 300. Nether Ghost Archer. A+ grade military. Description: a strange archer profession. Effect: receives skill Nether Ghost. Profession change limit: 300. Tangost Warrior. A+ grade military. Description: a powerful ghost-type warrior profession. Effect: receives skill Tangost. Profession change limit: 300. After looking through these professions, Zhaofu found that the profession change limit was always 300 soldiers. Each of them was a powerful profession, and because most current professions were around E grade, these A grade or above professions were incredibly powerful. Even though Zhaofu had 10 SS+ grade King's Undead Cavalry, there were only 10 of them, while these professions could allow 300 soldiers to change professions. The first 3 professions would definitely be powerful professions even in later stages. Following this, it was time to make preparations. Zhaofu went to the market and bought a large number of talisman papers. Holy light type skills were also hot in demand, and they were quickly bought. Talisman papers were also mass-produced, so it was possible to buy them in bulk at cheap prices. In the end, Zhaofu bought 3 types of talisman papers: Ghost-Slaying Talisman, a talisman that can be stuck on a weapon, giving it ghost-slaying properties and increasing its damage towards ghosts. Evil-Negating Talisman, injuries caused by ghosts leave a ghost-type corrosion. This talisman can heal such injuries. Evil Warding Talisman, carrying this sort of talisman can give one protection, making it so that weaker ghosts will not dare to approach. Ghost-Slaying Talismans were for attacking, Evil-Negating Talismans were for healing, and Evil Warding Talismans were for protection. After buying a large number of the 3 types of talismans, Zhaofu returned to the Great Ken Town. After he set up the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation on the town walls, the 12 statues gave off waves of gray light and connected with each other, creating a formless formation. Once the formation was set up, a gray wave of light rippled out from the center of the Great Ken Town. Following this, Zhaofu received a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations, you have successfully arranged the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation. Ghosts within your territory will be suppressed by the formation, and their strength will be reduced by 20%. After hearing this system announcement, Zhaofu couldn't help but marvel at his Iron-Ru's abilities. This item was incredibly valuable right now. Reducing ghosts' strength by 20% made it much easier for Zhaofu and his soldiers to take down ghosts. Let alone 20%, even 1% would be a great help. After setting up the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, Zhaofu recalled all of the soldiers outside of the Great Ken Town and searched for peach trees in the Great Ken Town's territory. Whenever they found any, they would cut them down and use them to make arrows. They also prepared a lot of rooster blood and black dog blood, things with yang attributes. After making these preparations, everyone nervously waited in anticipation. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was midnight. Suddenly, changes started to happen within the heavens and the earth. Gray fog started to rise from the ground, and an eerie feeling started to fill the land. The silver moon in the sky became gray, and it looked like a sinister ghost moon. At that moment, terrifying howls sounded out from all around them, and strange and sinister figures started to appear. The Ghost Festival had begun. 199 Yin-Chi-filled world. Zhaofu stood on the town walls and looked at a mob of thousands of figures. They wore tattered clothing and had pale skin, messy hair, and terrifying faces. They gave off a gloomy and sinister aura, but because these were all normal ghosts, they weren't very powerful. Fire. When Zhaofu gave the order, the archers released their rooster blood-covered beechwood arrows. They arced through the air and formed a rain of arrows as they descended on the thousands of ghosts. These normal ghosts were quite unintelligent, and because they only possessed their basic instincts, their movements were quite clumsy and awkward. Kai. Arrows pierced through one ghost after another, after which sizzling sounds sounded out. White smoke rose up from the ghosts, causing them to howl in pain. These special arrows would deal very little damage to normal people, but they were very effective against ghosts. Many of the ghosts, who were hit in their vitals, cried out before their bodies disintegrated, turning into ghostly chi. After the ghosts died, they dropped a gray rhombus-shaped crystal. The surviving ghosts furiously rushed towards the Great Ken Town, but after a few waves of arrows, the thousands of ghosts were all killed. Zhaofu went down from the town walls and ordered his people to start collecting the crystals. There were 4,000 ghost crystals in total. These ghosts were all the weakest type, and they weren't very important. The more powerful ghosts could only be found in the wilderness outside of the town. Normally, Ordinary ghosts would roam around aimlessly by themselves instead of gathering like this. The only explanation for a large number of ghosts to gather like this was that a ghost king had appeared. Zhao Fu organized his 20,000 soldiers into teams of 10 and sent them out to start exploring. Zhao Fu also gathered 20,000 residents and provided them with equipment. He then stationed them inside and outside of the village to kill ordinary ghosts. Sometimes, special ghosts would appear within villages, towns, or cities, catching people off guard and giving them a big fright. However, these ghosts normally weren't very strong, but they still needed people to defend against these ghosts. As for the rest of the residents, they could only stay indoors and stick talismans on the doors and windows to prevent ghosts from entering. The ghost festival could be quite dangerous, and in order to keep the residents safe, Zhao Fu ordered most of them to stay indoors. Within most main cities, every door and window was closed with talisman papers stuck on them. The streets were extremely quiet, and the lighting was quite dim. A cold wind howled, and with the ghostly moon in the sky, it made every city seem like a creepy and terrifying ghost city. Most residents didn't plan on participating in this festival because it was too terrifying and dangerous. As such, they decided to go to bed early and wait for the next day. Ghosts were normally afraid of sunlight, so they would usually hide during the day and come out at night. However, some of the more powerful ghosts were more resistant towards sunlight. Nevertheless, some people mustered their courage and went out onto the streets. Right now, the world seemed to be filled with Yanqi and ghosts, turning into a world of ghosts. It was incredibly gloomy and eerie, making those walking on the streets to feel a chill on their backs. Boss, let's go back. This ghost festival is too scary, and it's different than real life. There really are ghosts here, one lackey-looking person said as he shivered and looked around him. A well-built young man ahead snorted as he replied, "What are you so afraid of? Don't you remember what it said in that ghost movie we watched before? I really want to meet a female ghost and screw her a couple of times." The lackeys thought back to the ghost movie and remembered the female ghost's seductive body, and they no longer felt as afraid. They even laughed as well. However, their expressions suddenly froze because a red figure appeared behind their boss without warning. The well-built youth still hadn't realized it because he was still caught up in his fantasies. He laughed with glee, and when he came to his senses and realized that his lackeys were abnormally quiet, he turned around and looked. Immediately, he gasped. Behind him, there was a female ghost with long hair in red clothes. However, her face was completely distorted, looking incredibly terrifying. The well-built youth was quite shocked and quickly swung his saber. However, the ghost behind him didn't dodge, and she was fine even when the saber cut her. This was because normal weapons couldn't harm ghosts unless they could release energy attacks like saber light or if they were the type of equipment that countered ghosts. Heh. The female ghost coldly and eerily laughed, and everyone who heard it trembled. Seeing this, the well-built young man immediately turned tail and ran, throwing all of his lecherous thoughts aside. However, the female ghost chased after him, and a few heart-wrenching screams sounded out in the night air, causing the creepy atmosphere to become even more terrifying. In actuality, this was a type of vengeful ghost that was created from vengeful thoughts. That was why their faces were so twisted and horrifying. However, saber light, sword light, and weapons with talisman papers could still easily kill them. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu led a team of 50 soldiers, which included Zhuoba King, to search for ghosts. Zhao Fu also brought Little Black and Little Gray. The lighting was quite dim, making it difficult to see. The team held torches as they advanced, and Zhao Fu rode Little Black at the front while Zhuoba King was allowed to ride on Little Gray. At this moment, Little Gray suddenly stopped and pressed against the ground, looking like it was preparing to battle, and it howled. An animal's senses were superior to a human's, and Zhao Fu raised his hand, signaling for his team to stop. Following this, they discovered 30 or so ghosts in front of them. Most of them were ordinary ghosts, but there was one who was different. This ghost looked like an elderly person and had a few strands of white hair on his head. His body was quite thin, and his eyes seemed to pop out, looking quite monstrous. Furthermore, his fingernails were as long as a finger and blood-colored. His body gave off energy ripples, and it seemed at least 10 times stronger than normal ghosts. Despite being some distance away, they could feel an aura of violence coming from him. This wasn't an ordinary ghost, it was a malicious ghost. Malicious ghosts were many times stronger than ordinary ghosts. Zhao Fu raised his hand, and the archers behind him drew their bows. As soon as Zhao Fu lowered his hand, arrows started shooting out. Kai. The arrows were as fast as lightning, piercing through one ghost after another. These arrows were made of beech wood and extremely effective against ghosts. However, they quickly found that these arrows weren't very effective against malicious ghosts. Facing the arrows, the malicious ghost waved its hand, and 5 rays of bloody light, which were extremely sharp, shot out and disintegrated the arrows heading towards it. This malicious ghost seemed quite powerful, so Zhao Fu turned to Chuoba King and said, "You go and deal with it." Zhao Fu brought Chuoba King along because he wanted her to gain some experience. By now, Chuoba King had already put on the assassin profession's equipment, and because it was quite tight, it emphasized her tender curves, making her look quite stunning. 200 Ghost World Stone. When she heard Zhao Fu, Chuoba King drew the blood-red sword on her back. This sword was quite large and exquisite looking, and it was a double-handed sword that had a blade that was 3 finger widths wide. This was the second form of the blood equipment set. Chuoba King was the second person who had grasped the legacy of these equipment sets. However, she was different from Little Shaw. Even though she had received the legacy, she was unable to use it fully because she didn't have much battle experience and wasn't very familiar with killing. Her experiences couldn't compare to Little Shaw's, which was why Zhao Fu had brought her with him this time. Chuoba King brought out her sword and started to walk towards the terrifying malicious ghost. Because she was still a young girl, she couldn't help but feel nervous. The malicious ghost stared at Chuoba King walking towards it and gave off a dense killing intent. It roared before rushing towards her and looked incredibly violent, bloodthirsty, and savage. The malicious ghost was very fast, and it looked as if it disappeared from where it was standing. It appeared before Chuoba King in the next second, its sharp claws grabbing towards Chuoba King's heart. All ghosts liked to eat hearts, as they were a source of nourishment and could cause them to become stronger. Facing the malicious ghost's attack, Chuoba King felt quite shocked, but she reacted quickly. She swung her large blood-red sword, and because of her immense strength, a massive whoosh sounded out. The wind from swinging her sword could be felt from even 10 meters away. Seeing such a mighty and ferocious strike, the malicious ghost was quite surprised. It quickly retreated, avoiding this blow. When she saw the malicious ghost retreat, Chuoba King took a step forward, raising the large blood-red sword with both hands. She leaned forwards as she slashed downwards, releasing a powerful blood-red sword light. The malicious ghost's expression became one of terror and it leaped to the side. Chuoba King's attacks were quite fierce and bold. She was essentially a heavy weapon warrior. However, seeing this, Zhao Fu slightly frowned because her profession was an assassin, not a warrior. Even though she released the berserk power of the legacy, she hadn't used any of the agility and the instant kill characteristics of an assassin. Within the battlefield, Chuoba King continuously attacked the malicious ghost with ferocious attacks, continuously suppressing it. The malicious ghost used its strange and unpredictable movements to continuously dodge, making it so that Chuoba King had no way of dealing with it. Seeing this, Zhao Fu said, "Little King, retreat for now." When she heard this, Chuoba King looked at Zhao Fu and retreated from the battle. Chuoba King knew that her performance hadn't satisfied Zhao Fu, and she felt quite disappointed. Zhao Fu dismounted Little Black and walked towards the battlefield, saying in an instructional tone, "Little King, remember that you're an assassin. Watch closely, this is the path that you walk." Zhao Fu walked towards the malicious ghost and slowly stretched out his hand, which had 3 rings, yelling softly, "Blood Wielder's power." The assassin's Lord ring immediately shined with a blood-red light, which entered Zhao Fu's body. The power from the blood equipment set entered Zhao Fu's body, causing traces of blood-red aura to rise from him, and Zhao Fu made a grabbing motion with his hand. Shing! The large blood-red sword hummed as it flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Because Zhao Fu had the assassin Lord's power, he could use the power of the 12 equipment sets and the equipment. The instant the large blood-red sword entered Zhao Fu's hand, he instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the malicious ghost. He swung the sword with just as much force as Chuoba King had, and the wind howled as it slashed towards the malicious ghost. The malicious ghost seemed extremely shocked and strangely cried. Its claws shined with a blood-red light as it tried to block the strike. Bang! A heavy sound rang out, and the malicious ghost was blasted back by 10 or so meters. It coughed up a mouthful of green blood, but the instant it landed, Zhao Fu flew by and appeared behind it, raising his sword and slashing downwards with a might that was strong enough to split mountains. Kai! A massive blood-red sword light flashed, cleaving the malicious ghost's body in half, causing green blood to spurt everywhere. Following this, the malicious ghost's body collapsed, turning into countless traces of ghostly chi. A blood-red rhombus-shaped crystal, a small, tattered black sack, and a rock fell to the ground. All of this happened in the space of a few seconds. Zhao Fu had easily killed the malicious ghost using the blood wielder's power. Chuoba King walked over in shock and looked at Zhao Fu in worship as she said, "Your Majesty, you're so powerful. I know what I should do." Zhao Fu smiled and returned the large blood-red sword to her, saying, "That's good. I have high hopes for you." Chuoba King's face became red, and she nodded her head in embarrassment. However, Zhao Fu's gaze wasn't on Chuoba King's body but on the 3 items that the malicious ghost had dropped. He picked them up and started to look through them. The first one was the blood-red rhombus-shaped crystal, malicious ghost crystal, a ghost festival item that can be exchanged in main cities for 1,000 ghost crystal points. Ghost crystal points can be used to exchange for items in the exchange stone steals. Just like flower tears, ghost crystals were worth 10 ghost crystal points. However, comparatively speaking, ghost crystals were worth much more than flower tears, so items cost less ghost crystal points. This malicious ghost crystal was quite good. It gave 1000 ghost crystal points, which was the equivalent to 100 normal ghost crystals. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the second item. It was a black, old, rotten-smelling sack. Ghost treasure sack, a mysterious little sack carried by ghosts. After opening it, one can obtain a type of treasure. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this little sack and opened it. A black light shot out, and a black dagger appeared within it. The black dagger floated in front of Zhao Fu while the sack turned into motes of light and disappeared. Zhao Fu looked at the dagger's stats: Ghost Shadow Dagger, Grade, Silver, Stats, Strength +2, Agility +2, Description, a dagger that contains ghostly chi. It is one of the items of the Ghost Treasure Sack. The equipment's stats were ordinary, but it was still an unexpected gain. Zhao Fu casually put it away before looking at the last item, the rock. The rock was gray-colored and shaped like a square. It felt quite rough to the touch, but its material was quite cold, making one's hairs stand on end when holding it. City God Rock, one of the Ghost World stones. Collecting 10 City God Rocks will result in one obtaining a City God Temple that can protect residents and ward off evil. City God Rock? Information about the City God Temple appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. While its uses were similar to the Earth Temple, protecting residents, there were some slight differences. The City God Temple protected people and prevented disasters, while the Earth Temple was for favorable conditions. Moreover, the City God was an official of the underworld, and he was also responsible for capturing and punishing ghosts who disturb the human realm. Zhao Fu was interested in the City God Temple and wanted to create one to see what its stats were like. As such, he continued searching for ghosts. 201 Owl Monster Warding Talisman. It was now 3 a.m., and there were still 4 hours until the sun would rise. Once the sun rose, the ghosts would all hide away, making it difficult to find them. Unlike the 10,000 Flower Festival, one could only gain ghost crystals at certain times of the day. However, even now, Zhao Fu found that he hadn't encountered many ghosts. It was quite strange. Most people were afraid of meeting ghosts, but Zhao Fu was instead searching for ghosts. Was it because his team's aura was too powerful, so any ghosts by themselves had run away upon detecting them? Zhao Fu wondered why this was. After killing that malicious ghost, they had only encountered 30 or so ghosts, which Zhao Fu wasn't very happy with. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something, and he took his soldiers back to the Great Ken town and gathered all of his forces. Most of the soldiers had received some injuries, and very few had died. After all, Zhao Fu had made sufficient preparations beforehand. In total, they had collected 26,000 ghost crystals, which disappointed Zhao Fu. However, they had collected 10 City God stones. Zhao Fu was quite excited about this, and he went to an empty plot of land in the town, where he placed the City God stones in the shape of a square. System announcement. You have successfully used the City God stones. A tall and majestic-looking structure slowly appeared. Zhao Fu looked at this structure and found it looked like one of those ancient temples. Zhao Fu walked in and found that on a round stage, there was a 2-meter-tall, exquisitely carved general statue that gave off a noble aura. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the City God Temple's stats. City God Temple, Grade, Normal, Description, contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a village, town, or city. It requires sacrifices of incense and can be leveled up. All evil creatures that step within the territory that the City God Temple is in will be suppressed by the City God Temple, which will reduce their strength by 5%. Residents will also receive a slight protection buff and will have a slight immunity to dark powers. When this City God Temple appeared, Zhao Fu felt a faint golden light shine from his body. This was most likely the protection, but it was incredibly weak. It would be able to slightly affect normal ghosts, but it would be easily ignored by more powerful ghosts. However, the 5% suppression of evil creatures was quite good. This wasn't just for ghosts but for all evil creatures. After looking at the City God Temple's stats, Zhao Fu went to the city heart and looked at the violet cube floating in the air. Zhao Fu took out a snow-white talisman paper, on which there were strange inscriptions drawn with black ink, that gave off a sense of mysteriousness. This was the Owl Monster Warding Talisman, an extremely powerful type of talisman paper. Zhao Fu had obtained it after killing the ironback Demon Bear, and it could cause all monsters within a 1,000-kilometer radius area to retreat. Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing the talisman paper to fly over and hover a few centimeters above the city heart. Because of the Jade Ruler's seal and the 12 metal colossi, the talisman paper was unable to stick onto the city heart, but it could still take effect. The talisman paper gave off a golden light, and formless energy waves rippled out. The ghosts around and within the Great Qin Town all felt a sense of fear and quickly moved away from the Great Qin Town. Immediately after, Zhao Fu took out another talisman paper. It was half white and half black, and there were many black and white inscriptions on it, making it look quite strange. This was the reversal talisman that could reverse the properties of items. It could make white turn into black and black turn into white. Zhao Fu had obtained this talisman from Gu Feng's corpse. At that moment, Zhao Fu started to feel quite nervous. He wanted to use the reversal talisman to reverse the owl monster warding talisman's warding effects into an attraction effect. Who knew what would happen to the ghosts within a 1,000-kilometer radius area of the Great Qin Town? As such, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. There were great risks, but he had no choice but to do this. When he thought of the 3 most powerful professions, especially the 100 Ghost Illusionist, he knew that things would be much more convenient for him in the future if he had that profession. When attacking villages, he could use 300 Ghost Illusionists to create a super illusion and conquer the village without killing a single person or wasting any resources. When 2 armies fought and soldiers with this profession created a large number of illusions, making it so that the enemy couldn't distinguish between ally and foe, they could inflict heavy losses on enemies. This was an extremely formidable profession. These sorts of special professions were much more useful than normal professions. The top 3 professions were all special professions like this, as opposed to normal battle professions. If Zhao Fu wanted to obtain one of them, he would have to take risks. Zhao Fu once again waved his hand, sending the reversal talisman flying towards the owl monster warding talisman. After the former stuck onto the latter, it gave off a black and white light, turning into a Taiki circle and rapidly spinning. Following this, a mysterious aura rippled out. Immediately, all of the ghosts within 1,000 kilometers of the Great Qin Town stopped what they were doing and turned their horrifying faces towards the Great Qin Town. They cried out with their strange voices as they started to flood towards the Great Qin Town. Zhao Fu had long since given orders for all of the residents of the villages around the Great Qin Town to enter the Great Qin Town. These ghosts wouldn't be so bored as to wreck villages with no one in them, so they wouldn't have to worry about the villages being destroyed. The effects of the owl monster warding talisman and the reversal talisman combined were astonishing. In just an instant, over 10,000 ghosts appeared in the distance, howling as they rushed towards the Great Qin Town. It was as if there was something incredibly delicious within the Great Qin Town that was attracting them, making it impossible to resist. Beichi, who had been waiting on the town walls, was quite shocked. He didn't know what Zhao Fu had done for so many ghosts to swarm the Great Qin Town. However, his job right now was to deal with this horde of ghosts. Beichi immediately started giving out orders to attack. Beichi was in charge of this battle as he had a general armament, and all soldiers under his command would receive bonuses. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew out, piercing countless ghosts' bodies. After a few waves of arrows, only around 2,000 ghosts made it to the Great Qin Town's walls. Zhao Fu had shamelessly ordered his people to cover the town walls with evil warding talismans, and there were so many of them that they were simply innumerable. These were all of the evil warding talismans that Zhao Fu had bought, and they gave off a power that ghosts hated. The evil warding talismans would even burn ghosts if they came into contact with them. This abnormally enraged the horde of ghosts, and they roared at the soldiers on the town wall savagely. None of them could fly, and the ones at the front wanted to climb up. While it was possible for them to scale these walls, they had never expected these shameless humans to cover the walls with so many talismans. 202 ghostly howls everywhere. These talisman papers were very effective against ordinary ghosts, but they could only make vengeful ghosts feel enraged and were completely useless against malicious ghosts. Moreover, malicious ghosts were quite intelligent, and they weren't as stupid as normal ghosts. There were a few malicious ghosts furiously tearing at the talisman papers with their sharp claws, creating a path for ordinary ghosts to climb up from. Beichi couldn't allow such a thing to happen, so he immediately ordered the archers to concentrate their arrows at the malicious ghosts and ordinary ghosts at the town walls. Seeing the ghosts at the town walls being obliterated, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, soon, someone quickly came to report, "Commander Bei, there are roughly 10,000 ghosts coming from the south." Another person reported, "Commander Bei, there are approximately 10,000 ghosts coming from the west." "Commander Bei, there are roughly 10,000 ghosts approaching from the north." Now, the situation had suddenly become extremely grim. Beichi's gaze became serious. Luckily, apart from the soldiers, they had 20,000 residents on standby. Right now, with the city god temple, it was virtually impossible for ghosts to appear within the Great Qin Town, so the 20,000 residents also came to the town walls. There were 4 town walls, and they had 20,000 soldiers and 20,000 residents. 5,000 soldiers and 5,000 residents manned each of the walls. Beichi was responsible for the east side, Wang Jian was responsible for the west side, Wei Liao was responsible for the south side, and Zhongdu and Zhaojian were responsible for the north side. There were now ghosts simply everywhere, and they rushed towards the Great Ken town like a tsunami and gave off a mighty aura. Each side of the Great Ken town was ready, and the instant that the ghosts came close, the archers shot beechwood arrows dipped in Black Dog's blood out of their bows, sending a rain of arrows onto the ghosts. Kai. Countless ghosts were pierced by the arrows, and they howled in pain and disintegrated into ghostly chi, dropping gray ghost crystals. However, there were still many ghosts who continued the charge. Another wave of arrows shot out, killing another large portion of the ghosts. Fortunately, the soldiers' strength was roughly equal to the ghosts' strength, and with the talisman papers on the town walls, the city god temple, and the in general ghost suppressing formation, they were able to kill the ghosts. Even though the situation had seemed quite frightening, it had been resolved without any problems, and they had obtained a large number of ghost crystals. However, before they could relax, they were once again shocked to hear countless ghostly howls everywhere as terrifying figures once again appeared and created a dense horde. Now, there were at least 20,000 ghosts rushing at the Great Ken town from all directions. Apart from ordinary ghosts, vengeful ghosts, and malicious ghosts, there was also a new type of ghost. This type of ghost was even more frightening than malicious ghosts, and it looked even more savage. Its claws were incredibly sharp and powerful, and it had a pair of pure black eyes. It had sharp, pointed teeth, and 2 horns on its head. These were devil ghosts. Fire! Someone yelled, the yell sounding through the night air. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows once again tore through the air, drawing arcs before landing in the horde of ghosts. The ghosts rapidly fell, but they were quickly replaced by the ones behind them, fearlessly charging onwards. Very soon, the ghosts once again reached the town walls and started destroying the talisman papers on the town walls. Beichi couldn't hesitate. If he allowed them to destroy the evil warding talismans, countless ghosts would climb up the town walls, making the situation incredibly dangerous. Poured down all of the rooster blood and black dog blood. The soldiers obeyed and picked up the buckets of blood, pouring it over. This blood suppressed and harmed ghosts, and it felt like lava to them. Upon falling on the ghosts' bodies, the ghosts screamed in pain as white smoke rose from their bodies. The buckets of blood temporarily suppressed the ghost horde, and everyone felt a slight sense of relief before the devil ghosts started attacking. They stabbed their sharp claws into the town walls and seemed to defy gravity as they quickly ran and jumped up the town walls. They whirled their claws around, immediately hacking a few soldiers to pieces. The soldiers' blood fell on the town walls, and a striking smell of gore spread out, shocking everyone around them. The captain-level soldiers immediately rushed up and started to fight with the devil ghosts. Because of the soldiers' superior numbers, the devil ghosts were quickly killed. There were not many devil ghosts, and they were only able to cause a brief moment of confusion on the town walls. After the devil ghosts were killed, the soldiers continued dealing with the ghosts below. Some fired beechwood arrows, while others threw spears made of beechwood. Facing the Great Ken soldiers' various methods, the ghosts could only furiously howl while trying to destroy the evil warding talismans. Finally, the soldiers were able to finish killing all of the ghosts. Most of the evil warding talismans had been destroyed, and there were many cracks and craters in the town walls. After the battle, the soldiers were completely exhausted. A trace of sunlight came from the east, piercing through the darkness. Dawn had finally come. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Zhao Fu, who had been watching the battle the entire time, let out a breath. Luckily, Great Ken had been able to deal with the reversal talisman's effects. He had been waiting at the city heart, and once something unexpected happened or if too many ghosts gathered, he would have cancelled out the reversal talisman's effects. Because of the ghostly howls everywhere, many people had been unable to sleep because they were incredibly worried that the ghosts would charge in. Now that day had finally come and the sun was shining down, the streets became lively and bustling again, and people started to miss these days. After collecting all of the ghost crystals, a report was given to Zhao Fu. They had collected 164,300 ghost crystals, 200 or so ghost treasure sacks, and dozens of city god stones. They opened all of the ghost treasure sacks. There were fine gold rank equipment, materials, and skills, and there were also some other items. The treasure sacks dropped by devil ghosts all gave exquisite items, but there weren't many of them. Moreover, the devil ghosts dropped a type of city god upgrade stone, and 10 of them could upgrade an ordinary city god temple into a secret silver rank city god temple. They had just so happened to drop 10 upgrade stones, so Zhao Fu planned to go over and level up the city god temple later. As for the injuries and deaths, because very few people directly fought against any ghosts, there weren't many injuries. However, when the devil ghosts had first jumped onto the town walls, they had caused a few deaths. After giving out the items from the treasure sacks as rewards, Zhao Fu went to the city god temple and used the upgrade stones. A golden light shot out from the city god temple, signaling that the upgrade had been successful, and Zhao Fu once again looked at the city god temple's stats. City god temple, grade, blue. Description, contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a village, town, or city. It requires sacrifices of incense and can be leveled up. All evil creatures that step within the territory that the city god temple is in will be suppressed by the city god temple, which will reduce their strength by 10%. Residents will also receive a slight protection and have some immunity to dark powers. The secret silver rank city god temple's suppression of evil creatures rose to 10%, and the other stats seem to also have become slightly stronger. After that battle, Zhao Fu felt that his forces were still somewhat lacking, so he decided to leave the Great Ken town to take care of some matters. 203 Shatter Steel Iron. Zhao Fu first went to the Orc City. Before the Ghost Festival had officially started, he had sent messages requesting to trade for ghost crystals. After their cooperation during the 10,000 Flower Festival, both sides quickly came to an agreement. Now, Zhao Fu went to the Orc City to see how many ghost crystals they had gained in one night. Zhao Fu came to the city gates and took out Gunador's command medallion. Following this, an orc soldier took Zhao Fu to Gunador's tent. Apart from Gunador, the well-built orc, Bodili, was also there. Despite not seeing them for a few months, they looked more or less the same. However, as soon as Zhao Fu walked in, Bodili's expression became serious, and he didn't look as condescending as before. When Zhao Fu walked in, he could feel a very dangerous aura. Compared to when Zhao Fu had first visited the Orc City, he had become much more powerful. Long time no see, respected Vice Lord. Zhao Fu said as he smiled and cupped his hands. Gunador smiled, stood up, stretched out his hand, and said, "Indeed, it has been a while. Come, esteemed guest, please sit." Zhao Fu sat down on a furry rug and casually chatted with Gunador for a while before asking, "Respected Vice Lord, how many ghost crystals has the city obtained?" Gunador smiled and waved his hand, and a mountain of ghost crystals appeared before Zhao Fu. There were around 50,000 to 60,000 in total. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt somewhat disappointed because Great Kin had obtained 160,000 or so, while the Orc City had only obtained 50,000 to 60,000. However, Zhao Fu knew that the only reason he had been able to obtain so many was because he had used the Owl Monster Warding Talisman and the Reversal Talisman together. The Ghost Festival wasn't something that everyone could participate in, so he couldn't use the Orc City's superiority in numbers to gain as large of an advantage. After thinking about that, Zhao Fu could understand why the Orc City hadn't obtained as many ghost crystals as he had expected. The main cities most likely hadn't obtained many ghost crystals either, and he prepared to take out some food to trade. Because of Zhao Fu's cloak, Gunador couldn't see Zhao Fu's disappointed expression, and he thought that Zhao Fu was very pleased. After all, it had taken him a lot of effort to obtain these ghost crystals. At that moment, Gunador smiled as he said, "Esteemed guest, we have enough food, but our warriors' weapons are too crude. I wonder if esteemed guest has any equipment to trade. If I remember correctly, esteemed guest should have quite a lot of equipment." Last time, during the 10,000 Flower Festival, the Orc City had already received a large amount of food from Zhao Fu, so they didn't lack food anymore. Now, what they lacked was equipment. The orcs weren't good at forging, and even if they had exquisite materials, they wouldn't be able to create good equipment. As such, all of their equipment was quite crude, which was why they wanted to trade ghost crystals for equipment. Zhao Fu understood what Gunador was thinking, but a serious expression appeared on his face. When Zhao Fu gave them food, it wouldn't affect their battle strength. However, if he gave them equipment, he would be increasing their overall strength. Zhao Fu naturally didn't want the orcs to become too powerful, even though they had friendly relations right now. Everyone knew that they were only using each other. If this Orc City discovered Great Kin, they wouldn't hesitate to attack and conquer it without any mercy. This wasn't a true friendship at all. At the same time, if Great Kin wanted to quickly develop, they would have to stand against the Orc City sooner or later, and they would have to fight. This was something that was unavoidable. Right now, if he gave them equipment, he would be making his future more difficult. Zhao Fu decided that he had to think hard about this. Of course, he couldn't directly refuse, as he still needed them to provide ghost crystals. Relations were still good, so they could maintain this partnership for a while. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu took out some ordinary equipment and some good equipment and traded for the ghost crystals. After going back, he would think about this issue more. Seeing the equipment Zhao Fu took out, Gunador had a pleased smile on his face and completed the transaction with Zhao Fu. Afterward, Zhao Fu took the ghost crystals and left. After Zhao Fu had left for a while, Bodili, who had been staring at Zhao Fu the entire time, finally said, "That human has become so powerful." Hearing this, Gunador was quite surprised, and a deep look appeared within his eyes. Elsewhere, Xiaofu used a teleportation channel to go to Mountain Willow Town in East Green. They had only gathered 5,000 or so ghost crystals, but because Xiaofu hadn't expected much from them, he wasn't too disappointed. Xiaofu didn't want to relocate Mountain Willow Town because there was a historical remnant in East Green, and it wouldn't be easy to bring so many people over. In the future, Mountain Willow Town would be the foundation for Great Ken's expansion into East Green. Just as Xiaofu was about to leave, he heard someone call out to him. "Wait, Your Majesty." Liu Sabai suddenly ran over to Xiaofu's side. When he heard this, Xiaofu stopped and looked over curiously as he asked, "What is it, Sabai?" After interacting with Xiaofu for a while, Liu Sabai had become quite familiar with him and no longer found him as terrifying. Instead, she found him easy to get along with, and they had grown closer, though it was Liu Sabai taking most of the initiative. Liu Sabai handed Xiaofu a black ore that had a faint glimmer and looked a lot like iron ore. Shatter Steel Iron, a type of special ore that can increase a weapon's sharpness. If two weapons with Shatter Steel Iron clash, the weapon with less Shatter Steel Iron will immediately shatter. Seeing this, Xiaofu couldn't help but start laughing loudly. This was the best material for plotting against others. He had just been worrying about the orc problem, but this was the perfect solution. If he gave the orc city weapons made of Shatter Steel Iron and fought against them with weapons containing more Shatter Steel Iron, the battle would definitely be very glorious. "What are you laughing about, Your Majesty? Is this Shatter Steel Iron useful to you?" Liu Sabai smiled as she watched Xiaofu laugh. "Yes, this ore is very important for my future plans." "You've made a great contribution," Xiaofu said as he praised Liu Sabai. "Hee, how are you going to reward me then, Your Majesty?" Liu Sabai sweetly smiled as she looked at Xiaofu expectantly. When he heard this, Xiaofu thought for a moment. He didn't have anything of value on him, so he asked Liu Sabai what she wanted. Liu Sabai thought before replying, "Your Majesty, I want to go to Great Ken to look around." This wasn't a big deal, so Xiaofu nodded and accepted. Afterward, Xiaofu went to various main cities and spent a lot of money to buy a countless number of items. These items were all very important to Great Ken for the coming night. Xiaofu felt that there would definitely be many times more ghosts tonight than the previous night. After all, he had activated the reversal talisman at 3 a.m. the previous night, so they had only fought with the ghosts for 4 hours. Tonight, they would fight with the ghosts for more than 10 hours, so the battle would definitely be more intense and dangerous. 204 Sea of Ghosts. These items included ghost-slaying talismans, evil-negating talismans, and evil-warding talismans. These 3 types of talismans were all must-haves, and each type was sold at 5 for 1 silver coin, which equated to 20 copper coins per talisman. Xiaofu went through many main cities, and he spent 3 million silver coins to buy 15 million talismans. Moreover, they had already used up most of their black dog blood, rooster blood, and peach wood, so Xiaofu spent more money on buying those things to amplify the damage against ghosts. However, these things were only useful against ordinary ghosts, and they weren't as effective against malicious ghosts or devil ghosts. There were very few high-grade talismans, especially at this point. Most shops didn't sell them, but through his merchant alliance's connections, Xiaofu was able to spend a lot of money to buy 100,000 secret silver rank talisman papers. These talismans were not only very effective against ordinary ghosts, but they were also useful against even vengeful ghosts and malicious ghosts. At the same time, Xiaofu also bought 1,000 fine gold rank talisman papers, which could greatly harm even malicious ghosts. These talisman papers were all very valuable. Finally, there were also 9 dark gold rank talisman papers, 4 were evil warding talismans, and 5 were ghost-slaying talismans. These 9 talisman papers were incredibly rare, and each one of them cost 100,000 silver coins. At the same time, Xiaofu also spent a lot of money on beechwood. 10-year-old beechwood could harm vengeful ghosts, 100-year-old beechwood could harm malicious ghosts, and 300-year-old beechwood could harm devil ghosts. Xiaofu bought beechwood at a variety of ages, and he bought the most of the cheapest type. After all, the older the beechwood, the rarer it would be. However, Xiaofu was still quite lucky to buy a piece of 500-year-old beechwood. Next was the yang blood. Normal rooster blood and black dog blood could be bought in large quantities, and Xiaofu also bought the blood of some spirit beasts. The yang qi that the blood contained was far more potent than in rooster blood, and it was, of course, much more expensive. In the end, Xiaofu was also able to obtain a Lord-grade ferocious tiger's blood. Normal ferocious tiger blood contained yang qi that was much more powerful than rooster blood by many times, so one could only imagine how powerful the Lord-grade ferocious tiger's blood was. Of course, it was said that urine of boys could also ward off evil, but because the smell was too strong and it had the same effects as rooster blood, Xiaofu chose not to use any. After all, He didn't want the entire Great Ken town to be filled with the smell of urine. After preparing all of these things, he had spent 8 million silver coins. Even a city lord would feel heartache over such an amount, but in order to reap the greatest benefits from this ghost festival, Zhao Fu decided to go all out. Finally, Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel, converted his 230,000 ghost crystals into 2.3 million ghost crystal points, looked through the list of items. He unexpectedly found an item that he greatly wanted, so he spent 2 million ghost crystal points to buy it. Apart from Zhao Fu, there was most likely no one else who could spend so many ghost crystal points at once like this. This was because there were very few people who had close to what Zhao Fu had, and most people were saving their ghost crystal points to buy those special professions. Apart from buying that item to use as a trump card, Zhao Fu bought 2 more items, leaving him with 50,000 ghost crystal points. Despite spending so many of his ghost crystal points, Zhao Fu felt that it was worth it. After buying so many items and exchanging the ghost crystal points for some new items, Zhao Fu was in quite a good mood. He now felt much more confident than before. He let out a breath and stopped worrying about the ghost festival. He felt relaxed as he walked through the streets, which were crowded with people buying and selling goods, making it seem quite noisy. Just like with the 10,000 flower festival, many people were buying ghost crystals, and the average price was 40 silver coins for one. This was double the price of the flower tiers back then, yet there were still more buyers than sellers. This was because the ghost crystal was too terrifying and too dangerous. Many people had wanted to try killing ghosts, but when they heard those terrifying ghostly howls and saw the sea of ghosts, many of them were so scared that their legs shook. Thus, they didn't dare to take a step out of their rooms. They could only hide in their rooms until it was all over. At the same time, the various factions also prepared for the ghost festival. They weren't like ordinary players. If they didn't go simply because they were afraid of ghosts, how could they hope to establish themselves? Some factions had espers and ability users of various strengths, and dealing with ghosts was quite easy for them, as that was what they were specialized in. For example, Great Zaya set up a heaven and earth 8 trigram formation, which could be used to both attack and defend. Great Shang set up a heavenly star formation with absolute defense. Great Zhu had a 6 absolutes godly formation, which had incredibly strong attack capabilities. Great Han had the vast world formation, which had powerful suppressing abilities, and Great Tang had the mountain spirit immortal formation, which had suppressive powers and defensive powers. However, while their formations could suppress ghosts like Zhao Fu's Yin general ghost suppressing formation, they had to go out to search for ghosts, while Zhao Fu attracted countless ghosts to him. When he thought about that, Zhao Fu was glad that he had been able to meet Zion Ru. Since the beginning, she had given him a lot of help. After preparing these things, Zhao Fu returned to Great Ken and mobilized all of Great Ken's subjects to help with preparations, such as turning the peach wood into arrows and sticking talismans onto the town walls. Most of them had been destroyed the previous night, so they had to replenish them. Zhao Fu had bought a terrifying number of talismans this time, 15 million, and the town walls were now covered with yellow talismans and looked quite impressive. This was especially so for the middle of the northern, southern, eastern, and western walls. Each of them had a 9-meter wide, 3-meter tall talisman paper made of golden sand, which gave off a powerful and reassuring aura. These were the 4 dark gold rank evil warding talismans that Zhao Fu had bought, which had immense evil warding properties. Even devil ghosts would be injured when coming into contact with it. Everyone in Great Ken was busily making preparations, while the Mountain Willow town was much more passive. If ghosts came to attack, they would defend, but they wouldn't go about looking for ghosts. This was because Zhao Fu had ordered them to focus on mining shatter steel iron, as it was very important for Great Ken's future plans in dealing with the Orc City. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was the afternoon. A beautiful sunset glow fell on the Great Ken town as the bright red sun slowly descended below the mountains to the west. The instant that the sun set, the ghostly chi that had been suppressed by the sun immediately started spreading again, seeming to cover the sky. Horrifying howls pierced through the air, and the beautiful world instantly became a world of ghosts. All colors seemed to disappear, turning into an eerie and lifeless gray-white color. The atmosphere was many times worse than the previous night, and it seemed that the ghost festival was going to become more and more terrifying. 205 six-path ravenous ghosts, who had ashen faces and wore tattered clothing, appeared, and they gave off a gloomy and cold aura. They appeared like an army of ants and gathered so densely that it was impossible to see how many of them there were. Ghost attack. A large shout caused the entirety of Great Ken's aura to freeze and become incredibly tense as soldiers and residents quickly started moving. Figures quickly appeared on the town walls. Goblin warriors raised their large shields, gnome arbalists and archers held their crossbows and bows, kobolds gripped their spears. Everyone entered a battle state. Zhao Fu also went up onto the town wall and looked at the ghosts in the distance. There were roughly 30,000 ghosts in total, but that was only for this side of the wall. There were around 30,000 for each of the other sides, which was around 120,000 in total. Facing such a figure, no one dared to be careless. What's more, this was the first battle of the night, and one could only imagine how terrifying the subsequent battles would be. Countless ghostly howls once again tore through the air as the ghosts rushed towards the Great Ken town. As the ghosts entered the attacking range, arrows started to rain down on them. Kai. Normal ghosts who were hit instantly disintegrated into traces of ghostly chi. Unlike before, even if these arrows didn't hit the ghosts in their vitals, they could still kill them. What's more, these arrows could even pierce two ghosts. This was because not only were the arrows made of peach wood and dipped in black dog's blood, but there was also a ghost-slaying talisman stuck onto each of them. Zhao Fu had bought 15 million talismans, and most of them were ghost-slaying talismans. Each talisman paper cost 20 copper coins, and with the peach wood and yang attribute blood, each arrow costs around 30 copper coins. In the real world, each arrow would cost Zhao Fu $300. What the archers were shooting weren't just arrows but also bundles of money. While Zhao Fu had spent a massive amount of money, the effects were also massive. In just one wave of arrows, they had killed almost 20% of the horde. The ghosts continued to rush up without any reservations, and another wave of arrows shot out, leaving only half of the ghosts remaining. By now, the terrifying ghost horde had reached the town walls, but the ghosts didn't dare to touch them. Zhao Fu had madly stuck so many talisman papers to the town walls that it was impossible to see even an inch of the actual town wall. To the ghosts, the town wall was a massive piece of red-hot iron. A devil ghost roared, and an eerie ghostly chi erupted from its body as it swiped its claws towards the town walls. Roar. The devil ghost's claws seemed to have come into contact with red-hot iron, and the devil ghost gave off traces of white smoke as it sizzled. The devil ghost screamed as it retreated. Upon detecting the massive wave of ghostly chi, the countless evil warding talismans and the 4 dark gold-rank talisman papers gave off a faint light and released their evil warding power. The golden light from the 4 dark gold-rank talisman papers was like 4 massive lights shining in the dark night. Even though the ghost horde was able to reach the town walls, they were unable to do anything to the people on top of the town walls. They were unable to even touch the town walls. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Unlike the ordinary ghosts, who charged over like they were mad, some of the more intelligent ghosts knew that this was pointless, so they chose not to stay and wait for death. However, even if they wanted to run, Zhao Fu wouldn't let them. He ordered his soldiers to concentrate their attacks on the ghosts who were trying to escape, killing them all. After dealing with those 120,000 ghosts easily, everyone relaxed, and Zhao Fu was delighted. Just like that, they had obtained 120,000 ghost crystals. Who else would be able to do such a thing? Right now, it was only 7 p.m., and the night had only just begun. Those 120,000 ghosts were only the appetizer. The following waves were also destroyed by the Great Ken forces in a similar way. Zhao Fu estimated that they had killed over 500,000 ghosts, which meant that Zhao Fu would obtain 500,000 ghost crystals. The battle hadn't ended yet, so they couldn't go down and collect the ghost crystals to confirm how many they had. When he thought of that figure, Zhao Fu became quite excited, as the top-ranked 100 ghost illusionist profession only cost 25 million ghost crystal points. Just tonight, Zhao Fu had obtained 500,000 ghost crystals, which was 5 million ghost crystals points. If they repeated this 5 times, he would be able to obtain the 100 ghost illusionist profession. In fact, he would be able to even go for the 2nd and 3rd ranked professions. When he thought of this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but grin. By now, it was nearly midnight, which was a special time. This was when yin and yang reversed and would often become unbalanced. Ancient stories commonly warned against going out at midday or midnight, as one could encounter ghosts. Suddenly, just as it reached 12 a.m., the ghostly moon in the sky started to go through strange changes, and it started to emit a hazy bloody light. Under this bloody moon, countless ghosts raised their heads and howled as if they were on some sort of stimulant. Suddenly, a sea of ghosts rushed out from the distance. They all had strange, savage smiles and looked incredibly excited as they madly charged at the Great Ken town. There were over 200,000 ghosts in this wave, and they rushed at the Great Ken town from all directions. The terrifying aura that they gave off could cause any being within a few kilometers to tremble. Within those 200,000 ghosts, there was a new type of ghost. This type of ghost wasn't very tall, only 1.2 to 1.3 meters in height. They had gray skin, ugly faces, and looked incredibly hungry. They were incredibly skinny and seemed to be just skin and bones, but they had extremely large stomachs. Their stomachs looked quite bloated as if there were many things stuffed within them. This new type of ghost was called the 6-path ravenous ghosts. The six-path ravenous ghosts belong to the ravenous ghost path of the six paths of reincarnation. It was said that after people starved to death, because of their vengeful aura, they would become ravenous ghosts. These ghosts were extremely gluttonous and could never fill their stomachs. The aura from these ghosts was very strong, and it was stronger than even normal devil ghosts. At the same time, they seemed even more violent and bloodthirsty. Zhao Fu stood on the town wall and looked down with a serious expression. The aura that the Sea of Ghosts gave off was incredibly frightening, and he ordered to bring out the ballistae. Great Kin had been building the ballistae continuously for a long time, and they now had more than 16,000. Now, each side of the town wall had 4,000 ballistae mounted onto it. 206 death cry flute countless ghosts flooded over, giving off a fearsome aura. The scene looked like an attack on a city during the ancient warring periods, and it looked quite spectacular. Fire! A roar sounded out in this austere and harsh battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ballistae bolts tore through the air with immense force, seeming to cause the air to explode. The momentum of 200,000 ghosts charging was incredibly terrifying, but the force of the ballistae bolts was even more terrifying. The ballistae bolts were accompanied by countless arrows that shot towards the horde of ghosts. Anyone who saw this barrage of bolts and arrows would feel his or her hair stand on end and feel incredibly frightened. Those bolts and arrows seemed as if they could kill an evil dragon. Kai. The ballistae bolts hit first. Under their immense force, they only stopped after piercing through 6 or 7 ghosts. In fact, some ballistae bolts nailed even malicious ghosts to the ground, killing them instantly. These ballistae bolts were 1 finger width wide and 1.3 meters long. They weren't made of mere ordinary beechwood but from 10-year-old beechwood. What's more, they had been bathed in spirit beast blood, and each had 3 ghost-slaying talismans stuck on them. It could be said that these ballistae bolts were specialized ghost-killing items. After the ballistae bolts landed, the arrows also descended, stopping the awesome and terrifying momentum of the mad ghost army. This wave of arrows caused countless deaths, and this was especially so for the ballistae bolts. Now, there were only 2/3 of the ghosts remaining, and they scattered as they continued charging. The effects of that wave of arrows were too devastating, and they didn't wish to be wiped out like that. Swish, swish, swish. Yet another wave of arrows descended, whittling down their numbers even more. At that moment, the 6 paths ravenous ghosts started to act. They crawled on all 4 limbs like wild beasts, and their stomachs suddenly bulged as they opened their mouths, releasing a gray ball of gas that was 1 meter wide. Bang! The gray gas balls quickly flew over to the town walls and violently exploded, decimating 10 meters worth of talisman papers. Luckily, the town walls were greatly reinforced, so they stayed intact, otherwise, they would have already cracked. However, the dozens of 6 paths ravenous ghosts instantly cleared a massive area of talisman papers. They didn't attack the dark gold rank talisman paper, only the areas around them, as those talisman papers had weaker evil warding powers. By now, a few devil ghosts had already sunken their claws into the town walls and prepared to climb up. They were discovered in time, and they quickly concentrated their fire on them, killing them quickly. These 6-path ravenous ghosts caused Zhao Fu to frown. He thought for a moment and organized 150 archers. These 150 archers were Zhao Fu's elites, and all of them were 1 in 100 experts. Their cultivations were mostly at Tier 0 level 8 to Tier 0 level 9, and some had even broken through to Stage 1. What's more, all of them held fine gold rank bows. Now, Zhao Fu gave them each a few arrows. These arrows weren't normal ones, they were made of 100-year-old beechwood, stained with the Lord-grade ferocious tiger's blood, and had fine gold rank ghost-slaying talismans stuck to them. After giving them a few of these terrifying arrows, Zhao Fu ordered them to aim for the 6 paths ravenous ghosts. With these elite archers shooting these incredibly powerful arrows, Zhao Fu's forces were once again able to keep the situation under control. By now, victory and defeat had already been decided. Most of these 200,000 ghosts had been killed, but some of the more intelligent ghosts had been able to escape. After this battle finished, it was now around 1 a.m. The ghostly moon in the sky lost its bloody light and returned to its original state. Zhao Fu allowed his soldiers to take a short rest and ordered some people to go down and replenish the areas that the 6 paths ravenous ghosts had attacked with new talisman papers. Liu Sabai stood at one side and watched this battle in shock. She felt that she had underestimated Great Kin, only now did she know how powerful Great Kin was. Liu Sabai's goal in coming to Great Kin this time was to see how powerful Great Kin was. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, given how powerful Zhao Fu was, she was still completely astounded when she saw all of this herself. If it was Mountain Willow Town, let alone these 200,000 ghosts, even if it was just 50,000 ghosts, they would have been completely annihilated. Liu Sabai's beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu, who was rapidly giving out orders, and she smiled to herself. After seeing how powerful Great Kin was, she felt completely at ease. After a brief rest, another massive wave of ghosts arrived. However, because this wave only had around 120,000 ghosts and didn't have any Six Paths ravenous ghosts, they were easily killed by Great Kin's forces. However, Xiaofu wasn't very satisfied with this, and after thinking about it, he decided to use a special item. A beautiful elf girl came over to Xiaofu's side, and looking over at it, Xiaofu gently smiled as he asked, "Are you ready, Asani?" Asani looked a bit nervous and afraid, but she did her best to nod confidently. Seeing this, Xiaofu comforted her in a warm tone, "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you be harmed at all." When she heard this, Asani felt a warmth within her heart. She looked at Xiaofu's face and shyly nodded, putting her trust in Xiaofu as she took out a jade flute. This jade flute wasn't an ordinary flute. It was pale white color, and its material was cold to the touch. Because it had been bathed in a deathly aura for a long time, the aura it gave off was quite abnormal, and it felt like an incredibly inauspicious item. This jade flute was called a death cry flute. Xiaofu had obtained this death cry flute a long time ago, and he had never used it before, as its ability to attract ghosts was too powerful. Back then, when Xiaofu blew a single note, he attracted over 5 or 6 ghosts. If its attraction power was so powerful back then during the Ghost Festival, a time when there were so many ghosts roaming the world, just how terrifying would its effects be? In fact, Xiaofu had even strengthened the death cry flute's powers. He had spent over 100,000 ghost crystal points to exchange for a ghost strengthening stone. The ghost strengthening stone was like a normal strengthening stone, but it would also give ghost attributes. After using a ghost strengthening stone on the death cry flute, it greatly enhanced the death cry flute's ability to attract ghosts. Apart from this, Xiaofu had also spent tens of thousands of ghost crystals to exchange for a musical score from the ghost world, Song of Paradise. This musical score was created by an extremely famous composer. It was said that after composing this musical score, the heavens and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon went dark. Yin and yang reversed, and countless ghosts howled. Even though that story was most likely greatly exaggerated, the Song of Paradise indeed had powerful ghost attraction powers, and it was an inauspicious song. Just what would the effects be like when playing the Song of Paradise with the strengthened death cry flute? Xiaofu didn't know how to play the flute, so he left this matter to Asani, who was quite good at playing the flute. Asani gently brought the death cry flute to her lips, and sorrowful, gloomy, deathly flute music started to play. Immediately, the weather started to change. 207 sky goes an eerie wind blew, carrying with it the leaves and branches on the ground, and the clouds in the sky seemed to quickly gather towards Great Kin. The ghostly moon seemed to become hazier, and the ghostly aura became denser and denser. Everyone felt a chill as everyone's hands and feel became colder, and cold sweat gathered on everyone's bodies. Countless ghosts roared, and that terrifying sound seemed to echo in the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area. Not a single living creature dared to make a sound, and all huddled together in fear. This sudden change greatly surprised Xiaofu, and when he saw this terrible scene, Asani looked at Xiaofu. In response, Xiaofu signaled for her to continue playing. The sorrowful and deathly flute music continued to float over the land. Suddenly, terrifying figures appeared in the distance, following which the ground started to rumble. This army of ghosts charged towards Great Kin with massive momentum, and the ghosts seemed incredibly terrifying. This time, there were at least 350,000 ghosts. Swish, swish, swish. Bolts and arrows shot out with massive force, streaking through the air and descending on the ghosts like rain. Kai. Many of the ghosts at the front were mowed down by the bolts and arrows, dissipating into ghostly chi. Even though these bolts and arrows were incredibly powerful, they were unable to stop the onslaught of the ghosts like last time, and the countless remaining ghosts continued their charge. Xiaofu's expression became serious, and he looked at Beiqi. Beiqi nodded and stepped forwards, drawing the 7 murderers' sword at his waist and raising it as he yelled, "Soldier aura formation." Traces of blood-colored aura rose up from the soldiers' bodies before gathering towards Beiqi. This was the soldier aura from 20,000 soldiers, and it was many times more powerful than the first time Beiqi had used it. The countless traces of blood-red aura gathered above Beiqi's sword, forming a massive blood cocoon. Scree-ee-ee. A near-piercing cry sounded out as a massive pair of iron wings broke through the blood cocoon, shattering it instantly. Soon, a blood eagle that was hundreds of meters tall appeared from within the cocoon. After this massive eagle appeared, it brought with it a blood-red gust of wind as it flew towards the ghost army. The blood eagle was incredibly fast and flew quite low, seeming to pass over the ghosts' heads. However, the berserk blood-red wind that it brought with it were like sharp blades, slicing countless ghosts and demolishing a portion of their forces. The berserk wind that this blood-red eagle brought with it wasn't simple at all. It was formed from the massive killing intent that all soldiers who fought on the battlefield possessed. This sort of killing intent was incredibly fierce and powerful, and normal ghosts didn't even dare to get near it. It was clear that this killing intent was quite effective against the ghosts. The massive eagle flew about above the ghosts, reducing many of them into tiny pieces and disrupting their unstoppable momentum. The other soldiers attacked with their arrows, spears, and throwing knives, killing more ghosts. Suddenly, just as it seemed that Great Ken had the situation under control, a figure appeared in the air. This figure looked terrifying and was like a devil ghost. It had a pair of pure black eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, but it also had a pair of wide wings on its back and a tail. It was wearing black armor and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. This type of ghost was called a sky ghost. A sky ghost appeared above the town wall, and its terrifying gaze fell on Asani's body. It stretched out its hand, from which a massive amount of ghostly chi streamed out, turning into a massive hand that was 10 or so meters wide as it tried to grab Asani. The sky ghost's attack was incredibly ferocious, and in just an instant, it was about to reach Asani. Clang! Suddenly, a black sword light flashed out, slashing the massive hand and causing it to dissipate into ghostly chi. Zhao Fu, who expressionlessly looked at the sky ghost in the air, blocked the attack and stood in front of Asani. The sky ghost became furious and drew the sharp sword at its waist as it spread its wings and arrived before Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. Its sword gave off an eerie gray sword light as it slashed downwards at Zhao Fu. Clang! Zhao Fu easily blocked the sky ghost's attack with his sword, which it hadn't expected. Its expression became savage as it used its sword to press down on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he gripped his sword tightly, vigorously slashing out with it and forcing the sky ghost back. The sky ghost became even more infuriated, and it roared as it once again rushed towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, a white figure arrived at Zhao Fu's side. Seeing this white figure, Zhao Fu relaxed and put away his sword, turning and saying, "Jnaya, kill it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jnaya replied as he stepped in front of Zhao Fu. When it saw how condescending Zhao Fu was towards it, the sky ghost went completely berserk. Its aura gathered as its body blurred, traveling incredibly quickly and stabbing towards Zhao Fu. Clang! A white sword arc that brought with it an incredibly sharp sword chi that seemed to be able to cut anything flashed in front of the sky ghost. The sky ghost was given a great fright, and it quickly retreated. Only then did it take a good look at Jnaya. Jnaya was wearing white clothes. He held his sword with one hand, and his other hand was held behind his back. Standing there, his entire body gave off a powerful sword aura, and his cold gaze was fixed on the sky ghost in the air. The sky ghost changed its primary target to Jnaya, and it started attacking him. After 10 bouts, the sky ghost cut a sorry figure as it retreated. There was now a cut on its face from Jnaya, and the sky ghost furiously roared as a massive amount of ghostly chi streamed from its body and covered its entire body. Suddenly, 10 or so ghost heads burst forth from that ghostly chi and eerily laughed as they rushed towards Jnaya. Facing those 10 or so ghost heads attacking him from all directions, Jnaya didn't move from where he stood. Only when they were close enough to attack did he release sharp white arcs of light from above, below, left, and right. In just an instant, Jnaya had struck 10 or so times. The ghost heads were all caught within the arcs of light and were reduced to ghostly chi. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, stabbing its sword with immense force towards Jnaya's throat. This attack was incredibly sudden and unpredictable, and it was also ferocious to the extreme, placing Jnaya in a dangerous situation. Just as the sword was about to stab into Jnaya's throat, he quickly leaned his head to the side, causing the cold sword to graze past his neck. The sky ghost was quite shocked because it hadn't expected Jnaya to be able to avoid that attack. Suddenly, at that moment, Jnaya also attacked. His sword spewed forth a large amount of sword light as he abruptly stabbed forwards through the sky ghost's heart. The dark gold rank ghost slaying talisman on Jnaya's sword activated, instantly killing the sky ghost and causing its body to explode into ghostly chi as a few items fell to the ground. 208 Ghost Worldian soldier Jnaya picked up the 3 items, walked over to Zhao Fu, and handed them to him. Following this, Jnaya silently stood beside Zhao Fu as if he himself didn't exist. Zhao Fu didn't look at those items just yet, putting them away and continuing to gaze at the battlefield. The massive blood eagle was extremely effective, and it continuously destroyed crowds of ghosts. Under the soldiers' concentrated efforts, the 350,000 ghosts were rapidly killed, and all that was left was to clean up the remaining ones. It was a pity that killing these ghosts didn't give any experience point. Otherwise, after killing so many ghosts, Great Kin would have long since become an advanced town. After killing this wave of ghosts, they had no time to rest. The Death Cry Flute and the Reverse Tell Monster Warding Talisman immediately attracted over even more ghosts who assaulted Great Kin from all sides. After killing a few more waves, when the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, the darkness started to retreat as sunlight once again shined on the ground. The eerie and terrifying gray world disappeared, and everyone once again collapsed to the ground. The battle had been too intense, and at night, they barely had any time to relax. This was especially so after using the death cry flute. The ghost's attacks hadn't ceased at all. By now, everyone was numb to killing. When he saw how exhausted everyone looked, Zhao Fu ordered them to go back and rest before ordering those who hadn't participated in the battle to collect the ghost crystals and arrows. After taking care of all of this, Zhao Fu turned to look at Asani, who was holding the flute with both hands. There were 2 black eye bags under her eyes, and she seemed completely drained. After all, she had played the flute for an entire night, and Zhao Fu smiled as he told her to go back and rest. Afterward, the stats were collated. They had obtained a shocking number of ghost crystals, more than 2.4 million, 10,000 or so treasure sacks, and countless city god stones. At the same time, the 6-path ravenous ghosts dropped a type of upgrade stone, 10 of which could upgrade a secret silver rank city god temple into a fine gold rank city god temple. Zhao Fu went to the city god temple and used 10 upgrade stones, causing the city god temple to shine with a dignified golden light. System announcement. Congratulations, your city god temple has been leveled up. System announcement. Congratulations, your city god temple has risen to fine gold rank and unlocked a special ability. Please take a look. When he heard this notification, Zhao Fu was quite curious and walked into the city god temple to take a look. The special ability was called Ghost Worldian Soldier. Ghost Worldian Soldier, you can spend yen coins to summon Ghost Worldian soldiers. Limit, 30. Ghost Worldian Soldier? Yen Soldier was a profession in the ghost world that followed the orders of the underworld, and yen soldiers caught evil ghosts. They were a type of profession that specialized in suppressing ghosts. Now that it was the Ghost Festival, hiring some yen soldiers would be quite useful. However, even though Zhao Fu wanted to hire some, he didn't know what yen coins were. In the real world, yen currency was just useless paper used to trick superstitious people out of their money. How could they summon yen soldiers? After asking around, Zhao Fu found out that yen coins referred to coins that were filled with a deathly aura, and they could be created from normal coins. After hearing this, Zhao Fu gathered some yen coins and chose to summon some yen soldiers. Yen chi spread from the city god temple as 30 tall figures walked out from within the dense yen chi and appeared before Zhao Fu. They were tall, muscular, and had regular humans' bodies. However, they had the faces of oxen or horses. They wore armor and held iron tridents and had an iron chain wrapped around their waists. These were all things that suppressed ghosts. Ghost Worldian Soldier, C-grade military. Description: yen soldiers who capture ghosts. Effect: receive skill, ghost suppression. We pay our respects to respected lord. After appearing, the 30 yen soldiers kneeled before Zhao Fu and greeted him together. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "You can all rise." Following this, Zhao Fu talked with them, but after he asked them to help him kill ghosts, he was displeased with their reply. One of the ox faces replied, "Respected lord, it's not that we don't want to help you, but right now, it's your legacy land's ghost festival. Right now, the doors to the ghost world are open wide, and we yen soldiers don't have the authority to deal with it. If there are ghosts around during normal times, we will definitely catch them without fail." Hearing their words, Zhao Fu was quite confused. My legacy land's ghost festival? Zhao Fu didn't quite understand. Wasn't the ghost festival happening all over the Heaven Awakened world? And what was a legacy land? Just as Zhao Fu was about to ask, a horse face elbowed the ox face, and no matter how Zhao Fu tried to ask, they refused to answer. In the end, he could only give up. However, Zhao Fu was resolved to find out what those words meant. Afterward, Zhao Fu looked at the City God Temple's stats. City God Temple, grade, silver. Description: contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a village, town, or city. It requires sacrifices of incense and can be leveled up. All evil creatures that step within the territory that the City God Temple is in will be suppressed by the City God Temple, which will reduce their strength by 20%. Residents will also receive protection and have some immunity to dark powers. The fine gold rank City God Temple's effects were much more powerful, and they could reduce the strength of all evil creatures by 20%. The protection it gave was also much stronger, and Zhao Fu felt that the yin chi around him no longer drew close to him. It was a pity that this protection only applied within his territory. Upon leaving his territory, he would lose the protection because the city god normally only protected villages, towns, and cities. After looking at the City God Temple's stats, Zhao Fu looked at the things that the Sky Ghost had dropped. Another 2 Sky Ghosts had appeared afterward, and they had dropped the same things. There were 3 gray gold ghost crystals that were worth 100,000 ghost crystal points each, which was equivalent to 10,000 ghost crystals. There were also 3 gray gold treasure sacks, but they were different from normal ghost treasure sacks. They were labeled as Sky Ghost treasure sacks. After opening the three of them, Zhao Fu opened a dark gold rank hatchet, a dark gold rank material, and a golden stone. The dark gold rank weapon and material weren't very attractive to Zhao Fu, but he looked at the golden stone curiously. This stone was about as big as a palm and round, and it felt like it was made of jade. Unsealing stone, a special stone that can unseal anything that is sealed or suppressed. When he saw this stone, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. His power had been sealed and suppressed by that azure energy this entire time, and now that he had the unsealing stone, he could finally return to the peak of his strength. 209 Dark Ghost World. What was important was whether the unsealing stone would work on him. When Zhao Fu tried to use the unsealing stone, he received the notification: the unsealing stone is unable to completely unseal this sealing energy, and it can only unseal this sealing energy for 1 day. After 1 day, the energy will once regain its sealing properties. This caused Zhao Fu, who had previously been excited, to become speechless, and he could only put the unsealing stone away. Afterward, Zhao Fu left the Great Ken town and went to the Orc City to exchange for ghost crystals. This time, Zhao Fu brought only excellent equipment made of shatter steel iron. If not for the fact that the equipment made from it could shatter, the sharpness it gave to weapons would have made it an extremely good material. In order to prevent the orcs from discovering anything, all of the weapons were forged with exactly the same amount of shatter steel iron. As such, when their own weapons collided, they wouldn't shatter. After obtaining these weapons, the orcs would definitely use them to train against each other. If these weapons contained different amounts of shatter steel iron, Zhao Fu's plot would be foiled because the orcs weren't idiots. Zhao Fu had to keep the secret of the shatter steel iron hidden to trick the orcs and use against them in future. Even though this was quite dishonest, Zhao Fu couldn't show mercy to these future enemies. If Zhao Fu was soft-hearted and these orcs one day slaughtered the Great Ken town, who would Zhao Fu complain to? When they saw Zhao Fu take out so much good equipment, Gunador was quite delighted and immediately took out a large number of ghost crystals to trade. This time, they had more than last time, around 80,000 ghost crystals in total. When he saw so many ghost crystals, Zhao Fu became satisfied. After all, with these ghost crystals, he would have enough to purchase the top-ranked profession. After completing the transaction, Zhao Fu didn't dally and immediately went to Holy Light City. He came before the exchange stone steel and purchased the profession without any hesitation. A violet light flashed from the exchange stone steel, causing countless people to become dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe that the top-ranked profession, the 100 Ghost Illusionist, had already disappeared. This was like a massive boulder that had caused thousands of waves in a sea, and all of the large factions that had been nervously collecting ghost crystals were given a massive fright. How is this possible? It was only the second day of the Ghost Festival, so how could someone have obtained so many ghost crystals already? When the large factions heard about this, all of them felt disbelief, and they went to see for themselves. After verifying that what they heard was true, they were forced to admit that this was reality. None of them could have thought that someone would have obtained so many ghost crystals so quickly. If they knew that Zhao Fu had collected that number in a single night, the large factions most likely would have had a heart attack. As the top-ranked profession disappeared, the factions started to feel terrified. Once the top-ranked reward disappeared, this always meant that the ones below wouldn't last for long either. As such, they all desperately thought of ways to gather more ghost crystals. As for who had amassed so many ghost crystals so quickly, everyone couldn't help but think about Great Kin. After all, the rumors said that the top-ranked weapon from the 10,000 Flowers Festival, Sky Demon, had been claimed by Great Kin. However, after investigating, they found that the likelihood of this was quite small. There hadn't been any news from East Green, and they all thought that Great Kin was like them. Even if Great Kin was stronger, it couldn't be that much stronger and have so many ghost crystals. However, the disappearance of the top-ranked profession still dealt a mental blow to the other factions. They had all felt quite confident before, but now, they found it very difficult to maintain that confidence. CG, Great Zai as legatee, looked into the distance and sighed. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, nothing had gone smoothly for him. As the legatee of China's first dynasty, it should have been him who was first at everything. However, not only was he suppressed by the system factions, but he had also been suppressed by Great Kin as well. While being suppressed by system factions was understandable for now, being suppressed by Great Kin made CG feel quite uncomfortable. What's more, Great Kin was far more famous than Great Zai. Upon hearing this news, Li Wuxian flew into a fit of rage and continuously bedded 10 or so of the 9-tailed fox women. After doing this, he lay on his luxurious bed, calming himself down as he said, 9-tailed foxes, go and think of something. This time, Great Shang must obtain one of the top 5 professions. The 10 or so women lying on his bed coquettishly smiled, and they agreed to think of something to help achieve Great Shang's desire. This pleased Li Wuxian, and he once again started rolling around with the women. Elsewhere, Ji Shenming frowned as he said, "Teacher, you must help us. Great Zhu can't fall behind them, especially to Great Qin. Our nations have irreconcilable grievances, and whenever I think of Great Qin, I can't feel at ease." Zhang Xia, who had white hair and a ruddy face, nodded and said reassuringly, "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about Great Qin too much. Great Zhu's enemy is not only Great Qin, and if we are too focused on Great Qin, that will be adverse to our future prospects." When he heard this, Ji Shenming agreed, deciding not to worry about Great Qin as much anymore. Over at Great Han, Liu Yi had gathered countless Confucians. Even though they knew all sorts of wondrous skills and could use their vital energy to suppress ghosts, their methods were too simple. They couldn't compare to the school of Yin Yang and the school of Taoism, making Liu Yi feel quite worried about the rest of the ghost festival. As for Zhao Fu, after obtaining the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession, he returned to the Great Qin town in great spirits. After arriving, he took out a gray, ghost-shaped stone steel. This was the 100 Ghost Illusionists profession change stone steel, which could allow Zhao Fu to train 300 Ghost Illusionists. After setting it down, Zhao Fu chose some soldiers with fairly high intelligence and told them to change professions. Following this, Zhao Fu found that the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession was indeed quite powerful. First, 100 Ghost Illusionists had powerful skills. These skills were quite special, and they weren't like normal attacking skills. Instead, they were very strange and abnormal attacking skills. The first skill was called Phantom Strike, an attack that seems real yet illusory, allowing the user to kill enemies without leaving a trace. The first skill was a life-saving skill for illusionists, while the other three were illusion skills. They were all fairly simple illusions, but they were quite powerful and related to ghosts. This was especially so for the last skill. 100 Ghost Illusionists could work together to unleash the illusion, Dark Ghost World. Dark Ghost World's range and strength were both incredibly terrifying. Anyone who fell into this illusion would feel as if he or she had fallen into a world of ghosts, and those in the illusion would be attacked by countless ghosts until their minds collapsed. What's more, they also obtained 100 Ghosts Power, which was a fairly strong power. It could even change their constitution into the Yin attribute and raise their cultivation level quickly. However, the side effects were that the person would become quite gloomy. With these 100 Ghost Illusionists, Great Qin had once again become much more powerful. Zhao Fu chose 298 people with fairly high intelligence and allowed them to change into this new profession. 210 Ghost Tsunami. As for the last two spots, Zhao Fu decided to give them to Lai Qingqian and Liu Sabai. Lai Qingqian would be Zhao Fu's main source of support on the Vietnamese side in the future, so he had to give her a way to defend herself. Liu Sabai was the same. She was the first mayor who had joined Great Qin, so she couldn't remain completely powerless. These two women weren't suited to direct battles, so the special 100 Ghost Illusionist profession suited them greatly. Liu Sabai arrived first, and she followed Zhao Fu's order to become a 100 Ghost Illusionist. Liu Sabai was so shocked and happy to be able to receive such a good profession that she hugged Zhao Fu's arm in joy. Afterward, Lai Qingqian arrived, and seeing another beautiful woman, she realized that she had misunderstood Zhao Fu from before. Why would he set his sights on her when he didn't show any interest to the many beautiful women by his side? By now, Lai Qingqian had learned Chinese through the language stone steel, and even though she wasn't fluent, it was enough to communicate with others. After arriving, Lai Qingqian paid her respects to Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty." When she saw that another pretty woman had arrived, Liu Sabai felt a bit jealous. However, when she thought about Zhao Fu's identity, she felt that there was no need to feel that way. As such, she politely smiled to Lai Qingqian. Lai Qingqian was taken off guard and quite surprised when Liu Sabai suddenly smiled at her. She quickly smiled back, and their relationship immediately started off on a good foot. Zhao Fu didn't notice any of this, and he left after Lai Qingqian changed her profession. After all, there were many things waiting for him to do. Afterward, he received a piece of good news. The scholars had finished researching the advanced teleportation channels. Advanced teleportation channels could transport a maximum of 300 people up to 50,000 kilometers away, and they were 10 times better than intermediate teleportation channels. With these advanced teleportation channels, things would be much more convenient for Great Qin in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu asked Beishan and the others to research ultra-teleportation channels. The higher the grade the better, and because they would be very useful in the future, Zhao Fu asked the scholars to continue researching teleportation channels. Zhao Fu then went to take care of the many matters at hand and prepared many things. Time quickly passed, and soon, the sun had set, and that eerie ghostly chi once again came out from the ground, signaling that the world of ghosts was about to descend. Great Qin easily dealt with the waves of ghosts before 12 a.m., but as the clock struck 12, the ghostly moon in the sky once again shined with a blood-red light. It was no longer hazy looking. Instead, it was a pure blood-red color. These changes caused the countless ghosts below to roar even more intensely, and it was to the point that their horrible roars filled the heavens. All who heard the roars were terrified, and this was guaranteed to be another sleepless night for many. Asami was standing on the town wall and lightly brought the death cry flew to her lips as deathly flute music sounded out. Roar. 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 The countless ghosts seemed to be affected by some sort of stimulant, and they madly roared. They rushed over the horizon and looked like a massive tsunami, causing the ground to rumble. Wherever the great tsunami passed, trees were decimated, and living creatures were slaughtered. Zhao Fu was quite shocked when he saw this destructive tsunami, and he immediately gave the order to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Countless powerful arrows shot out with great force, tearing through the air and seeming to rip apart the sky. Kai. The countless arrows descended like a torrential rain, killing ghost after ghost. However, these countless arrows seemed wholly ineffective against the overwhelming great tsunami. The terrifying tsunami brought with it horrible roars, and the ghosts continued to rush towards Great Kin, wanting to rip apart its defenses. Soldier Aura Formation. Beichi coldly yelled as he once again summoned a massive blood-red eagle, which brought with it a berserk gust of wind as it rushed towards the terrifying tsunami. Kai. The two sides quickly clashed, and the berserk wind was like countless blades sweeping through the ghosts. Countless ghosts were pierced by numerous blades, causing them to instantly dissipate into ghostly chi. However, the ghost tsunami wasn't weak. Hundreds of six-paths ravenous ghosts opened their mouths and shot out ghostly chi bombs at the blood-red eagle. Facing so many attacks, the blood-red eagle twisted its body, circling around most of them. However, the ghost's attacks were too dense, and it was unable to dodge all of them. 10 or so of the ghostly chi bombs hit the eagle and exploded, causing the eagle to almost fall from the sky. Only after flying around in a circle for a while did the blood-red eagle stabilize itself and look down furiously. It stretched its wings and leaned forwards before diving down, bringing with it a massive wave of killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the blood-red eagle used its massive body, which was hundreds of meters wide, to collide with the great tsunami, causing countless ghosts to be sent flying. The blood-red eagle flew against the ground, unable to be stopped by any ghost. It was like an unstoppable tank, steamrolling everything in its way. This finally caused the terrifying tsunami to slightly pause, but that was all. The blood-red eagle had only stopped a portion of the ghosts, and the rest of them continued to flood towards the Great Kin town. The ghosts' terrifying roars and immense momentum caused many of Great Kin's people to feel terrified. Everyone had a serious look on his or her faces and felt quite nervous because every single one of them knew how dangerous the situation was. Zhao Fu's expression was also quite grim as he stood on the town wall and surveyed the battlefield. As he watched the terrifying tsunami come closer and closer, he knew it was time to use that. Janaya, you can use that item now. Beside him, Janaya obeyed and started giving out orders. By now, the great tsunami had come within 10 meters of the town walls, and soon, it smashed against the talisman paper-covered town walls. When they collided with the ghosts, many of the talisman papers burst into flames and were incinerated. Only the dark gold rank evil warding talismans continued to shine with golden light, resisting the ghostly chi, but they didn't have much effect. Savage-looking ghosts started to climb up the town walls, and they gathered together densely. The soldiers and residents on the town walls vigorously resisted, using arrows, spears, yang blood, and other weapons. However, there were simply too many ghosts, and no matter how Great Kin retaliated, the effects were too small. Whenever they killed a ghost, another ghost or even two would take its place. By now, the town walls were covered with ghosts, and soon, the ghosts would be on top of the town walls. If the ghosts reached the top, it meant that they might be able to break through the Great Kin town. The consequences would be unimaginable. 211 Ghost Summoners Scurry. Suddenly, at this key moment, a massive bird's cry sounded out, seeming to pierce through the clouds and spread out in all directions. The entire Great Kin town gave off a white light as a figure that wasn't very big spread its wings and flew from the center of the town. It was a crow-like bird with a wingspan of 2 meters that was covered in golden feathers. It had 3 feet, and its entire body burned with golden flames, giving off an intense heat that seemed to twist space. This was a golden crow. Legends said that it was a sun that had become a bird. However, this wasn't the real golden crow, but a golden crow created by a magic formation. This magic formation was the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. It was something that Zhao Fu had bought with 2 million or so ghost crystal points. The golden crow brought with it an intense fiery aura that caused the countless ghosts to all pause. They all completely despised this sort of aura. As the golden crow flew into the sky and gave off a blinding light, it looked like the rising sun, and countless ghosts fell in terror. Scree-ee. The golden crow cried again as it spread its wings, causing the golden fire around its body to expand outwards and explode with a powerful fire attribute energy. The fire seemed to become an orb of light around its body, and the instant that it formed, it gave off searing heat and looked like a darkness-destroying sun. Og! Under this terrifying light, white smoke rose up from the ghosts' bodies as they screamed in pain. They were being burned by the light, which was thousands of degrees, and they rolled around on the ground, trying to reduce the pain. Soon, their bodies became traces of ghostly chi as ghost crystals fell to the ground. By now, the golden crow had become a sun that was 10 meters wide and hung high in the sky, giving off light that covered hundreds of kilometers. It was extremely eye-catching and made it seem like it was daytime, causing even the eerie aura to retreat. The golden crow completely obliterated the great tsunami. Countless ordinary ghosts died under the light, while some of the stronger ghosts still had a bit of their strength and used it to desperately retreat. However, how could Zhao Fu just let them go? He immediately ordered for them to be chased down and killed. Standing on the town wall, Zhao Fu looked at the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation's terrifying effects and had a satisfied smile on his face. When he saw that they had killed most of the ghosts, he decided to stop using the formation. After all, this formation consumed energy stones. In just 10 or so minutes, it consumed thousands of energy stones, which was tens of thousands of gold coins. The price of using it was too great, so unless it was incredibly crucial, Zhao Fu wouldn't use it. After buying so many defensive items, Great Qin was now lacking money. After 12 a.m. passed, the ghostly moon in the sky returned to its former state. The next few waves of ghosts were no longer as terrifying, and they were easily destroyed by Great Qin. The sun gradually rose in the east, signaling that a new day had come. Zhao Fu ordered his people to count the drops from this night. This time, they had obtained 2.6 million ghost crystals, even more than the previous night. Most of it was from that ghost tsunami. Furthermore, there were also 10,000 or so ghost treasure sacks, and Zhao Fu also collected 8 city god upgrade stones from sky ghosts. Zhao Fu only needed 5 city god upgrade stones from sky ghosts to raise the city god temple to dark gold rank, but Zhao Fu temporarily didn't upgrade it. This was because Zhao Fu had 2.6 million ghost crystals, which was equivalent to 26 million ghost crystal points. The second-ranked profession only cost 23 million ghost crystal points. Zhao Fu was quite excited and immediately went to Holy Light City. He came before the exchange stones deal and prepared to buy the second-ranked profession. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the second-ranked profession, Ghost Whisperer, had already disappeared. Who had taken it? It seemed that he couldn't be careless. It was already the third day of the Ghost Festival, and he wasn't the only one who had been presented with opportunities. He shouldn't have been surprised that the second-ranked profession would be gone. As such, Zhao Fu bought the third-ranked profession, Ghost Summoner, for 21 million ghost crystal points. Zhao Fu was still quite satisfied with this, and after he did this, he returned to the Great Qin town. The disappearance of the second and third-ranked professions caused the other factions to feel incredibly tense, and they started to think of all sorts of methods to gain more ghost crystals. After returning to the Great Qin town, Zhao Fu looked at the Ghost Summoner profession. This profession deserved to be ranked third, as its stats were quite powerful. As expected, the Ghost Summoner was a summoning profession that could summon all sorts of ghosts from the ghost world. They could summon Yin soldiers and Yin generals, who were all quite powerful. If this profession was developed to its peak, they would be able to summon thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ghosts. Furthermore, the Ghost Summoners had a few other abilities. They receive the affection of ghosts, won't be attacked by ghosts, and can understand ghosts. They also had a special ability, which was called Ghost Form. This skill allowed the Ghost Summoner to fuse with his or her summoned ghosts, giving the Ghost Summoner immense power. This sort of power was many times stronger than one's own strength. However, Ghost Form had many weaknesses, such as slightly reducing one's lifespan and being hard to control. After looking at the Ghost Summoner profession, Zhao Fu picked another 300 people to change professions, and he asked one of them to use the Ghost Form skill. The soldier squatted down and pressed his hand against the ground as he chanted a few strange syllables. Immediately, a massive amount of ghostly chi streamed out from the ground, causing a cold wind to blow as a powerful-looking figure appeared beside the soldier. The ghost was 2 meters tall and had taut muscles all over its body. Its skin was ashen-colored, and it had a savage face and 2 black horns on its head. It gave off a powerful aura and seemed to be a type of devil ghost. Zhao Fu was elated when he saw this. Since they were able to summon such powerful ghosts already, it meant that after they became more powerful, the ghost summoners would be able to summon incredibly powerful ghosts. It seemed that the ghost summoners would be very good in the future. After looking at these things, Zhao Fu once again went to the city god temple and used the upgrade stones dropped by the sky ghosts to upgrade it. The city god temple shined with a dignified golden light, and its structure looked even more majestic than before. After rising to dark gold rank, The city god temple's stats once again greatly rose. It now suppressed evil creatures' strength by 35%, and the protection was also stronger. Furthermore, the dark gold rank city god temple unlocked another ability, black and white impermanence. This ability allowed Xiaofu to spend some yen coins to summon black and white impermanences. Black and white impermanences were also officials of the ghost world, and they had a higher status than yin soldiers. They were essentially bailiffs responsible for catching ghosts, and they were also more powerful than yin soldiers. The ancient legendaritions of them looked quite savage, holding leg irons and handcuffs, and they provided assistance to the good and punishment to the evil. As a Chinese person, Xiaofu had heard about black and white impermanences, so he spent some yen coins and summoned them. However, the scene that greeted him caused his jaw to drop to the ground. 212 sixth night within a fog of ghostly chi, two figures appeared. One was wearing white clothes with a tall hat that had blessings of prosperity written on it, while the other wore black clothes and had a tall hat with peace on earth written on it. This was quite normal, but surprisingly, both of them were women. They had delicate features and looked extremely beautiful. One had tanned skin, while the other had white skin. Similarly, one had black hair, while the other had white hair, and they also had incredibly seductive figures. This was especially so for their large breasts, which were simply perfection. At this moment, the two women were tightly pressed together, their faces red and their clothes disheveled as their long tongues intertwined. What's more, they were panting heavily, making those who saw them fantasize. The two women's actions were quite intense, one pressed the other on the ground, and their hands roamed around each other's bodies, causing their clothes to almost fall to the ground, revealing a lot of skin. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaofu stared in disbelief. He had never thought that he would see such a thing. Were these really the savage black and white impermanences who caught ghosts? Did he make a mistake? Xiaofu looked at their descriptions and found that they were indeed black and white impermanences. Following this, Xiaofu looked to see if there was a way to get a refund. He felt completely ripped off with these black and white impermanences. Xiaofu wanted ferocious beings who could catch ghosts, but when he saw that these two women were becoming more and more intense, he decided to put an end to this. Ahem. Xiaofu looked quite awkward as he softly coughed, causing the two indulgent women to come to their senses. Ah! The white impermanence cried out. Only now had she discovered that there was someone else around. A red blush appeared on her face as she quickly pulled up her clothes to cover her chest. The black impermanence also paused in surprise and looked around before noticing the system announcement she had received. Only after looking at it did she realize what was happening, and she casually pulled her clothes around her and covered herself before smiling at Xiaofu. The two of them tidied themselves up before paying their respects to Xiaofu and greeting him, "Respected Lord." The white impermanence's face was still flushed, and she looked quite embarrassed when facing Xiaofu, not daring to look at him directly. As for the black impermanence, she looked as if nothing had happened and maintained a calm smile. Xiaofu didn't pay too much mind to what had just happened, and he asked them why both of them were women when the legends said one male and one female. He then also asked what their names were. Following this, Xiaofu found out that there were actually many black and white impermanences within the ghost world, though female black and white impermanences were in the minority. Most of them were male. He also learned that the white impermanence was named Basioxy, while the black impermanence was named Hyuga. After hearing about these things, Xiaofu left to prepare for the battle at night. The battle the previous night had been quite dangerous, and because most of the talisman papers on the town walls had been destroyed, he had to prepare them again. When she saw that Xiaofu had left, Hyuga flirtatiously smiled as she hugged Basioxy's slender waist and said, "Zioxy, let's continue from where we left off." Basioxy pushed Hyuga away and glared at her with an embarrassed look as she replied, "No way. It was all your fault that our bodies were revealed to respected Lord, and it is because of you that we left a bad impression on him." In response, Hyuga giggled, "What are you so embarrassed for? Respected Lord is a future emperor, and he might even take us as concubines in the future. Those old fellows in our clan saw respected Lord's massive fate and potential, which was why they pushed us out. This is a big matter, and after the Heaven Tribulation transformation, our clan wants us to establish a relationship with him. If respected Lord becomes powerful, it'll be very beneficial to the clan." Basioxy understood, and even though she looked somewhat unwilling, she couldn't resist and could only look sad. Hyuga took advantage of this. She put her arm around Basioxy's petite frame and groped her large chest with practiced ease, after which some things that cannot be described happened. Time quickly passed, and soon, the sun went beneath the horizon, and the stars came out. By now, Xiaofu's subjects had finished covering the town walls with talisman papers, and their preparations were complete. This was the fourth night of the Ghost Festival, and the ghosts were becoming more and more ferocious. People didn't have to go out to look for them, the ghosts now started to take the initiative to attack. Because Zhao Fu had the reverse Tell Monster Warding Talisman and the Death Cry Flute, large numbers of ghosts attacked. Although it was quite tiring for Great Ken's forces, they were still able to destroy them easily. Following this, the clock struck 12 again as the ghostly moon began to change. This time, Zhao Fu told Asuni to stop playing the Song of Paradise. He still hadn't forgotten the terrifying scene from the previous night. The ghosts tonight were already incredibly fierce and tough, and Zhao Fu didn't want anything unexpected to happen. He just wanted tonight to pass safely. As such, he didn't allow Asuni to play the Death Cry Flute at midnight. Following this, Zhao Fu's intuition was proven correct. A massive ghost horde formed, and it was only slightly smaller than the previous nights. As such, Zhao Fu could only once again use the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal formation to suppress and kill these ghosts. After this chaotic time passed, everyone was able to relax, and the rest of the night passed easily. Early the next morning, the sky turned blue again, and the silver moon still hung faintly in the sky. During this time, Zhao Fu ordered his people to collect and tally the ghost crystals. This time, they had collected slightly less than the previous night, 2.4 million ghost crystals, roughly 10,000 ghost treasure sacks, and countless city god stones. By now, Zhao Fu had an innumerable number of city god stones, but he had no use for them. His city god temple was already dark gold rank, and they couldn't be used to upgrade it anymore. As such, he put them away in case they would be useful in the future. Zhao Fu once again went to Holy Light City's exchange stone steel and looked through the items. By now, Zhao Fu had 31 million ghost crystal points. Some of them were left over from the previous day, and some of them was from the Orc City. Because it was the 4th day, many of the top-ranked professions had been claimed, and only the 9th-ranked profession, Nether Ghost Archer, out of the top 10 was remaining. As such, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to spend 18 million ghost crystal points to buy it. At that moment, Great Tang's Li Baking, who had, through great difficulty, finally gathered enough ghost crystals, was just about to purchase it too. When he saw that it had disappeared, flames of fury erupted out from him as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Who did this?" 213 crushing spear. Nobody would be able to withstand such anger. After spending so much effort and feeling anxious this entire time, he saw the profession that he was just about to buy suddenly disappear. How could anyone endure such a thing? It was like seeing a woman one had been wooing for 10 years suddenly run off with someone else. Li Baking almost went crazy, and he hated the person who took the Nether Ghost Archer profession to death. At that moment, all he wanted was to skin that person. On the side, Zhu Rengai and a few other of his generals quickly calmed him down. In the end, Li Baking could only set his eyes on the 13th-ranked profession because the first 12 were all gone. Zhao Fu didn't know about any of this. After obtaining the Nether Ghost Archer profession, he returned to Great Ken and looked at the Nether Ghost Archer profession's stats in detail. Just as its name suggested, it was an archer profession. The profession had special archery skills, and it also gave more agility. Some of the powerful skills it had were, Ghost Eyes, allows one to accurately and tracelessly lock onto enemies, Nether Ghost Arrow, an arrow with Ghost's power, Ghost Crowd Arrow, a crowd attack skill that creates 5 ghostly figures who continuously attack. Overall, even though the Nether Ghost Archer profession couldn't compare to the top 3 professions, it was still a good profession. Zhao Fu was quite pleased and smiled. Following this, he went to prepare many things for the 5th night. Soon, night descended, and the ghosts were even more ferocious than before. In fact, some of Zhao Fu's soldiers and residents were wounded. However, there weren't many injuries, so things weren't too bad. They obtained 2.6 million ghost crystals this time, and Zhao Fu once again went to the exchange stone steel. By now, the Ghost Festival was reaching the end, so the 40 professions had all been claimed. When he saw this, Zhao Fu was somewhat disappointed because he wasn't able to gain any more special professions. However, Zhao Fu was already content. After all, he had obtained 3 of the top 10 professions. Who else could do such a thing? Since there were no more professions, Zhao Fu turned to look at the other items. With the ghost crystals he had left from the previous day, he had 42 million ghost crystal points, so he wasn't afraid of not having enough. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on an item. Because the focus of the Ghost Festival rewards was professions, many of the items were related to professions as well. The item that had caught Zhao Fu's attention was a military profession upgrade stone. E-grade military profession upgrade stone, a type of mysterious stone that can upgrade a military profession's strength. It can increase the grade of an E-grade profession by 1 step. This military profession upgrade stone could only be used on E-grade professions. Great Ken Soldier was an E-grade profession, and Zhao Fu had long since felt that the Great Ken Soldier profession's grade was too low. With this upgrade stone, he would be able to raise it to E+ grade. This military profession upgrade stone cost 10 million ghost crystal points, and although it seemed expensive, Zhao Fu thought that it was worth it. After all, there was nothing else that was worth buying. D-grade military profession upgrade stone, a type of mysterious stone that can upgrade a military profession's strength. It can increase the grade of a D-grade profession by 1 step. D-grade military profession upgrade stones could only be used on D-grade professions, and Great Ken had many D-grade professions, such as general. There were also the special professions of the various races, though many of them were D-grade. However, Zhao Fu didn't plan on giving them the upgrade stone. Instead, he was going to keep it for when the Great Ken soldier profession rose from E+ grade to D grade. This was because the D-grade military profession upgrade stone was simply too expensive. A single one cost 30 million ghost crystal points, and it was 5 million ghost crystal points more than even the top-ranked profession. This showed how difficult it was to raise the grade of a profession. If it wasn't for the Ghost Festival, Zhao Fu would have no idea how to raise the grade of his professions. After buying the 2 types of upgrade stones, Zhao Fu's fortune immediately vanished. After purchasing these upgrade stones, Zhao Fu planned to go back and upgrade the Great Ken soldier profession when he suddenly saw someone familiar. It was a woman with a gentle and soft temperament. Zhao Xin. Long time no see. Where have you been? Zhang smiled as she walked over. She was going to buy some items when she surprisingly met Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, she was still able to recognize him instantly. Have you been well? Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Zhang, deliberately avoiding her question. When she heard Zhao Fu's words of concern, Zhang felt a slight warmth in her heart, and her smile became even sweeter. After catching up for a bit, Zhang decided not to bother Zhao Fu as she knew that he was quite busy. After talking with Zhang, Zhao Fu received some information. Afterward, he went to the Westfall restaurant and called Go Binglan to the side. He asked her about some things regarding Holy Light City. Recently, the Zhu family's faction had been growing quite quickly. It seemed to have to do with the Great Ming dynasty. After all, Great Ming had a dynasty-level legacy, and it was a massive figure to these ordinary families. Because of Great Ming, everyone let the Zhu family have their way, allowing them to develop quickly. However, they also became quite arrogant. This caused Zhao Fu to slightly frown. He hadn't expected that Great Ming's hand would stretch to where he was. Even though he didn't really care about the Zhu family, he would probably have to respond in some way. Zhao Fu didn't want to act for now if they didn't provoke him, as there was no benefit to him, and it simply wasn't necessary. However, if the Zhu family made trouble for him, he would definitely destroy them. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu went to the barracks and used the E-grade military profession upgrade stone, raising the Great Ken soldier profession to E+ grade. After looking at the profession, he saw that both the stats and skills had become slightly better than before. In the remaining time, he started to prepare for the 6th night. The ghosts on the 6th night were even more ferocious and violent than previous nights, and they were much stronger too. What's more, many more ghosts appeared within the town than normal, and even evil ghosts appeared. If it wasn't for the city god temple's suppression, normal evil warding talismans would have been unable to stop them. Without good defensive measures, countless residents would be injured, which was why the city god temple was especially important. Now, even fewer people dared to come out at night because that was equivalent to seeing death. It was much more difficult for each of the factions to kill ghosts now. This was the same on Zhao Fu's side as well. However, it was easier for them because they had a dark gold rank city god temple, the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, and the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. Even so, they made it through the 6th night with great difficulty. 214 Ghost Queen. Even though the night was quite difficult to get through, they obtained significant gains. In total, Great Ken collected 3 million ghost crystals this time, and Zhao Fu once again went to the exchange stone steel to see if there was anything left that was worth exchanging for. After looking through it closely, he found that there were still a few things of value to him. The first was a formation called the Four Corners Ceiling Formation, which was set up through 4 stone steels. Each of them had, respectively, an azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them, and the formation had incredible sealing powers. The Four Corners Ceiling Formation cost 4 million ghost crystal points, so Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to buy it. No matter if it was the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation, Yin General Ghost Killing Formation, or this Four Corners Ceiling Formation, they were all things that Zhao Fu needed to kill a god. These things, along with the 6-wood Absolute Barrier, would be used for suppressing, sealing, attacking, and space locking. After all, his target was a god, and because Zhao Fu didn't want anything to go wrong, he had to make sufficient preparations. After purchasing the Four Corners Ceiling Formation, Zhao Fu looked at the next item that had caught his eye. It was a spear that was completely made of talisman papers, and it looked incredibly mysterious and profound. Evil Crushing Spear, a spear completely made from Holy Sun Spirit talismans that can deal a massive amount of damage to evil creatures. This item can only be used once. The evil crushing spear was a one-time consumable that would disappear after being used. As such, Xiaofu bought 16 of them. Not only would they help with the final night, the 7th night, of the Ghost Festival, but they would also be incredibly helpful when taking down a demon god. After buying the Four Corners Ceiling Formation and the Evil Crushing Spears, Xiaofu spent 20 million Ghost Crystal Points in total. He had 10 million Ghost Crystal Points remaining, so he continued looking at the other items. After looking around, his gaze fell on a piece of equipment. It was a piece of inner armor that was made of some unknown material. It was a snow-white color and looked quite simple and plain. Bronze rank armor, grade, gold, stats, strength +6, constitution +10, agility +4, intelligence +4, description, an inner armor with powerful defensive abilities. It is incredibly comfortable to wear. Not all equipped equipment gave stat bonuses. Each person could only receive stat bonuses from 6 of his or her equipment, 1 from the weapon, 2 from defensive equipment, and 3 from accessories. Xiaofu didn't normally like wearing armor, but he felt that this inner armor suited him. Its stats were also quite good, so he decided to buy it. With his remaining Ghost Crystal Points, Xiaofu bought 10 or so Ghost Strengthening Stones, as they were quite rare, and some talisman papers to deal with the powerful ghosts on the final night. Each night of the Ghost Festival was more terrifying than the last, and now that the grand finale had come, Xiaofu had to make sufficient preparations. By now, Xiaofu had more or less finished collecting everything that he needed for his god-refining plan. After collecting one more item, Xiaofu would be able to put his plan into motion. Soon, dusk fell, and beautiful, fiery clouds could be seen on the horizon. While watching the setting sun and looking at those clouds, anyone would marvel at the beauty of dusk. After the sun completely set, darkness descended, and ghostly chi rose up from the ground, seeming to fill the entire world. An eerie and creepy atmosphere filled every corner, and all creatures seemed to fall silent. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky, dyeing the heavens and earth red. As the blood-red moonlight fell on the ground and bathed countless ghosts, their eyes became blood-red, and they looked incredibly vicious, no longer seeming as simple and dumb as before. The ghosts once again appeared on the horizon, their blood-red eyes making them look extraordinarily terrifying. Rumble. The ground violently trembled as the countless ghosts formed a massive tsunami, wiping out everything in their path. Their momentum seemed to be able to annihilate the heavens and earth as they rushed towards Great Kin, their roars seeming to herald the apocalypse. Trees were destroyed, and rocks fragmented. The ground that the ghost tsunami passed over was flattened and filled with a deathly aura. Soon, the massive tsunami, bringing with it a shocking aura, arrived at the Great Kin town, and it was just 100 meters away from the town walls. Swish, swish, swish. Powerful arrows and bolts tore through the air, making it sound as if the air was exploding as they rained down. Kai. Dense waves of arrows and bolts shot down, but they didn't slow down the tsunami at all. By now, Xiaofu had brought the entire town to arms, and even though they shot countless arrows, they were still unable to stop the tsunami. Soon, this massive tsunami was about to collide with the town walls. Scree-ee-ee-ee. The golden crow cried as a small sun once again appeared in the sky, its blinding light shredding through the darkness and illuminating the world. Og! The countless ghosts howled, but because of the support from the bloody moon in the sky, they didn't immediately die. The most terrifying ones were a massive crowd of 6 paths ravenous ghosts who were still able to attack in spite of the searing heat and light. Immediately, all of the ballistae stopped attacking the ordinary ghosts and focused their fire on the crowd of 6 paths ravenous ghosts. With the ballistae now attacking as well, the 6 paths ravenous ghosts were quickly suppressed. However, the terrifying ordeal wasn't over yet. 50 or so sky ghosts suddenly appeared in the sky, and their power couldn't be doubted. In the past few days, there had only been a maximum of 10 or so appearing at once, yet 50 of them had simultaneously appeared this time. Under the intense white light, the sky ghosts only seemed a bit weaker. They were naturally quite powerful, and because they were being buffed by the blood-red moon, they were able to attack fearlessly. Now that it was the final night, Xiaofu didn't hesitate to take out arrows that were made of 500-year-old beech wood, dipped in high-grade spirit beast blood, and covered in high-grade talismans. He gave these arrows to his elite archers. At the same time, Xiaofu ordered all of the underground exploration teams, who had been recalled to help, to attack the sky ghosts. They had holy light skills and equipment and could deal a massive amount of damage to ghosts. Moreover, Xiaofu ordered all of his generals, his best fighters, to help deal with the crowd of sky ghosts. Jinai and Little Sha didn't stay by Xiaofu's side. Instead, they went to kill sky ghosts, while Xiaofu took out an evil crushing spear and tightly gripped it as he sent his king's power into it. The evil crushing spear shined with a brilliant silver light as runes moved across it, and it gave off an evil suppressing power that caused the ghostly chi within 10 meters of him to retreat. 215 Slaughterfield Domain. Zhaofu's gaze was incredibly sharp as he looked at a sky ghost flying towards him. He tightly gripped the spear and threw it as hard as he could at the sky ghost. Kai! The evil crushing spear shined brilliantly, bringing with it immense power as it turned into a silver streak and arced through the air. In just the blink of an eye, it pierced through a sky ghost's chest, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. The sky ghost looked incredibly shocked as it fell from the air. It had been unable to dodge the spear at all, and it collapsed into ghostly chi, signaling its death. Zhaofu turned to look at another sky ghost and threw another evil crushing spear. Another ray of silver light shot out, successfully killing another sky ghost. These evil crushing spears were simply too powerful. Nearby, 10 people in white clothes raised their hands and aimed at the sky ghosts flying towards them. Suddenly, a sun diagram appeared on their hands as a ray of holy light energy shot towards the sky ghosts. After being hit, the sky ghosts howled painfully as their bodies gave off white smoke. Immediately, the elite archers shot the 500-year-old peachwood arrows into their hearts. The 500-year-old peachwood felt like searing hot iron arrows, instantly incinerating their hearts and killing them. The Heaven Awakened world was made up of many different cultures, and it felt quite strange using Western-style magic against Eastern monsters. However, their sources were the same, though their usage was slightly different. Under their attacks, the 50 sky ghosts were quickly killed, and most of the ordinary ghosts under the town walls had also been dealt with. It seemed that this wave of ghosts had been successfully destroyed by Great Gin's forces. Suddenly, an aura like that of a mountain's descended, weighing on everyone's hearts. This aura caused everyone's slightly relaxed faces to instantly look nervous. Everyone turned to look at a terrifying figure that slowly appeared within everyone's vision. It looked like a woman with a slender body wearing a set of red-black armor. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, and her face was extremely pretty. However, her blood-red eyes were incredibly cold and emotionless. She gave off a dense blood-red aura that was filled with boundless killing intent, and this terrifying aura seemed to cause the air around her to freeze. As she appeared, everything fell silent, and even the sound of the wind disappeared. The ghosts around her all prostrated themselves on the ground as they trembled and looked incredibly fearful. Zhaofu's expression became grim. He could sense how powerful this ghost was. This was most likely a queen-level ghost. Beichi, I'll leave things here to you, Zhaofu said as Little Sha, Jnaya, and he jumped down from the town walls and walked towards the ghost queen. Just as he had taken a few steps, a few six-paths ravenous ghosts leaped towards him. A few sword lights flashed, and without Zhaofu having to do anything, Jnaya had easily dealt with the six-paths ravenous ghosts. As they advanced, many ghosts who still had some fighting power charged at Zhaofu, but he didn't need to attack. In fact, he didn't even slow down or pause because as soon as ghosts came near, sword lights and blood-red lights would flash from Jnaya and Little Sha's attacks, dealing with them instantly. The ghost queen held a blood-red sword that gave off a sense of killing intent, and its cold gaze fell on Zhaofu's body. It seemed to sense that Zhaofu was the lord here, and it walked to meet him. Both sides slowly drew closer to each other, and when they were within 10 meters of each other, they both stopped. None of the other ghosts dared to come close, and the ghost queen didn't hide the killing intent in its eyes. Just as it was about to attack, Little Sha took the initiative and strangely appeared beside the ghost queen, his dagger drawing a sharp arc of light as it slashed the ghost queen's throat. However, the ghost queen casually swept out with its sword, sending Little Sha flying. Even though Little Sha was quite powerful to other people, in front of the ghost queen, he was still a bit too tender. After being sent flying, he didn't receive very heavy injuries, and he angrily started to rush at the ghost queen again. However, Zhaofu stretched out his hand and signaled for him to stop. Little Sha could only return to Zhaofu's side. At that moment, Jnaya raised his sword and started to walk towards the ghost queen. The ghost queen coldly watched as Jnaya walked closer and closer. Suddenly, it slashed out with her sword, causing a blood-red sword light to fly towards Jnaya. Jnaya remained expressionless as he also slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp white sword light. Clang! The blood-red sword light and the white sword light clashed, causing a metallic clashing sound to ring out. Sword light scattered everywhere as the two attacks neutralized each other. It seemed that the two of them were on equal ground. The ghost queen's blood-red eyes stared at Jnaya, and it became serious as the true battle unfolded. The ghost queen brandished its sword, chopping down at Jnaya again and again. Each strike was extremely ferocious and contained immense killing intent, making its strikes seem quite terrifying. Jnaya parried while also responding with his own attacks. Even though he didn't attack very frequently, each strike brought with it a trace of fatal danger, forcing the ghost queen to either evade or block. Clang! 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 The battle between the ghost queen and Jnaya was incredibly intense, and clanging sounds continuously rang out as sword light flew everywhere. This generated a sharp sword wind that could even cut leaves that were 10 meters away. The Ghost Queen suddenly slashed horizontally, sending out a 5-meter-long blood-red arc of light that seemed to be able to split mountains and was incredibly monstrous. Janai was unable to dodge to the left or right, so he kicked off the ground and flipped through the air before landing behind the Ghost Queen. However, at that moment, the Ghost Queen reversed its sword, stabbing backward towards Janai's chest. Facing this sudden attack, Janai vigorously twisted his body, narrowing avoiding the stab. He simultaneously attacked, his sword stabbing towards the Ghost Queen's unprotected armpit. The Ghost Queen's gaze became cold, and the Ghost Queen exploded with an even more powerful aura. The blood-red aura around her became many times more powerful, and this energy sent Janai stumbling backward. The Ghost Queen grasped this opportunity and rushed towards Janai, once again stabbing towards him. Facing the Ghost Queen, who was even more powerful than before, Janai knew that he wasn't a match for it. As such, he could only use that power. When the Ghost Queen stabbed towards him, Janai suddenly closed his eyes before suddenly opening them. A black light flashed in his eyes as a black symbol appeared on his forehead. It was Zhaofu's King Seal. When the King's Seal appeared, Janai's aura became many times more powerful, and his body gave off traces of Black King's power. This King's power wasn't Janai's but Zhaofu's. Now that both sides were more powerful, the battle became even more intense. The rays of sword light from their battle slashed into the ground, resulting in many large and small gashes in the ground. At that moment, Janai trembled as his sword hummed and stabbed at the Ghost Queen incredibly quickly. Facing this dangerous strike, the Ghost Queen had to dodge, causing Janai's attack to miss. However, it was able to cut a few of the Ghost Queen's hairs. Just as the Ghost Queen was about to attack, Janai suddenly changed his attack, smashing his sword against the Ghost Queen, who had just dodged. The massive force sent the Ghost Queen several meters away, causing the Ghost Queen to lose its balance. Janai took this opportunity to unleash a fatal attack. A massive black sword light that contained an incredibly sharp aura covered the Ghost Queen. However, at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. 216 Ghost of Slaughtering. Just as massive black sword light was about to hit the Ghost Queen and kill it, the Ghost Queen exploded out with its true power. Og! The Ghost Queen womanly yelled. When the Ghost Queen yelled, it had a feminine and soft quality to it. Boom! As the Ghost Queen yelled, it released a terrifying power as a pillar of blood-red light rushed up into the sky. Blood-red energy spread out from the center, forming an energy barrier that covered 1,000 meters. The area within the barrier seemed like a completely different world. The sky was completely blood-red, and it seemed desolate and bleak as the bone-piercing wind howled. There were countless soldiers' corpses on the ground, and their blood gathered into small creeks. Their weapons were either stabbed into the ground, lying by their owners' corpses, or destroyed. It was the scene after a horrific battle. The Ghost Queen had created a high-grade domain. It had turned an image within its mind into a world, a domain where it was the sovereign. The Ghost Queen's aura was powerful to the extreme, and it was to the point that its aura could even twist the space around it. Its blood-red eyes seemed to shine with light, making them extremely eye-catching in the darkness. Shing! The Ghost Queen's sword hummed as it slashed out a 10-meter-long blood-red arc towards Janai. This arc of light was incredibly sharp and seemed to tear the air apart. It was also incredibly fast, and it arrived before Janai in the blink of an eye. Janai was quite surprised and quickly blocked with his sword. A muffled explosion sounded out as the blood-red arc of light collided with Janai's sword, causing him to slide back by 10 or so meters and leave deep marks in the ground before he stopped. In the Ghost Queen's Slaughterfield domain, not only did the Ghost Queen receive incredibly powerful buffs, but its enemies were also greatly suppressed. Janai's sword skills were exquisite, but because he didn't have his own domain, he was completely suppressed by the Ghost Queen. Janai's sword skills, which were his trump card, were becoming more and more ineffective as he could feel himself growing weaker. After sending Janai back 10 or so meters, the Ghost Queen's body blurred before appearing before Janai, raising its blood-red sword high as it slashed downwards. Boom! The blood-red sword descended, bringing with it a monstrous amount of power and creating an explosion. Rocks and sand were sent flying into the air as a 5-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground. At the edge of the crater, Janai had used his sword to defend against this terrifying destructive power, but he now looked quite wretched. Following this, the Ghost Queen once again disappeared and reappeared in front of Janai. At the side, after seeing this, Zhaofu knew that Janai wouldn't be able to win against the Ghost Queen. As such, he took out a round stone. It was the unsealing stone. Zhaofu closed his eyes as he pressed the unsealing stone against his chest and softly yelled, "Unseal." The unsealing stone turned into an orb of light and entered Zhaofu's body, immediately unsealing the azure energy sealing Zhaofu's power. Zhao Fu's full power erupted from within him, causing a large amount of King's power to rush out of him. Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes, a black light flashing within them. His eyes were completely black. His aura had become many times more powerful, and it was filled with dignity and overbearingness. At that moment, Janaya was once again sent flying by an attack from the Ghost Queen and crashed to the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from his mouth as he looked at the Ghost Queen seriously. "Janaya, you can step back now." When he heard Zhao Fu's voice, Janaya turned and looked at Zhao Fu, who was using his full strength. His heart trembled as he quickly retreated to the side. The Ghost Queen turned its head, its blood-red eyes looking at Zhao Fu, who was giving off a massive aura. Its face became serious, as it could sense how powerful Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu also looked at the Ghost Queen as he held the Sky Demon sword. He raised his other palm towards the Ghost Queen, on which his king's seal appeared. A formless energy swept out as an area with black dragon inscriptions appeared. If he wanted to deal with the Ghost Queen, he had to use his domain to fight against the Slaughterfield domain. Zhao Fu knew that his domain couldn't rival the Ghost Queen's Slaughterfield domain yet, which covered 1,000 meters, so he chose to only make it cover 10 meters. This increased its strength, and it would guarantee that he wouldn't be affected by the Slaughterfield domain. The Ghost Queen turned and rushed at Zhao Fu, ferociously attacking him. Its sword shot out with blood-red light as it chopped down towards him, giving off a fearsome aura. Zhao Fu raised his sword, which shot out with black light, and parried the Ghost Queen's sword. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out. This wasn't from their swords colliding but from the Black King's domain and the blood-red Slaughterfield domain clashing. It was as if two worlds had collided. This created a massive shockwave that blasted outwards like a wild gale, and the ground beneath their feet also disintegrated. Og! The Ghost Queen once again roared as its sword flashed towards Zhao Fu. Its attacks were difficult to see with the naked eye, and they were incredibly fast. Because of this, Zhao Fu was instantly suppressed and forced to defend. Facing the Ghost Queen's ferocious attacks, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he yelled, "Sky Demon Slash!" The Sky Demon sword burst forth with black light and an incredibly piercing sword chi, and Zhao Fu was able to send the Ghost Queen back 10 or so meters, freeing himself from its suppression. However, right after being knocked back, the Ghost Queen immediately charged at Zhao Fu like a cannonball, and it used some sort of skill to create thousands of phantom images of itself. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and used his sword to block the Ghost Queen's sword, but the thousands of phantom images continued to stream towards him. Bang! Zhao Fu was sent flying and crashed to the ground. He glared at the Ghost Queen as a trace of blood leaked from his lips. He had underestimated the Ghost Queen. Zhao Fu wiped away the blood, and the Ghost Queen once again attacked. In response, Zhao Fu stabbed the Sky Demon sword into the ground, from which a massive amount of demonic chi streamed out and entered the ground, dyeing the surrounding 20-meter radius area completely black. When the Ghost Queen entered this region, it immediately realized that something was off. It could detect the power of two separate terrifying domains. This was the combination of Zhao Fu's King's domain and the Sky Demon sword's Sky Demon's domain. The Ghost Queen immediately tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Zhao Fu raised his hand, and a black spike that was 10 or so meters long and as thick as an arm shot out from the ground, piercing upwards towards the Ghost Queen. The Ghost Queen was given a big shock and immediately gathered a massive amount of ghostly chi to block it. Bang! A muffled explosion, which was accompanied by a delicate cry of pain, sounded out as the Ghost Queen's body was sent flying 100 meters into the air. Zhao Fu drew the Sky Demon sword from the ground, and the demonic chi returned to the Sky Demon sword. He raised it and pointed it towards the Ghost Queen as it fell. A massive image of a demon flew out, and it brought with it a massive amount of demon's might as it rushed towards the Ghost Queen. 217 black bloodwood at race of green blood flowed out of the lips of the Ghost Queen as the Ghost Queen fell. Seeing the demon image rushing at it, it twisted its body and gathered a massive amount of ghostly chi around its sword, causing it to give off a shocking light. The Ghost Queen used the momentum from twisting its body to vigorously slash out, unleashing a 20-meter-long blood-red sword light. It gave off an incredible sound as it split the demon image in two, turning into motes of black light. Just as that happened, Zhao Fu tightly gripped an evil crushing spear and sent his king's power into it, causing it to give off a blinding silver light as mysterious runes flowed around it. Swish! Zhao Fu threw the evil crushing spear with all his might, and the air was torn as the evil crushing spear turned into a silver ray of light as it shot towards the Ghost Queen. The Ghost Queen had only just managed to split the demon image with great difficulty, and it was unable to dodge or block this attack at all. Og! The Ghost Queen cried out and coughed up a mouthful of blood as its abdomen was pierced by the evil crushing spear. Even though the evil crushing spear soon turned into motes of silver light, a terrible wound was left on the Ghost Queen's abdomen. What's more, there was white smoke pouring out from that injury, and the evil crushing spear's energy continued to wreak havoc within the Ghost Queen's body. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out another evil crushing spear as he looked at the Ghost Queen, who was still falling. He threw it with immense strength, causing it to streak through the air like a meteor as it flew towards the Ghost Queen. Og! The Ghost Queen roared and gathered all of its strength into its sword and vigorously swept out with it, knocking the evil crushing spear away. However, immediately afterward, 5 rays of silver light with extraordinary power flew towards the Ghost Queen, causing it to feel incredibly shocked. It used all of its strength to defend, causing blood-red sword light to fly everywhere. However, in the end, an orb of silver light exploded in the sky, and the Ghost Queen's body powerlessly fell to the ground. Zhao Fu walked over with his sword in hand. The Ghost Queen hadn't died yet and was only heavily injured. It shakily stood up as it coldly glared at Zhao Fu. Now, the Ghost Queen was injured in 3 areas. The first wound was in its abdomen, the second was in its left shoulder, and the third was in its left leg. Right now, all 3 places were sizzling with white smoke. By now, even if the Ghost Queen wasn't dead, it wasn't very dangerous. With how heavily injured it was, it no longer had much strength. Facing the Ghost Queen's cold gaze, Zhao Fu remained expressionless and held the Sky Demon's sword as he walked over. He wouldn't have mercy on her just because she was beautiful. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, bringing with it a sharp arc of light towards the Ghost Queen. The Ghost Queen raised its sword with great difficulty and blocked Zhao Fu's strike, but Zhao Fu immediately raised his sword again and struck down, forcing the Ghost Queen to block again. Clang! The Ghost Queen once again blocked Zhao Fu's sword, but its body feebly retreated a few steps. When he saw this, Zhao Fu frowned. Even now, he was unable to kill the Ghost Queen. Humphrey! Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he sent a massive amount of King's power into the Sky Demon's sword, causing it to shine with a terrifying sword light and give off a monstrous and demonic aura. Og! The Ghost Queen could tell that Zhao Fu was trying to deal a fatal blow and exploded out with all of its remaining strength, sending it into the blood-red sword. Her sword wildly gave off blood-red light and boundless killing intent. Zhao Fu slashed out with all his might, and the Ghost Queen also slashed out in response. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black and blood-red energies collided, resulting in a berserk gale around them. However, in the next second, the Ghost Queen's body flew backward and crashed 10 or so meters away. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he walked towards the Ghost Queen. With its injuries, it was most likely on its last breath, and it looked quite pitiful. Zhao Fu decided to be merciful and give her a quick and easy death, and he slowly raised his sword as it gave off a sharp black light. Just as the sword was about to descend towards the Ghost Queen, Zhao Fu's movements suddenly stopped. He found that there was something within the Ghost Queen's gaze as it looked at him. Zhao Fu met her gaze and felt quite confused, not understanding what the Ghost Queen was trying to convey. However, just as Zhao Fu's sword descended, the Ghost Queen's body collapsed into ghostly chi but didn't dissipate, rather, it entered the blood-red sword. Upon losing its owner, the blood-red sword lost its blood-red luster and turned into an ancient-looking sword. It was full of chips and cracks and looked blunt. Although it looked simple, it was a red-black color as if it had been stained by countless people's blood. This useless-looking sword looked completely different from that powerful sword the Ghost Queen had wielded before. However, it gave off the feeling that it was some divine weapon that had become trash. However, the sword still gave off a dense killing intent, and without this killing intent, Zhao Fu would have thought that it was completely useless, and he wouldn't have bothered to even inspect it. Zhao Fu bent down, and as his hand touched the hilt, an icy feeling came up from the sword and entered his body. Zhao Fu's movements paused as a scene appeared in his mind. He was in a chaotic time where war was rife and commoners were displaced or killed. Everyone went hungry, and corpses filled the wilderness. She had once been the big miss of a large family, and she had been moved by the troubles in the world. She put down her embroidery and took off her beautiful clothes to take up arms and end those chaotic times. During her lifetime, she participated in countless battles and was acclaimed to be a heroine among women. However, she was unable to end those chaotic times and was killed in a cruel battle. In that scene, the sky was dyed red, and a cold wind that chilled to the bone howled. Anyone who felt this wind would feel as if his or her body was being frozen, and there were countless soldiers' bodies lying on the ground, their blood forming small creeks. Not a single person had survived this battle. She lay within a pile of corpses covered with fresh blood. Her eyes stared soullessly into the blood-red sky as she slowly died. This was her life. She had killed countless people during her lifetime, and after dying, she had become an incredibly terrifying ghost of slaughtering who wandered the earth. The scene ended, and Zhao Fu came back to his senses. He picked up the sword on the ground and stood up, thinking back to the scene he had just seen. It was most likely the memories of the Ghost Queen. No wonder her domain looked like that, it was because that was the scene she remembered when she had died. At the same time, Zhao Fu could feel that the Ghost Queen was within this sword, and she seemed to have become an equipment spirit, or had she always been like this? Zhao Fu was quite confused, and he looked at the sword stats: Slaughtering Ghost Sword, Grade, Fragmented Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Description: a terrifying sword formed from one of the most powerful ghosts in the ghost world, the Ghost of Slaughtering. Ha ha ha. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Slaughtering Ghost Sword would be a fragmented legendary rank weapon. It was the same as the Sky Demon Sword when he had first obtained it, and it was incredibly close to breaking through to legendary grade. 218 ghosts running amok. Owner, you already have me, but you're taking in another one? Sky Demon said in Zhao Fu's mind as it acted pitifully and incredibly wronged. When he heard its words, Zhao Fu felt that Sky Demon was right. He already had a sword, so he didn't need a second sword. In that case, who should he give this sword to? I only listen to the command of the one who subdues me. A cold and resolute voice suddenly said in Zhao Fu's mind. This voice belonged to the Ghost Queen, the Ghost of Slaughtering. As such, Zhao Fu could only dispel that thought in frustration. Seeing that it couldn't change this, the Sky Demon could only unhappily harumph. In the future, any good things that Zhao Fu obtained would be split between it and this new sword, and Sky Demon wouldn't be able to monopolize everything. Just as Zhao Fu was about to put the Slaughtering Ghost Sword into his king's ring, its voice once again said in his mind, prepare a sheath for me as well, I also want to be worn at your waist. Don't overstep your bounds. Sky Demon angrily yelled immediately, feeling that its place was going to be taken. Slaughtering Ghost ignored Sky Demon, and never paid any attention to it at all. This caused Sky Demon to angrily curse at it, and Sky Demon even came out of its sword to fight with Slaughtering Ghost. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh and reassure Sky Demon before picking up a violet stone. This was something that the Ghost Queen had dropped after it had dissipated and entered the blood-red sword. This violet stone was about as big as a pebble and a square shape. It had a flat and smooth surface and felt cold to the touch. City God Temple Upgrade Stone, a mysterious stone that can upgrade a dark gold rank City God Temple into a epic rank City God Temple. When he saw this item, Zhao Fu became delighted, and he put it away. He looked around and found that his forces had dealt with most of the ghosts, so he took Ch'nai and Little Sha back to the town walls. Afterward, the next few waves of ghosts were quickly dealt with by Great Kin. When a trace of sunlight came over the mountains and the darkness retreated, everyone knew that the Ghost Festival had finally ended. This allowed many people to let out a sigh of relief. The memories that the Ghost Festival had left them with were simply too monstrous. Whenever night fell, residents would tightly close their doors and refuse to go out. Zhao Fu ordered his people to tally their gains from the final night. They had obtained 2.5 million ghost crystals in total, as the ghosts had stopped attacking after midnight. Most of the 2.5 million ghost crystals had been obtained before midnight. Moreover, apart from countless ghost treasure sacks and city god stones, they had also obtained 50 or so treasure sacks from sky ghosts. Zhao Fu then took these ghost crystals with him to the Orc City and once again exchanged equipment for ghost crystals. This time, the Orc City only had 50,000 ghost crystals. After putting them away, he didn't leave immediately. Rather, Zhao Fu discussed the next deal between Great Kin and the Orc City, exchanging equipment for population. The orcs were a warlike race. With so much new equipment, they wouldn't be using them for defense but for warfare. After obtaining so much new equipment from Zhao Fu, they would become much more powerful, resulting in a bloodbath for those around them. However, this wasn't Zhao Fu's problem, and he even hoped they would fight more. This was because Zhao Fu required a large number of people, as population was something that he would never have enough of. That was why Zhao Fu supported, and even encouraged, the orcs to go to war. That way, he would be able to obtain a large number of captives from the orcs. Orcs normally enslaved those who were weaker than them, easy to control, and didn't resist. They normally enslaved outlander races like gnomes, while they normally killed humans. As for Zhao Fu, he accepted any intelligent race that was willing to submit to him. Gunador didn't directly accept. After all, he wasn't stupid. He realized that there were benefits but also costs to this sort of exchange. However, Zhao Fu had taken out many pieces of fine gold rank equipment as bait, which finally convinced Gunador to accept. After striking this deal, Zhao Fu became quite happy and took his ghost crystals to the exchange stones deal to see what was left. After looking through the list of remaining items, there wasn't much that caught Zhao Fu's eye. He remembered how good the evil crushing spear's effects were and realized that he only had 6 left. He would need many of them in the future, so he bought 20 of them in one go. After this, he spent his remaining ghost crystal points on some other miscellaneous things that weren't too important. After going back to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu went to an empty plot of land and took out the slaughtering ghost sword. By now, Zhao Fu had already prepared a sheath for it, It was made of black bloodwood, a fine gold drink material. Whether it was its color or attributes, the sheath suited the slaughtering ghost sword very much. After taking out the slaughtering ghost sword, Zhao Fu also took out a gray stone that gave off ghostly chi. This was a ghost strengthening stone. Because the slaughtering ghost sword was nearly at legendary grade, Zhao Fu wanted to use the ghost strengthening stones to help it break through. After using the first ghost strengthening stone, it turned into ghostly chi that entered the slaughtering ghost sword. However, after devouring that ghostly chi, there were no changes within the slaughtering ghost sword. Zhao Fu took out 2 ghost strengthening stones, and after consuming those 2 ghost strengthening stones, the slaughtering ghost sword finally had some changes. However, it still didn't break through. When it saw this, Sky Demon became jealous, but it was a pity that these were ghost strengthening stones while it was a demon sword. Their attributes clashed, so it wouldn't be able to use them. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out 4 ghost strengthening stones and used them. The ghostly chi from the strengthening stones wrapped around the slaughtering ghost sword, and the slaughtering ghost sword seemed to be affected by some sort of energy and floated in the air. It gave off a blood-red light, and a gray light was wrapped around by the light as the slaughtering ghost sword seemed to go through a transformation. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky swirled as clouds of ghostly chi appeared in the sky, forming a layer of gray clouds that was hundreds of kilometers wide. The slaughtering ghost sword, surrounded by ghostly chi, absorbed all of the ghostly chi around it. The gray light disappeared as the blood-red light became more powerful. At that moment, ghostly souls appeared in the sky, and they looked like the countless stars surrounding the moon. They respectfully and terrifyingly cried, giving all living creatures in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area a big fright, making them think that the ghost festival wasn't over yet. Finally, the slaughtering ghost sword slowly descended, and the abnormal signs in the sky slowly disappeared. Zhao Fu caught the slaughtering ghost sword and once again looked at its stats. 219 10 Great Professions, Slaughter Ghost Sword +3, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength +30, Intelligence +25, Constitution +20, Agility +20, Description, a terrifying sword formed from one of the most powerful ghosts in the ghost world, the Ghost of Slaughtering. The slaughtering ghost sword stats were similar to the Sky Demon sword stats. However, it was a pity that one could only receive the bonus stats from one weapon, so it was useless carrying 2 swords around. The +3 was the number of times the sword had been strengthened. Zhao Fu had quite a few ghost strengthening stones, but each of them cost 200,000 ghost crystal points. Just then, Zhao Fu had used 7 ghost crystals stones. The 4th strengthening would require 8 strengthening stones, and the 5th would cost 16 strengthening stones. With the number of ghost strengthening stones he would be able to do a 4th strengthening but not a 5th strengthening. After doing a 4th strengthening, the slaughtering ghost sword stats became slightly more powerful, and its grade slightly rose, becoming a superior legendary rank weapon. The Sky Demon sword watched Zhao Fu use these strengthening stones with admiration, and to it, those rays of ghostly chi entering the slaughtering ghost sword looked incredibly splendorous and comfortable. Sky Demon somewhat missed the first time Zhao Fu had upgraded it. "Owner, I want it as well," Sky Demon said in an expectant and pitiful voice. When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt slightly surprised before realizing that Sky Demon was once again asking for the general soul. Zhao Fu needed the general soul to fuse a general armament, so he immediately refused. Sky Demon yelled angrily, venting out its anger and feelings of being wronged. The slaughtering ghost sword had received much better benefits than it, and as Zhao Fu's first weapon, Sky Demon felt very displeased. When he saw this, Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and comforted it by saying, "In the future, I'll help you obtain some demon strengthening stones, alright?" When it heard Zhao Fu, Sky Demon immediately cheered up and smiled, saying obediently, "Okay. Thank you, owner." Once again witnessing how fast Sky Demon's attitude could change, Zhao Fu was speechless and tied the Sky Demon sword and slaughtering ghost sword to his waist before heading to the City God Temple. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to upgrade the Dark Gold rank City God Temple to Epic rank. Any Epic rank item was incredibly rare and powerful. After all, the Great Qin Town was a Epic rank town. Because of how rare they were, Epic rank things were equally as powerful, so Zhao Fu wondered what a Epic rank City God Temple would be like. He didn't hesitate as he took out the Violet Upgrade Stone and chose to use it. The Violet Upgrade Stone turned into a ray of violet light and shot into the temple, causing it to once again shine with that mighty and dignified golden light. The structure once again became larger and more imposing. System announcement. Congratulations, your City God Temple has been upgraded to Epic rank. System announcement. Your City God Temple has unlocked the ability, City God. After receiving these 2 system announcements, Zhao Fu walked into the City God Temple. There were many Yin soldiers guarding the entrance, and after walking in, he saw the black and white impermanences, who had red faces. One could only guess what they had been doing. Zhaofu didn't pay them much mind and started looking through the City God Temple's stats. City God Temple, grade, epic rank, description, contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a village, town, or city. It requires sacrifices of incense and can be leveled up. All evil creatures that step within the territory that the City God Temple is in will be suppressed by the City God Temple, which will reduce their strength by 55%. Residents will also receive powerful protection and will have immunity to dark powers. The suppression of evil creatures had increased to 55%, and the protection power had become powerful. These effects were quite good, but they weren't Zhaofu's focus. What he was interested in was the second system announcement. He took a look and received another 2 system announcements. System announcement. You can spend some yen coins to summon a city god, and the City God Temple will receive the normal stats. System announcement. Because you're the legatee of a dynasty and possess the special fate item Jade Ruler's Seal, you can appoint a city god. The city god will be solely loyal to you. The more powerful the city god is, the greater its stats will become. The city god cannot be a living person, only a ghost, a dead person, or a powerful soul creature. City god temples were commonly seen in real life because most large places had one, especially ancient cities and large cities. This was because residents of a place wanted to believe in an entity that could protect that place. There were 2 ways in which city gods could be appointed. The first way was for someone who had made great contributions to residents to become a city god through the residents' gratitude towards him or her. The residents could build a temple, create a divine statue, and offer sacrifices of incense, allowing that person to become a city god. The second way was for the emperor to appoint someone. An emperor possessed the fate of an empire, which could change the very manifestation of nature. As such, he had the ability to use an imperial edict to make a person a city god. Because Zhaofu had fulfilled the second condition, he could either spend some yen coins to appoint a city god, who would receive the normal stats, or he could appoint a city god. The first way seemed too ordinary, and the second way seemed much more attractive. However, who should he appoint? For ghosts, Zhaofu had 30 yen soldiers, and a black and white impermanences. However, they already had their own roles and couldn't become a city god. Alternatively, Zhaofu could choose people who had died but still had intact souls. Zhaofu didn't have any such people. The final option was to use a powerful soul creature. The only one that Zhaofu had right now was the General Soul. Of course, the General Soul would definitely be powerful enough, and the city god appointed from the General Soul would definitely have incredible stats. However, Zhaofu wanted to use the General Soul to fuse into a general armament. This made Zhaofu feel torn. After thinking it over for a while, Zhaofu decided in the end to use the General Soul. This was because he would have to find 10 skeleton generals to fuse 10 general souls into a general armament. Who knew when that would happen? As such, Zhaofu decided it was better to put the General Soul to use right now. This required some preparations on Li Si's part, as he had to first write an imperial edict. Afterward, Zhaofu stamped it with the imperial ruler's seal. After being stamped by the imperial ruler's seal, the ordinary paper instantly started to glow with a golden light, making it so that all of the remnant ghostly chi didn't dare to come close due to the fate it contained. Zhaofu was still quite weak right now, but after he became more powerful, his imperial edicts would become holy orders that could cause all evil creatures to flee in terror. Zhaofu placed the General Soul on the general statue as Li Si declared the imperial edict, accepting orders from heaven. The emperor so declares, in these chaotic times with ghosts running amok, I appoint thee as the great Kent Town city god, protecting all residents within. After reading this out, the General Soul shined with a white light and floated into the air, turning into a well-built man who half kneeled on the ground and loudly replied, My name is Dark North Red Autumn. I accept the imperial edict and thank your majesty for your divine favor. 220 solar crown. After Dark North Red Autumn accepted the order, the imperial edict turned into a ray of golden light and entered his forehead. Dark North Red Autumn exploded with a wave of energy, causing some changes in his body. A golden light shined from his body, causing his soul-like state to become more corporeal, and he even gave off an imposing and dignified might as his aura became more powerful. The statue within the temple also changed. The statue of the general changed into one that looked like Dark North Red Autumn, and it had become one body with Dark North Red Autumn. The statue had become Dark North Red Autumn's actual body, the city god's body. The residents came over to offer sacrifices of incense, as the power of their faith and trust could increase its strength. Even though the city god could absorb faith power and was called a god in the real world, it was just a ghost world official and was quite far away from an actual god. System announcement. You have successfully appointed a city god and obtained a bonus 15% suppression of evil creatures. You can now summon up to 300 yin soldiers and possess even greater protection. Right after the appointment was successful, Zhaofu received a system announcement. Standing by the side, the black and white impermanences looked at Dark North Red Autumn in admiration. In the ghost world, a city god was a very important official. It turned out that the city god position was quite easy to obtain, no wonder the clan was desperate to make them came to this world. After appointing the city god, Zhao Fu spent some yen coins to summon another 270 yen soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu and his subordinates tallied their total gains from the Ghost Festival. This time, the greatest beneficiary of the Ghost Festival was, without a doubt, Great Kin. In terms of professions, out of the 10 great professions, Great Kin obtained the top-ranked profession, 100 Ghost Illusionist, the 3rd-ranked profession, Ghost Summoner, and the 9th-ranked profession, Nether Ghost Archer. These professions were incredibly powerful and would become Great Kin's main forces in the future. Even though not many people could change into those professions, there would most likely be things in the future that could increase the number of soldiers that those professions could have. For example, Zhao Fu's King's Ring could increase the limit of the number of soldiers per profession, though it only applied to professions at B grade or below. During the Ghost Festival, Zhao Fu spent most of his money buying various items required to survive through each night. However, the gains from this were tremendous. They had obtained more than 90,000 ghost treasure sacks, 50,000 city god stones, which would allow him to create 5,000 city god temples, and countless upgrade stones. After opening the 90,000 or so ghost treasure sacks, apart from items and skills, there were also equipment and materials. After turning the materials into equipment, they would have obtained 46,000 pieces of fine gold rank equipment. Even a normal system main city wouldn't have so many pieces of fine gold rank equipment. There were even 73 treasure sacks from Sky Ghosts, which gave 37 pieces of dark gold rank equipment. Finally, there was also Zhao Fu's legendary rank Slaughtering Ghost Sword. Who else could have gained so much? Great Kin's achievements could only be rivaled if a few other factions combined all of their achievements. This was all because of everyone in Great Kin. None of them had relaxed at all during the Ghost Festival, and they had all made great contributions to the gains that Great Kin had received. Seeing how exhausted everyone looked, Zhao Fu ordered everyone to stop working and rest for a day, and he held a massive celebratory banquet. Upon hearing this, all of Great Kin's people cheered, and Great Kin finally had the lively atmosphere of a festival. They held the banquet very soon, and Zhao Fu personally gave out rewards and commendations to the leaders, soldiers, and residents who had made great contributions. Afterward, the banquet officially began. Zhao Fu didn't like loud and lively places, so he didn't participate. He sat in the main seat and smiled as he watched everyone laughing and drinking. "Your Majesty, I want to go to a main city again." Asami walked over to Zhao Fu's side and asked somewhat nervously, her eyes full of hope. Zhao Fu turned to look at Asami and smiled. She had worked hard during the Ghost Festival, so he nodded and agreed. However, Zhao Fu was somewhat worried for her safety, so he told her to bring Liu Mai whenever she went out. When she saw that Zhao Fu had agreed, Asami happily laughed as she skipped away, looking incredibly vivacious and cute. As for Liu Mai, she had one foot on a table as she competed in a drinking contest with others. Afterward, Zhao Fu saw that the banquet was going to finish soon, so he left first. He decided to go back to the real world to see if anything had happened. After his consciousness returned to the real world, Zhao Fu opened his eyes, and that familiar wave of hunger assaulted his stomach and mind. He could only ask his bodyguard to order some food for him while he opened his laptop and went into the Heaven Awakened World Forum, looking at the gains of each of the major factions. Out of the 10 great professions, the top 4 were claimed by unknown factions. This caused Zhao Fu to chuckle, as he was the one who took 2 of the 4. Surprisingly, the 5th-ranked profession, Berserk Ghost, was obtained not by a system faction but by Great Zai as legatee. The 6th-ranked profession, Evil Ghost Saberman, was obtained by Great Shang. The 7th-ranked profession, Ghost Monster Cavalry, was obtained by Great Zhu. The 8th-ranked profession, Great Ghost Shield Bearer, was obtained by a system faction, Divine Ghost City. The 9th-ranked profession, Nether Ghost Archer, was obtained by Zhao Fu, and the 10th-ranked profession, Tangost Warrior, was obtained by Great Han. The 11th-ranked profession was obtained by Abyss, a system faction. The 12th-ranked profession was obtained by an Egyptian faction. The 13th-ranked profession was obtained by Great Zhang. The 14th-ranked profession was obtained by an unknown faction, and the 15th-ranked profession was obtained by the Roman Empire. Most of the first 15 professions had been obtained by players, and only a few of them had been obtained by system factions. This would happen more and more in the future, as this world was a world that players would dominate. This was unchangeable. After reading through this information, Zhao Fu was quite surprised to see that Arthur Pendragon's descendant, who had done quite well during the 10,000 Flower Festival, wasn't listed here. Could it be that she was one of the unknown factions? That didn't seem likely, as she had even revealed that she had obtained the 7th-ranked equipment, Sacred Heaven, back then. What's more, Zhao Fu had heard some things about her on the internet. She believed in the way of light and was someone who was just, humble, trustworthy, virtuous, and valiant. As such, many people were willing to follow her. She was an absolute powerhouse in the West, and her fame was even greater than the Roman Empire legatees. With her personality, she wouldn't hide anything. Could it have been that she wasn't interested in the Ghost Festival? Zhao Fu couldn't understand what was going on. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also read that Great Xia, Great Shang, and Great Zhu had all used their nation armaments during the Ghost Festival. Their nation armaments had revealed incredible power, shocking the normal players and becoming a hot discussion topic. 221 Dark World. Only the 5 most powerful legatees who had gathered China's fate dared to use their nation armaments so easily. Apart from Xia, Shang, Zhu, Qin, and Han, other legatees would have to think twice about using their nation armaments in the future. Apart from China, the Roman Empire seemed to have also used its nation armament. It was a spear called the Spear of Destiny. Egypt had also used their nation armament slightly before. Their nation armament was called the Solar Crown. These factions only dared to use their nation armaments slightly because they didn't have a massive amount of fate. Because of how big China was, it contained a great amount of fate, but most of it had gone to the 5 great dynasties and their legatees. Out of China's 5 great dynasties, only the Han dynasty hadn't used its nation armament yet, so their gains were far lesser than the others. Apart from these factions, no other faction had used their nation armaments yet. Zhao Fu didn't know much about different nation armaments. This was because the world had a long history, was very large, and had many different nations and empires. Right now, it was still the early stages, so not many people dared to use their nation armaments. Zhao Fu knew that by the late stages, as the nations and empires became powerful, the nation armaments would also become incredibly powerful. When that time came, the Heaven Awakened world would become incredibly terrifying and brutal. Over at Great Xia, CG was quite satisfied with his gains this time. Last time, during the 10,000 Flower Festival, he had only gained the 8th ranked epic rank equipment, while he had obtained the 5th ranked profession this time. He had made quite an improvement. However, he was apprehensive towards the unknown factions that had obtained the top 4 professions. Recently, Great Qin had become much quieter than before and hadn't done anything big, therefore, Great Qin wasn't as focused upon. After hearing his subordinates' reports, it seemed that Great Qin hadn't obtained a single profession, but how could CG believe this? He had already started viewing Great Qin as one of his most powerful rivals, and he wouldn't believe that Great Qin was so weak. Whenever CG thought about the top 4 professions, the possibility of Great Qin taking one of them always flashed in his mind. However, according to his spies in East Green, nothing big had happened there. Could it be that Great Qin's not in East Green? What's going on? CG couldn't understand what was going on, but he was still uneasy. He would never have expected that both the top-ranked and third-ranked professions had been taken by Zhao Fu. Great Shang's legatee, Bi Wushan, stood at a high place and uproariously and domineeringly laughed. He was quite happy with his results this time, and apart from the original 10 or so seductive women, there were a few more seductive women standing behind him. It seemed that his harem had yet again increased. Great Zhu's legatee, Ji Shenming, wasn't very happy with his gains during the Ghost Festival, but he could only be satisfied with that. He held a banquet for those who had made great contributions, while Great Han's legatee, Liu Yi, could only sigh and feel disappointed. Some unforeseen events had happened this time. After looking through the Heaven Awakened World Forum, Zhao Fu's bodyguard arrived with some food. After quickly eating it, he once again went to the Heaven Awakened World. After the Ghost Festival finished, there were 2 main things for Great Qin to do. The first was to start gaining slaves. Great Qin had now unlocked 21 regions, 7 of which were on the boundary with Vietnam. Moreover, many of those regions were heavily influenced by Zhao Fu's Vietnamese residents, and Great Qin controlled them from the shadows. In the future, Zhao Fu wanted Lakinkian to create a faction that gathered not only indigenous residents but also Vietnamese players. At the same time, Zhao Fu would start recruiting people on the Chinese side. Because it was so chaotic in the boundary regions, there were great profits to be made there. However, Zhao Fu's aim wasn't just the boundary regions, he would also be gaining a large number of slaves in exchange for selling shatter steel iron weapons. Zhao Fu's plot was somewhat insidious, but he didn't care about the methods he used as long as he could fulfill his goals. However, he wasn't one to be so shameless as to market his cruel plots as something that was grand and heroic. Out of good, neutral, and evil, Zhao Fu would definitely be neutral, leaning towards evil. Right now, population was incredibly important to any faction, so it was incredibly rare for a faction to give away people unless that faction was absolutely desperate. What Zhao Fu wanted to do was to incite discord between various factions and make them fight amongst themselves, reducing them to a state where they had to offer their people. However, if he wanted to do such a thing, He would have to personally go and set up the right conditions in each of the regions. He also needed detailed intelligence to make plans in order for this to work. Now that Zhao Fu wanted to rapidly gain slaves, he had to encourage warfare. If it was in the real world, he would be lambasted with criticism, which would include violating human rights and destroying peace. However, Zhao Fu didn't care about any of this. When the Heaven-awakened world devoured the real world in the future, an incredibly dark era would descend, and people would start dying permanently. Once he died, he would stay dead, so he understood that he had to start making preparations now, no matter how cruel they were. Justice? Peace? Benevolence? If there were any people who truly believed in such things and followed them, Zhao Fu would accept their criticism. However, when the time came, there would only be perhaps 1 in 10,000 people who would hold on to such beliefs. Most people would be hypocrites and two-faced. Moreover, if Zhao Fu wanted to buy slaves with equipment, he would need a massive amount of materials. He had a bronze concentrate mine and could also purchase large amounts of material. High-grade materials were difficult to obtain, but ordinary materials could be bought quite easily. Finally, if he wanted to carry out his plan, he would have to remain absolutely neutral in all circumstances and couldn't show that he was a threat. Otherwise, his plan wouldn't work out. The second thing to do was to obtain a large number of Stage 1 corpses and high-grade corpses. Great Kin would normally obtain some high-grade corpses when attacking other villages, so this wasn't too difficult. However, Zhao Fu couldn't have high requirements and had to settle for A-grade corpses if he wanted many of them. Zhao Fu needed high-grade orbs to help his soldiers cultivate faster and to increase their comprehension, and he needed Stage 1 corpses to quickly boost their cultivations in the short term. Right now, out of Zhao Fu's 20,000 soldiers, there were roughly 5,000 of them who were at Tier 0 Level 7 or Tier 0 Level 8. These were all soldiers who had followed Zhao Fu from the beginning. Most of them were A-grade and had relatively high cultivations, and once Zhao Fu obtained a large number of Stage 1 corpses, he would instantly be able to gain 5,000 Stage 1 soldiers. However, it was very difficult to get a large number of Stage 1 corpses, and only main cities had many of them. What's more, there were very few cities like Battle City. Otherwise, with 20 corpses from each city, Zhao Fu wouldn't be so troubled by this. Could he use some sort of method to make 2 main cities go to war and collect a large number of Stage 1 corpses? However, the city lords weren't idiots, and they wouldn't be used so easily. If Zhao Fu failed, he would face the wrath of 2 main cities. 222 Vietnamese guard at the same time. Refining corpses required energy stones, and if Zhao Fu wanted to gain a large number of slaves, he would have to effectively spend a lot of money to obtain them. Because energy stones were so expensive, at a price of 1 for 10 gold coins, 1,000 of them would cost 10,000 gold coins, which Zhao Fu simply couldn't afford. Indeed, if Zhao Fu wanted to carry out all of his plans, he would go from being a mega tycoon to someone who desperately needed money. However, he could keep this under control by progressing with his plans slowly. Zhao Fu could begin with the slave plan immediately, but regarding the Stage 1 corpses, he didn't have a plan and could only take it one step at a time. Zhao Fu brought along Lai Qingqian and started to discuss his plans with her. While this happened, Great Qin reorganized its army and prepared for battle. Right now, each team had 100 ghost illusionists, ghost summoners, and nether ghost archers. 100 ghost illusionists could work together to unleash the dark ghost world, a powerful illusion, which would help Great Qin take captives. After Zhao Fu gave out the orders, Great Qin's various departments all put the plan into motion, going to the various regions and establishing trading offices to obtain people. All of the trading offices had to be as mysterious as possible, and they couldn't reveal a link to the Drizzle Merchant Alliance. Otherwise, if others saw such a rich merchant alliance buying so many people, they would become incredibly wary. No one would be stupid enough to trade with them and make them even more powerful. The trading offices were in properties that Zhao Fu had bought before, which were on the luxurious streets of the various main cities. Now that Zhao Fu was a first-ranked baron, he could employ 30 Stage 1 city guards, so in each main city, he stationed 10 of them at the Westfall restaurant and 20 of them at the trading office. Zhao Fu knew that once the trading office started operating, it would become a place of trouble, so he had to use power to deter any troublemakers in order to guarantee the safety of the trading office. As soon as the trading offices appeared, they didn't hide their evil goal. They all had signs that said, 1 good quality bronze rank weapon for a young man of any race, 1 good quality secret silver rank weapon for 10 young or adult males or females of any race, and 1 good quality fine gold rank weapon for 100 young or adult males or females of any race. A good quality bronze rank weapon cost 60 silver coins, which was 6,000 copper coins or $60,000 in the real world. As such, this was a good deal for anyone. As soon as this trading office was set up, it was surrounded by people with different attitudes. One person angrily yelled, "Are you even human?" You're trying to buy and sell humans like livestock. Another person yelled, I study law. This sort of conduct is unlawful, and you'll be going to prison for a long time. Others angrily yelled, this is a violation of human rights and completely unethical. I hope you won't do this, otherwise, those with morals will strongly protest this sort of conduct. That's right. You're going too far, you're actually trying to buy slaves? We're a cultured society now, so why are you doing such a thing? With a few people in the lead, a crowd of angry people quickly gathered, condemning and criticizing the people at the trading office. Zhao Fu, who wanted to see how the trading office would do, couldn't help but chuckle when he heard their words. To him, these people had been living in a cultured society for too long and were simply idiots for clinging on to such values in light of the times to come. Right now, none of them realized his or her own current state. There were strict rules in the main cities that they lived in, so they hadn't yet realized how dark this world was and how much darker it would become in the future. After the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, the Heaven Awakened world would truly become a world in which the strong preyed on the weak. Main cities would lose everything that was restricting their actions, and all order and justice would fall away. Most players, upon losing their support, would be mercilessly slaughtered by main cities. When that time came, people would do whatever they wanted to do, kill, plunder, rape, and take revenge. Nothing would restrict them, and anything would be permitted. However, who would come to their aid? If one was too weak, one would be killed by others, and that would be it. After dying, that person would stay dead. When that time came, these people, who had been living in their cultured society, would finally wake up and realize what sort of world this was. However, it would be too late then, and Zhao Fu wasn't going to save them. However, no matter if he did good or evil, he required power. When he heard their self-righteous words about valuing life and spreading love, Zhao Fu was somewhat disgusted by their hypocrisy and shallowness. He stepped out, releasing a powerful aura that weighed down on the ordinary players' bodies. Everyone felt a pressure weigh down on them and felt quite shocked. The crowd fell silent, and no one dared to say anything. If you want to trade, then I welcome you. If you want to make trouble, then you can die. Zhao Fu's cold voice and powerful aura caused everyone present to feel incredibly nervous, and those present didn't dare to say anything. A woman with an ordinary appearance and pimples all over her face mustered up her courage and yelled somewhat nervously, I'm not afraid of you. We need to value human rights and spread love, not war. We need to build a peaceful society in this world, and scum like you. Kai. Zhao Fu didn't even bother to look at her as he casually waved his hand, causing a black sword light to flash out and chop off the woman's head. Blood sprayed everywhere as the woman's head fell to the ground, and then her body soon followed. None of the people around them had expected such a thing, and they all screamed in terror. Following this, Zhao Fu turned his cold gaze to them, and they immediately ran away in fright. Even though he had killed someone in a main city, it wasn't a big deal. After all, these people had came to make trouble for him, and he was a first-ranked baron. Furthermore, that person was just an ordinary player, not an indigenous resident or a city guard. There were many people who had criticized Zhao Fu, but there were also numerous people who were tempted. After all, this was equivalent to $60,000 in the real world. It was very easy to obtain people in the Heaven Awakened world, as all one had to do was go to a remote village and bring someone back. It wasn't like in the real world where one would be heavily punished for such behavior. In the face of such massive profits, many people agreed to the terms and asked for more specific details before starting to act. When he saw this, Zhao Fu was able to rest at ease, and he then took Lai Qingqian to Cowtooth City. 223 Great Ken Empire. Cowtooth City was a main city on the boundary between China's territory and Vietnam's territory, and it was the place that Zhao Fu had taken Lai Qingqian from. Now, he had brought her here to establish a faction. If you want to rule above countless people, you need to first act like a leader. When Zhao Fu looked at Lai Qingqian and felt her feeble aura, he knew that she didn't have the characteristics of a leader. Even though he didn't need her to do any managing, he still needed her to be able to lead others in his stead, which was why he said that to her. Lai Qingqian earnestly nodded, signaling that she understood. When Zhao Fu had first told her that he wanted her to be a figurehead and a leader, she had thought that she wouldn't be able to do such a thing. However, she realized that this was a good opportunity. If she could do well, she would be able to enter the ranks of the upper-level figures of Great Kin and enjoy immense prestige and wealth in the future. If she missed this opportunity, she would remain a little village chief and spend her life in mediocrity. As such, Lai Qingqian wanted to grab this opportunity. However, in front of Zhao Fu, she didn't dare to act too tough in front of Zhao Fu, as his aura was simply too powerful. Seeing this, Zhao Fu took Lai Qingqian to one of the properties he had bought previously. This place had an area of 3,000 square meters and wasn't on one of the luxurious streets, so it hadn't been too expensive. It would be a good starting point for the headquarters. Zhao Fu didn't establish a village as the headquarters because the faction had only just been established. He would only do this after it had somewhat grown. Zhao Fu had already decided on the name for this faction, Vietnamese Guard. The meaning was indeed to guard Vietnam. On the face of things, it would protect Vietnam from other nations and help Vietnam become powerful. This was the Vietnamese Guard's lofty and noble goal. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. After all, if a faction wanted to become powerful, it had to have a noble role that people would admire and respect. He needed people to admire and respect this faction, and he also had to make them believe that it really was protecting Vietnam. Moreover, this would stimulate the patriotism of the Vietnamese people, making them eagerly join and sacrifice themselves for the cause. The Vietnamese Guard would slowly infiltrate all of Vietnam and become a top-tier faction within it. Afterward, when the time came to carry out Zhao Fu's true plan, the Vietnamese Guard would cause chaos within, allowing Zhao Fu to take it down in one fell swoop and devour it. No one would ever expect the patriotic and self-sacrificing Vietnamese Guard to actually be Zhao Fu's butcher's knife. These were all things for the future, so Zhao Fu didn't dwell on them. Right now, their goal was to recruit people. Zhao Fu had already picked out some of the core members, and now, he just needed to recruit some ordinary Vietnamese people. Everyone, are you often bullied by the Chinese world in the real world and in the Heaven Awakened world? Have you not taken enough of their abuse? Yes, China is powerful, and it has been since ancient times. However, we don't need to fear them. If we join together, we can make it so that they won't be able to be so arrogant and domineering anymore. Right now, I'm creating the Vietnamese Guard, a group that will protect Vietnam from being bullied in the future. We will protect Vietnam's dignity and cause Vietnam to rise. I believe that Vietnam is the most powerful country in the world. Lai Qingqian stood out and shouted out the lines that had been prepared for her. She delivered it quite well, with each word filled with passion and love for her country. These words drew countless Vietnamese people's gazes. After all, the boundaries were quite chaotic, and they often clashed with the Chinese side. Lai Qingqian's rallying call evoked a passionate response from the crowd. Who wouldn't respond to such a patriotic call? Large crowds had started to gather, and Lai Qingqian subtly looked at Zhao Fu, who nodded and signaled her to continue. Lai Qingqian understood and continued to say, "Everyone, think about how we've always yielded to China throughout history and how much abuse we've taken from them. Even now, they're constantly threatening Vietnam's borders. We can't continue to remain silent like this. We need to stand up and join together. Join the Vietnamese Guard. We take excellent care of our members. Please come and take a look." These incredibly provocative words caused the Vietnamese people's blood to boil, and many girls were moved to tears while the men yelled, "I want to join." When they heard that the Vietnamese Guard had great pay and benefits, the Vietnamese people leaped at the opportunity to join, and the scene became incredibly lively, even starting to get out of control. Ordinary members would receive wages of 1,000 copper coins per month, which was $10,000 in the real world, and elite members could receive 3,000 copper coins per month, which was $30,000 in the real world. Because of inflation, money in the real world wasn't worth too much, but this amount was still enough to attract many people. This amount of money was nothing to Zhao Fu, and the benefits would definitely be greater than the costs, as these people would be able to do much in 1 month. Right now, the Vietnamese Guard was clothed in a noble appearance and treated its members well, so no matter if one was a man or a woman, old or young, everyone clamored to join. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't just take anyone. Zhao Fu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't pay those who were useless or couldn't fight. After sorting through the people, the Vietnamese Guard took in 1,500 members. Compared to a main city with more than 1 million people, this wasn't a very big figure. However, they had only just established this faction, and its foundation wasn't solid yet. That was why they had only recruited this many people for now. After the faction's foundation was stable, they would slowly expand and develop, entering every nook and cranny of Vietnam. When that time came, Zhao Fu would open his evil mouth and devour all of Vietnam. None of these people could expect that it was actually Great Ken controlling all of this. When they did realize this, it would already be too late. When he saw how confident, excited, and happy these Vietnamese people seemed, a trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. The plan that he had made from the very beginning was now being set into motion. Zhao Fu decided to slowly develop while making plans for the next stage. As soon as the Vietnamese Guard appeared, it drew the attention of many factions. Many people were quite wary of this faction because of its sudden appearance and fame. However, as the Vietnamese Guard expressed its goodwill to those factions, they became less guarded against them. This was especially so for the Vietnamese military. They loved these sorts of patriotic factions. The Vietnamese Guard's goal was to protect Vietnam, not to become a king like other factions. This aligned with their goals as military men, so the Vietnamese military decided to help the Vietnamese Guard quickly grow. Zhao Fu knew about this, he would have laughed his head off. 224 The Emperor guards the nation, the king dies for his state. After taking care of the Vietnamese guard, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Ken town. Just as he was about to start discussing the next steps with Beiqi and the others, Zhang Beishu came to find him to tell him that the 100 origin pills were ready. The 100 origin grasses had been planted en masse, and with the flower spirit's help, they were finally ready to be harvested. The 100 origin pill was a stage 2 medicinal pill that could increase cultivation speed by 400%. With this medicinal pill, Zhao Fu's soldiers' cultivation speeds would become even faster. At the very least, their cultivation speed wouldn't be inferior to those of the city guards of main cities. This made Zhao Fu feel quite happy, and he took the first bottle of 100 origin pills from Zhang Beishu. The 100 origin pills were as big as soybeans and a dense green color. They didn't smell like medicinal pills but like grass, and they gave off a slight fragrance. Zhao Fu swallowed one of them and felt a ball of spirit energy disperse throughout his body. The effects were quite good. Zhao Fu smiled and said amiably, Beishu, continue refining these pills, try to make enough for everyone in the army. Zhang Beishu was delighted that Zhao Fu was satisfied with the medicinal pills he had refined, and he immediately accepted his order and began to refine a large amount of 100 origin pills. Afterward, Zhao Fu, Beiqi, and the others discussed their future plans and some other matters. After making some decisions on these matters, Zhao Fu went to talk to Baqing. This was because they were in dire need of money to fund their conquest, and using equipment to trade for population required even more money. Furthermore, after the Ghost Festival, Great Kin was in great need of money. Baqing, do you have any ideas for the business side of things? Zhao Fu sat on a chair as he looked at Baqing, who gave off a wise and kind aura. Baqing slightly smiled as she lightly nodded and replied, Your Majesty, I indeed have some ideas. When he heard this, Zhao Fu motioned for Baqing to continue. Your Majesty, with chaotic battles happening everywhere, selling equipment and medicinal pills will undoubtedly result in the greatest profits. However, that will strengthen our enemies. Since we can't do such a thing, we have to look at traditional business methods. Most nations' economies focus on something, such as agriculture, livestock, or industrialism. First, each faction is able to sufficiently supply itself with crops, but very rarely are outlander tribes self-sustaining. Each region is incredibly big, and our business partners don't necessarily have to be with main cities. There is value in trading with others as well. Second, there's livestock. The business potential of specializing in livestock isn't very high, as no faction lacks meat. However, we can still somewhat develop it as there are still profits to be gained. Given that Great Ken controls everything within 500 kilometers, I recommend that we draw out some land to raise and breed livestock. Not only will it be enough for Great Ken's subjects, but we can also sell the excess. As for industrialism, it's best not to focus on that for now. Instead, we should focus on actual businesses. Right now, Great Ken's main sources of revenue are from restaurants and selling all sorts of items unique to the different regions. Now that a lot of time has passed, many people have become barons, and they've started setting up shops in the main cities. Despite my management, the restaurants have been earning less and less, and now, most of them only earn half as much as before. However, this is already the best that we can do. The competition between restaurants is incredibly intense, and it's only because of our fame from the beginning and some unique dishes that we're still able to earn half of what we earned at the beginning. Right now, the profits of the restaurants have stabilized, so they won't be decreasing anymore. As such, it will be incredibly difficult to increase the profitability of any of the existing restaurants, so the best thing for us to do is to open up more regions and set up more restaurants there. At the same time, the profits from the items unique to each of the regions have stabilized as well. They're not as massively popular as they were in the beginning, but we can change this through how we operate. It's best for us to sell these things in bulk and allow other people to retail them. That will save us effort while still earning us a lot of money through the massive number of sales. At the same time, we can also sell some ordinary items in bulk. Moreover, these unique items, such as East Green's freshwater fish, Red Plum Plains red plums, and 100 Bamboos bamboo rats, are all things that we can grow or breed ourselves, so we don't have to buy them like before. We can establish our own cultivating grounds in each of the regions, which will greatly decrease our costs. It's a pity that everyone can obtain normal vegetables, rice, oil, and salt, so we won't be able to generate profits from such things. After listening to Baqing, Zhao Fu felt that there were many things that he had taken care of poorly before. To be able to identify so many areas in which they could improve, Baqing truly deserved her fame in this area. The profitability of the restaurants caused Zhao Fu to sigh. After all, the restaurants were how Great Ken became rich before, but as other people's statuses also increased, he had gradually lost his advantage. Some of the things that Baqing had mentioned were feasible, while others weren't. Something that was key was that the source of their profits wasn't limited to just main cities, as there were hundreds of times more people living in the wilderness. They could generate massive profits from those people. However, how could they trade with those people? The wilderness was incredibly large, and the various villages, towns, and cities were scattered all over the place. How could they trade with all of them? That was almost impossible. Moreover, if the Great Ken town's position was exposed, Zhao Fu's relationship with them would no longer just be that of a business relationship. This world was one in which both good and evil existed. Some villages were led by friendly and easygoing people, and Zhao Fu would use softer approaches towards such people. Right now, what Zhao Fu needed the most was population. No matter what he needed to do, he just needed to increase his population as much as possible. However, he wouldn't sacrifice his soldiers to do such a thing. After all, might was supreme in this world. Indeed, Zhao Fu could only be someone who was neutral and leaned towards the evil. After all, those who were completely good wouldn't last for very long in this world. Apart from this, there were other areas in which they could develop. They could develop agriculture and livestock, establishing cultivation grounds in various regions and using them as a foundation to expand to. However, this would require many people to carry out, and it required at least a few hundred soldiers in each region to guarantee the safety of each cultivation ground. He would be able to carry out this plan after exchanging equipment for people. I understand, I'll put these ideas into action. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with Ba Qing's suggestions. These suggestions would be very useful to Great Ken's business area. Ba Qing delightfully smiled and was happy that Zhao Fu had accepted her suggestions and would act upon them. After this, Zhao Fu took out a map of the region that Great Ken controlled. This map had been drawn as Great Ken had conquered more and more places, and it was incredibly detailed and precise. Even though some areas looked quite big, it was only because the scale of the map was quite small. Zhao Fu wondered when he would be able to bring Great Ken back to its peak as the Great Ken Empire and control all of China. Zhao Fu looked for a relatively flat area of land on the map and decided to go there to see if he wanted to develop livestock there. At that moment, a soldier came to report that they had discovered a town 700 kilometers away from Great Ken. 225 assassin profession a town? Zhao Fu was delighted and surprised, and he ordered, "Tell me the details." The soldier immediately told him about how they found the town and the details regarding the town. This time, it wasn't Great Ken that had discovered them. Instead, they were the ones who had entered Great Ken's territory. In order to guarantee Great Ken's safety, Zhao Fu had set up a few lines of defenses. The first was the outer region of the territory that Great Ken controlled. There was a defensive line for alerts that didn't have too many people, but it was still tight. It was made up mostly of rat folk, and as soon as someone entered Great Ken's territory, they would immediately report so that Great Ken could quickly make preparations. This time, it was a team of soldiers who had entered Great Ken's territory and been discovered by the rat folk. However, this team of soldiers had only walked about in Great Ken's outer region and hadn't gone deep, so they didn't discover the existence of the Great Ken town before returning to their own territory. By then, they had already given themselves away. The rat folk assassins who had followed them had discovered that they were actually from a town, so they immediately came back to report. After listening to the soldiers' detailed report, Zhao Fu thought for a moment and decided to take a look for himself. Right now, most of the soldiers hadn't returned yet, but Zhao Fu didn't plan to summon them back. After all, it was much more difficult to conquer towns than villages. Mountain Willow Town was an exception, as he had only been able to defeat Zhang Hong and take Mountain Willow Town so easily by relying on the Liu family's reputation. This time, it was highly unlikely that something similar would happen again. Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and brought along Little Sha to find the rat folk responsible for finding the town. A few hours later, Zhao Fu stood on a hill and looked at the town in the distance. The town was situated on an area of very flat ground, and the surrounding area was incredibly fertile, which was planted with various crops. The town was slightly bigger than Mountain Willow Town, and it had roughly 30,000 residents with 6-meter-tall walls. There were serious-looking soldiers stationed on top of it, and all of them were holding weapons and looking around. There were many residents walking in and out of the town. It seemed that this town had developed quite well, and it looked quite prosperous. This sort of town would be quite difficult to attack, and if Zhao Fu launched a direct assault, he would suffer heavy losses. Suddenly, Zhao Fu remembered that the Dark Ghost World skill that the 100 Ghost Illusionists could unleash was an S+ grade skill, and it was a combination skill. The more people there were working together to cast it, the more powerful its effects would be. If Zhao Fu had 1,000 100 Ghost Illusionists, he would be able to create a super illusion that could affect the entire town, causing the people in the town to be lost within the illusion, allowing Zhao Fu to easily conquer this town. However, it was a pity that Zhao Fu only had 300 100 Ghost Illusionists, so, at most, they could only create a dark ghost world that could cover 6 kilometers. Zhao Fu thought for a while before deciding to retreat for now. After gathering his military and expanding it, he would once again consider how to take this town. He stationed a few assassins here for now to gain intelligence, and it would be best for them to capture someone and gain information about the town through that person. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu gave the order to recall all of the soldiers outside. However, it would take some time for the orders to get to them and for them to return, so he would have to wait for a while. A new void beast had spawned, so Zhao Fu went to open up the region for now. After Zhao Fu opened the new region, the soldiers would most likely be back. The advanced teleportation channels made it much more convenient for Great Kin, and the new region that Zhao Fu wanted to open up this time was a place called Green Apricot. Zhao Fu had known of Green Apricot for a long time because one of the 4 people who had decided to resist Great Ken by allying together was there, Great Shun. Great Shun was at the end of the Ming dynasty, and Li Zai overthrew the Great Ming dynasty and forced the then emperor to commit suicide before taking over the capital. It was a pity that Li Zai wasn't the one to laugh in the end. Soon after, Wu Sangai let in the King army, which destroyed Li Zai's army. After that, Great Shun's political control crumbled, and China was taken over by the King army. However, nevertheless, as it had once been a dynasty, Great Shun still had quite some fate, and its legacy was better than those of nations or states. Since Zhao Fu had come here, he wouldn't let Great Shun have a good time. Since they had decided to stand against Great Qin, Zhao Fu would act first against them. Even though he wouldn't be able to destroy Great Shun, he would be able to restrict their development in all sorts of ways. The best thing to do was to weaken them, and after Great Qin grew powerful enough, Great Shun would be its first target. By doing this, Zhao Fu would also be helping Great Ming take revenge. This was because the Great Ming dynasty's hatred towards Great Shun had been passed down, and they had vowed to take Great Shun down. However, it wasn't convenient for them to act yet. As for Zhao Fu, he was somewhat appreciative of Great Ming and had a better impression of them than the other dynasties. They had no connections with Great Han or Great Tang and didn't humiliate China like the Song dynasty or Qing dynasty. Even though they had some muddle-headed emperors, they were at least unyielding and courageous. They went by the philosophy that the emperor guards the nation, the king dies for the state. However, Zhao Fu was only appreciative of it. That wouldn't change his plans, nor would he show mercy because of that. After all, in the end, Great Ming was just another powerful enemy. Green Apricot was mostly filled with forests, and it had many green apricot trees. They grew apricots that were green even after they ripened, and the apricots had a sour taste that was delicious to those who enjoyed eating sour things. It had 4 main cities, and the one that Great Shun was stationed in was called Apricot City. Great Shun mostly dominated that city, and no other faction dared to try to develop there, as families with empire legacies couldn't be defined as normal families. After opening up a path to this region, Zhao Fu stationed some assassins there to collect information on Great Shun so as to make plans to restrict Great Shun. However, traces of the school of vertical and horizontal were also present, so Zhao Fu had to be wary of their schemes. Right now, all of the regions weren't connected, so it would be difficult for the school of vertical and horizontal to rally many different factions against Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu had to take the initiative by acting against them, as once the regions were all connected, Great Qin would fall into a precarious position. If he didn't start dealing with them now, they would restrict Great Qin as much as they could, allowing Xia, Shang, Zhu, and Han to reap the rewards and greatly develop. The school of vertical and horizontal was giving Zhao Fu a headache, and when he thought to them, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Afterward, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin town and found that all of the soldiers had also returned. Zhao Fu discussed with Bei Qi and the other leaders about the battle plan and decided to focus on upgrading Great Qin to a city as soon as possible. 226 Illusion Barrier. A few hours later, Zhao Fu brought his many leaders and soldiers to a hill and looked at the town in the distance. Because this town was no longer a village and had established its defenses, Zhao Fu couldn't rashly lead his troops in, or they would be exposed. At this moment, a few rat-folk assassins wearing their black hoods lowered their heads as they half-kneeled and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, we've taken a captive and have made him submit." When he heard this, Zhao Fu turned his head and softly said, "Bring him over." "Roger." The rat-folk replied, following which they brought over a somewhat vulgar-looking middle-aged man. He had a lot of blood on him and looked quite terrified. After being escorted over, he knelt on the ground as he trembled. When he saw the massive army after being caught, he knew that the town was in grave danger. He knew that the town would definitely lose, as he saw that all of the soldiers had powerful auras and fine gold rank equipment. There were at least 20,000 of these soldiers, while their town only had roughly 30,000 residents in total, of which only 5,000 were soldiers. They were definitely going to lose, so the key thing now was how. As such, he rationally chose to surrender because he wanted to preserve his life. "What's your name?" a young but dignified voice suddenly said. The middle-aged man obediently replied, "Sir, my name is Aizen." Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the middle-aged man as he said, "Tell me everything you know, especially about your town soldiers, residents, and leaders. I want all of the details." Okay. 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 Aizen stuttered as he quickly replied. He knew that this was his chance at life, so he started to tell them everything that he knew about the town. After listening to Aizen, Zhao Fu had a much greater understanding of the town. First, the town was named Highstone Town, and the mayor was named Xiang Shaoshan, who was a Stage 2 expert. Highstone Town had around 30,000 people and roughly 5,000 soldiers. Most of their equipment was bronze rank iron equipment, and they normally had 3 exploration teams outside. The purpose of these exploration teams was to search for resources and villages outside of their territory. Highstone Town had already devoured the surrounding villages, which was why it had developed faster than most towns. It was one of the exploration teams who had entered Great Ken's territory, and each of the teams had roughly 300 people. There were still 2 teams who would only return after noon the next day, so they had 600 fewer soldiers. Next was the patrol defenses. There were obvious ones, concealed ones, and some soldiers monitoring the surroundings. Overall, their alert defenses were quite good, and the mayor somewhat surprised Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu then asked about the normal soldiers, such as their training and cultivation. He also found out that unless there was an emergency, they wouldn't defend all of the walls. Aizen obediently told Zhao Fu everything that he wanted to know. After he heard that the barracks were in the western area of the town, Zhao Fu had an idea. He ordered his people to take Aizen away and started to discuss with his commanders and generals, preparing to act at night. Time quickly passed, and soon, it was midnight. It had started to drizzle, making it slightly chilly and causing clouds to block out the light from the moon and the stars. As such, it was quite dark, and the sound of rain covered a lot of noise. This was the most opportune time to act. Within a forest near Highstone Town, there were 30 soldiers stationed there as sentries. Some were on trees, others were hidden within the grass, and others were behind large rocks. They warily looked around and would notice any sounds or movements in the grass. However, tonight was especially dark, and it was also drizzling, which made it easy for them to let their guard down and for them to miss things. Listening to the patter of rain and looking around them in the darkness, they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and continued to stand guard. However, they didn't know that death was creeping upon them. Suddenly, just like a gust of wind, a hooded figure appeared behind one of the soldiers hiding in the grass. The soldier was given a big shock, and just as he was about to shout, his mouth was covered, and a cold blade slit his throat. Blood gushed out as his face remained terrified, completely taken unaware. While this soldier was killed, 7 others were also assassinated. Some of the veteran soldiers sensed that something was wrong, and just as they were about to shout out to warn the others, more enemies appeared. Before they were able to shout, arrows pierced through their chests, killing them instantly. In these sorts of circumstances, it was very easy for assassins to deal with these sentry soldiers. After dealing with this group of hidden soldiers, Zhao Fu's forces dealt with the patrol soldiers who were out in the open. He then immediately ordered Wang Jian to take the 300 ghost illusionists to the western side of the town. After the patrol and sentry soldiers were taken care of, things became much easier for Zhao Fu's soldiers. Under the cover of night, Wang Jian and the 100 ghost illusionists stealthily went to the western side of the town. The 100 ghost illusionists raised their pagoda wood staffs, which was a type of ghost wood that suited their profession, and the staffs shined with a faint gray light. Soon, strange energy ripples began to spread out. Dark ghost world. At that moment, the 300 ghost illusionists all silently chanted within their minds as they cast the skill and stabbed their staffs into the ground. A formless wave of energy immediately rushed out. Traces of gray ghostly chi rose up from the ground and spread in all directions, and ghostly chi enveloped the western side of Highstone Town incredibly quickly. From outside, it seemed as if the western side of Highstone Town was enveloped by a gray fog that gave off an eerie aura. Those sleeping and even the soldiers standing guard on the walls didn't detect any of this. All they saw was some fog before everything in their surroundings disappeared. All that was left was pitch black darkness, and they were all alone in that dark world. Suddenly, a gray ghostly moon appeared in the sky, which was accompanied by terrifying howls of ghosts as ghosts climbed out of the ground and sprang at the soldiers. The soldiers used their weapons to attack the ghosts in terror, but they found that no matter how they attacked, they were unable to hit the ghosts. As such, they could only run away in fear. However, no matter how desperately they ran, they couldn't escape from that place. Tens of thousands of ghosts continued to flood at the soldiers within this dark world, almost driving them mad. From the outside, others would see the soldiers dumbly standing there with looks of terror on their faces as their bodies trembled and cold sweat gathered upon them. It was as if they were going through a terrible nightmare. 227 Hidden Evil. The western side of Highstone Town was completely under Great Ken's control, and Wang Jian immediately gave the signal to convey that they had succeeded. When he saw this, Zhao Fu carrying out his side of the plan. Following this, ghost summoners went to the eastern town walls and pressed their hands against the ground. Ghostly Chi immediately rose up, turning into muscular, 2-meter-tall devil ghosts with black horns. These devil ghosts stealthily went to the town walls, and because the town walls didn't have any talisman papers, the walls couldn't stop the devil ghosts. The devil ghosts' sharp claws stabbed into the town walls, and 300 devil ghosts quickly climbed up like lizards. Before the soldiers realized anything, the devil ghosts leaped onto the town walls, giving all of the soldiers stationed there a big fright. The devil ghosts savagely smiled as they rushed at the soldiers, and one of them sent a soldier flying with a swipe of its claws. The soldier was heavily wounded, and he fell to one side. His chest bled profusely and had 5 deep marks on it that completely tore through his armor. The devil ghost's strength was roughly at stage 1, and there were only a few hundred soldiers on the town walls, most of whose cultivations were only at Tier 0 level 5 to Tier 0 level 6. As such, the 300 devil ghosts took down the soldiers incredibly easily and took over the town walls. At that moment, the rest of Great Ken's forces started to charge. 20,000 soldiers flooded towards Highstone Town. The battle sounds from before had already caused a lot of noise, and it was impossible that 20,000 soldiers wouldn't be detected. The sleeping residents all woke up with a start, and everyone felt that something was wrong. The sound of battle started to come from the eastern side, causing Highstone Town to become chaotic. However, it was already too late. Zhao Fu's forces had already taken the eastern town gates, and his soldiers had already reached the town hall. Bei Qi, Wei Liao. Both of you take some soldiers and defend the people coming from the north and south. By now, Zhao Fu had taken control of the western and eastern sides of Highstone Town, especially the western side. It was deathly silent over there, and all of the soldiers and residents there had been pulled into the dark ghost world. Now, only some soldiers left on the northern and southern sides were left. The outcome had already been decided, and because Zhao Fu wanted to end this as soon as possible, he quickly gave orders as he led the remaining soldiers and rushed towards the town hall. Within the town hall, a young man with fair skin suddenly woke up. He was quite shocked but reacted quickly and started giving out orders. However, there was no response after giving out these orders. Soon, soldiers came to report that the western side of the town had been covered by a gray fog, and any soldiers who ventured into it wouldn't come back out. This was because the dark ghost world wasn't just an illusion but also an illusion barrier. Not only did it trap those within it in an illusion, but anyone who entered would also be brought into the illusion. Mayor. Things are looking bad, there are many enemies here already. A terrified soldier cried out as Xiang Shoshan's gaze became cold. He picked up the large halberd in his room and rushed out, witnessing the state of chaos in Highstone Town. At that moment, he saw Zhao Fu and looked furiously at him. Zhao Fu was riding on Little Black expressionlessly, and he said to Xiang Shoshan, "You have no chance of winning, it's best that you surrender now. I don't want to commit a meaningless slaughter." Xiang Shoshan coldly harumphed and rushed over with his halberd. How could he surrender? When he saw this, Zhao Fu didn't say anything. Instead, he nudged Little Black with his leg. Little Black understood and rushed towards Xiang Shoshan. Little Black, who had awakened its underworld nightmare bloodline and was many times faster than before, flew towards Xiang Shoshan like a bolt of lightning. Sky Demon Slash. Zhao Fu lightly yelled as he drew the Sky Demon sword. It erupted with a massive black light as it slashed towards Xiang Shoshan, frightening him. Facing this terrifying strike, he quickly used his halberd to block. Bang! Xiang Shoshan was sent sliding backward and only stopped after sliding back 10 meters. Even though Xiang Shoshan's cultivation was slightly higher than Zhang Hong's from Mountain Willow Town, Zhao Fu's cultivation was no longer at Tier 0 level 9 like it had been back then. He had used a Stage 1 Blood God Pill and a Stage 2 Blood God Pill to raise his cultivation to Tier 1 level 4. Back when he had been at Tier 0 level 9, he could already easily defeat Zhang Hong, so now, facing Xiang Shoshan, there was no need for him to even be nervous. Zhao Fu's massive strike had not only sent Xiang Shoshan sliding back, but it had also split the webbing between his thumb and forefinger on each hand, causing blood to leak out. Xiang Shoshan realized too late that he had vastly underestimated Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu once again charged at Xiang Shoshan, and Xiang Shoshan roared in response, gripping his halberd and sweeping it out. The halberd tore through the air and was filled with immense strength as it swept towards Zhao Fu. Clang! The sword and halberd clashed, resulting in a massive collision sound and a shockwave, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he once again erupted with strength, slamming his sword down towards Xiang Shoshan and forcing him back a few steps, before slashing down once again. Xiang Shoshan quickly used both hands to block with his halberd again. Bang! Xiang Shoshan felt a massive wave of energy pass through his arms, causing his legs to weaken, and he half knelt on the ground. Zhao Fu suddenly raised his sword again, which gave off a sharp black light and a terrifying aura as he prepared to deal the final blow to Xiang Shoshan. Boom! Xiang Shoshan rolled to his left as Zhao Fu's attack left a 2-meter deep gash in the ground. Xiang Shoshan grasped this opportunity and stabbed at Zhao Fu with his halberd. However, Zhao Fu wasn't flustered at all, and he knocked the halberd away before stabbing his sword at Xiang Shoshan in response. Xiang Shoshan could only retreat and continuously defend without being able to retaliate at all. Suddenly, a strike from Zhao Fu sent Xiang Shoshan flying backward, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. A savage expression appeared on his face as he roared, "You forced me to do this." Xiang Shoshan threw a green medicinal pill towards Zhao Fu, which Zhao Fu split into with his sword. Immediately, the green medicinal pill turned into a green fog that spread out, and Zhao Fu sensed danger from it, immediately casting his king's domain to keep it away from him. The green fog was extremely poisonous and corrosive. As the fog came into contact with his king's domain, it produced sizzling sounds and seemed to be burning through it. Zhao Fu was greatly shocked and immediately used all of his energy to reinforce the king's domain until the green fog finally dissipated. Xiang Shoshan looked completely dumbfounded when he saw that Zhao Fu was fine. That had been his trump card. Zhao Fu looked around and found that everyone around them, both Xiang Shoshan's soldiers and his own, had collapsed on the ground and died with blood leaking out of every orifice on the face. Zhao Fu became furious, and he jumped off Little Black Stack. 228 Varian. When Xiang Shoshan saw Zhao Fu walk towards him with an incredibly murderous air, he felt some fear in his heart. He retreated a few steps, but after realizing that even his trump card had failed, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Fu. As such, he rushed towards the side, deciding to run away. Zhao Fu immediately acted, transforming into a black blur and rushing towards Xiang Shoshan. His sword brought with it a sharp sword chi as it slashed towards Xiang Shoshan. Xiang Shoshan was given a big fright and could only try to use his halberd to block Zhao Fu's attack. In response, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent all of his strength into his strike, sending Xiang Shoshan back a few steps. He lost his balance and leaned slightly backward. The Sky Demon sword gave off a massive sword light, and Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity to stab Xiang Shoshan's throat. This strike gave off an extremely dangerous aura, causing Xiang Shoshan's hairs to stand on end, and he tilted his neck and head to the side with all his might. "Og!" Xiang Shoshan screamed. Even though he had avoided having his throat pierced, he was still hit on his shoulder, and blood spurted out, dyeing his shoulder red. Zhao Fu was completely determined to kill Xiang Shoshan, so he didn't show any mercy. His sword, which had stabbed out, suddenly swept sideways, attempting to cut off Xiang Shoshan's head. Under the stimulation from the pain, Xiang Shoshan released all of his strength to sweep out with his halberd, knocking Zhao Fu's sword askew. However, Zhao Fu borrowed this momentum to leap up and spin in the air before furiously slamming the sword down towards Xiang Shoshan. Seeing this, Xiang Shoshan's expression became savage as he lifted his halberd and tried to block. Clang! A massive collision sound rang out as the two parties clashed, resulting in a gale around them. The Sky Demon sword was once again blocked by Xiang Shoshan, and this time, he gritted his teeth and pushed up with his halberd. Zhao Fu's sword was sent flying, causing Xiang Shoshan to feel immense glee. His hands gripped his halberd with all of his strength, and he raised his halberd and prepared to strike Zhao Fu down. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu drew a blood-red sword from his waist at lightning speed, stabbing forward abruptly. Kai! The world seemed to freeze as the blood-red sword pierced through Xiang Shoshan's chest. Xiang Shoshan's knees weakened, and his gaze became dull as he finally died. The Sky Demon's sword flipped in the air and fell down, stabbing into the ground. The Sky Demon was quite displeased when looking at the slaughtering ghost sword in Zhao Fu's hand. It was incredibly annoyed that Zhao Fu had thrown it in order to do such a thing. As soon as Xiang Shoshan died, High Stone Town stopped resisting. This was because out of High Stone Town's current fighting force, only some were actual soldiers, and most were residents. Now that their lord had died, how could they continue resisting? After concluding this battle and having the survivors submit, Zhao Fu went to the town hall and chose to conquer High Stone Town. He was quite surprised to find that it was actually dark gold rank, which was quite good. Zhao Fu was quite pleased as he walked out of the town hall and looked at the people who had submitted. He asked Bei Qi, "How were our losses this time?" Bei Qi cupped his hands respectfully as he replied, "Your Majesty, 2,718 soldiers were injured, and 256 died." When he heard this, Zhao Fu sighed. This was the heaviest loss they had ever taken before. From the beginning, he had tried to minimize injuries and deaths as much as possible. After all, These soldiers served him. Zhao Fu truly didn't want to see them die. Zhao Fu knew that battles were incredibly cruel. He sighed before he ordered for the corpses of Great Qin's soldiers to be collected so that they could be given a proper burial when they returned. Zhao Fu then gave the order for Dark Ghost World, which was on the western side of the town, to be cancelled, and Great Qin's soldiers bound up the soldiers, who were still paralyzed from terror. Afterward, buckets of cold water were poured on them, waking them up. Upon waking up and finding out that Highstone Town had already been taken over, ugly expression appeared on the soldiers' faces. Most of the soldiers decided to surrender, but 100 or so of them would rather die than submit. They demanded to be released so that they could take revenge for Xiang Shoshan. Zhao Fu didn't bother with those people and immediately ordered for them to be executed. Including them, Highstone Town lost 5,879 people during that fight, and there were 24,810 people remaining. Zhao Fu's side also obtained around 100,000 or so silver coins and a massive amount of crops and equipment. Apart from the people, Zhao Fu didn't care for much else. He gave out the money as a reward, and because it was already quite late, Zhao Fu decided to rest here before taking down the 2 exploration teams the next day. Finally, Zhao Fu looked at Xiang Shoshan's corpse and used corpse examination to find that it was SS grade. He first took Xiang Shoshan's spatial ring before putting his corpse into his king's ring. Apart from some food and equipment, Zhao Fu also found a good item that caused him to be quite pleased. It was a pill recipe. Hidden Evil recipe, required ingredients, black harmash, scorch wood, and hidden evil grass. Description: a strange recipe that, when added to a medicinal pill, will indicate the successful creation of the medicinal pill but will contain a type of colorless, odorless, tasteless poison. If consumed over a period of time without taking the antidote, one's body will grow feeble, resulting in death. This was yet another tool for victimizing others. If Zhao Fu added this to medicinal pills and sold them, he would be able to kill many people. Zhao Fu suddenly felt incredibly worried about the markets. He would never be able to use consumables that weren't from Great Qin anymore. Who knew if others were doing the same thing? Hidden Evil required hidden evil grass to refine, and because hidden evil grass was a stage 2 grass and much rarer than 100 origin grass, it would most likely be quite difficult to find. Even if he did find some, it would take a long time to grow before he could use it, so he had no idea when he would actually be able to start using this to plot against others. As such, Zhao Fu could only put the hidden evil recipe away for now. However, soon after, Zhao Fu was delighted to find that there was actually a lot of hidden evil grass being grown at the southern side of the town. Zhao Fu immediately went over to take a look, and he found many rows of hidden evil grass being grown there. They were around 10 centimeters or so tall and had sword-shaped leaves. They were also completely black, giving them an insidious look. Zhao Fu had never expected to find hidden evil grass in Highstone Town, nevertheless so much of it. If he hadn't done anything about this town, it was likely that Xiang Shoshan would have become the overlord in this region, and his growth would have been unhindered. It was a pity that Zhao Fu had found him, and he had presented hidden evil recipe on a silver platter to Zhao Fu. He ordered his people to dig up all of the hidden evil grass to be replanted in the Great Qin town when they returned. At noon the next day, the sun hung high in the sky as the 2 exploration teams returned to Highstone Town. However, they were received not by the friendly residents but by an army of ferocious Great Qin soldiers. Facing the 20,000 soldiers, the 600 soldiers were scared stiff and immediately chose to surrender. After making these 2 teams submit, Zhao Fu chose to relocate Highstone Town, and because it was already a basic town, it would remain as one. The Great Qin town suddenly received 110,000 experience point. This expedition had finally concluded, and Zhao Fu and his army returned to the Great Qin town. 229 Orc Blood Crystal. After returning to the Great Qin town, the first thing Zhao Fu did was have the hidden evil grass replanted before taking some and using them to refine hidden evil. As for what he did with them, he obviously added them to medicinal pills. In actuality, Zhao Fu could even have his own soldiers take the medicinal pills with hidden evil because it raised the efficacy of medicinal pills. It was simply a matter of whether they received an antidote or not. With an antidote, hidden evil was actually incredibly beneficial. Now, with hidden evil, Zhao Fu had something else to use in trades to secretly backstab others. Afterward, Zhao Fu went to an area 50 kilometers south of the Great Qin town and re-established Highstone Town. He also brought most of its residents to the Great Qin town. Now, Zhao Fu had 2 towns, and if he could obtain one more town, he would be able to level up the Great Qin town into a city once he had enough experience point. There was also the requirement of having 3 people at the status of baron and making them mayors, and Zhao Fu had long since diverted most of the achievement points to Beiqi. He had obtained 500 achievement points after conquering Highstone Town, and with the King's Ring's bonuses, Beiqi was already a second-ranked baron. Even though upgrading to a city only required a third-ranked baron status, it wasn't a waste for Beichi to reach second-ranked baron because status was still important for upgrading further. Now, Zhao Fu decided to divert most of his achievement points to Liu Sabai to promote her to third-ranked baron. At the same time, he appointed Beichi as the mayor of Highstone Town. With the King's Ring, obtaining achievement points was incredibly easy to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's next task was to collect the people from the various trading offices in the different regions. Zhao Fu was quite disappointed to find that for each region, they had only obtained around 200 or so people in a day. However, this was to be expected. After all, everyone valued population because it wasn't something that could be easily increased. As such, he had to find a way to make it so that they had no choice but to sell their people. Zhao Fu decided to try adding in medicinal pills in exchange for population, and he hoped that business would be better in the future. However, gaining roughly 200 people from each region in a day was already quite good. Zhao Fu had opened 22 regions, and apart from Green Apricot, which had just been opened, there were 21 regions. This amounted to 4,200 people in a day. Gaining 4,200 people in a day was already tens of times faster than gaining population through conquering villages and towns. This made Zhao Fu want to slightly shift the focus from conquering to trading, as this was much faster and more efficient. Of course, exploring and conquering was still necessary. After all, by doing this, they would gain not only population but city creation stones, achievement points, and battle experience for the soldiers. Soon, the first batch of hidden evil was refined and added into some 100 origin pills. Zhao Fu then brought some equipment and those 100 origin pills to the Orc City. After the Ghost Festival had ended, Zhao Fu and Gunador had set a time for Zhao Fu to come again to trade items for people. That time had now come. After arriving at the Orc City, Zhao Fu met up with Gunador, who took him to a plaza. The plaza was quite big and crude, and there were orc soldiers training at the side, making it quite noisy. The atmosphere there was quite fierce and violent, and there were people in cages at the other side. Most of them were dressed in tattered clothes and had ashen complexions. They sat in the cages with looks of terror on their faces as their bodies trembled, not knowing what would happen to them. There were humans, elves, and kobolds. There were roughly 1,200 people, and many of the women looked like they had been violated and had dull gazes. The women also had most of their skin showing. Zhao Fu's expression didn't change, nor did he feel much, as this was what he had expected. He wasn't so naive as to think that the orcs would show mercy and kindness to their prisoners. Zhao Fu had long since realized the true nature of the heaven-awakened world. Only by immersing his heart in darkness would he not be disturbed by the evils of this world. Moreover, these people didn't have very high grades or great potential. People with low grades weren't very useful to large factions, as they didn't have much opportunity for growth. They could only be used for labor and might not even be able to become soldiers.